Chapter 3892, Chapter 966. Zero Wing Alone is Enough. Chapter 966. Zero Wing Alone is Enough. World Arc, Shattering Town. Guild Leader, here are the latest reports on the Guild's income and expansion progress. I've also included reports on the recent state of the war, Blackie said, wearily placing a stack of papers onto Shi Feng's desk. This many. As Shi Feng perused the documents Blackie had prepared, he was reminded of Blackie's managerial talent. Blackie's attention to detail was unquestionably superior to that of combat-oriented vice guild leaders like Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow. The data Blackie compiled not only listed the guild's various revenue sources in detail, but also provided recommendations for expanding them to allow the guild to maximize the use of its eternal coins. He had also categorized the guild's newly recruited members so that they could be put into roles that best utilized their talents. For example, some experts were more adept at using combat techniques, while others were more adept at using skills and spells. Even if these experts had similar combat standards, their performances in battle would differ depending on their assigned roles and opponents. Besides that, Zero Wing managed to attract many fifth-floor experts to join it thanks to the 10,000 level 235 taboo fragmented legendary equipment that Shi Feng had obtained from Dragon's Crown. Currently, Zero Wing already had nearly 2,000 fifth-floor experts under its command. Even before the Tower of the Abyss's appearance, only a few pseudo-apex powers could come up with a force of nearly 2,000 fifth-floor experts. The only problem was that most of Zero Wing's fifth-floor experts were under level 230. As for those who were level 230 or above, there were only 106 of them, and they primarily consisted of players from the Greater God's domain who had entered the Eternal Realm by luck. All 106 players were fully equipped with level 235 taboo fragmented legendary equipment. Paired with the Behemoth set, a combat-ranked secret treasure set, and the intermediate divine strengthening scrolls that Blackie had distributed to them, they could barely match the standards of the various powers, level 235 plus elite experts. Currently, excluding the main force members operating in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, these 106 players were the strongest members of Zero Wing. They also played a crucial role in ensuring the development of Zero Wing's members in the World Arc. If not for them, Zero Wing's members would be easy prey for the Holy Race's elite experts. A few elite experts from the Holy Race would be enough to slaughter a 100-man team of Zero Wing members under level 230. Even so, these 106 players could, at most, let 50,000 of Zero Wing's level 225 plus elite members safely grind in the taboo maps around the Blood Curse Resurrection Camp. As for the guild's more numerous normal and internal members, they had no choice but to fend for themselves. After all, the World Arc's taboo maps were limited in size and number. This made competition in these maps extremely intense, making securing even a small leveling spot challenging. Moreover, it was largely thanks to the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the Red Dragon Nation, and Azure Fang that Zero Wing could have its current leveling spots in the World Arc's core area. Otherwise, Zero Wing would be fortunate if it could even occupy a 10,000-man leveling spot. However, the biggest change Zero Wing experienced during this period was to its income. Originally, Zero Wing earned at least 300 million units of Seven Luminaries crystal and 800,000 eternal gold daily through Shattering Town. But now, Shattering Town wasn't generating even one-third of those amounts, and these numbers were still falling by the day. Does evil nature's interference have such a huge impact? Shi Feng was surprised by the sharp drop in the guild's income. Yes, it's affecting us massively, Blackie sighed, nodding. It might have been fine if it were only evil nature harassing us, since evil nature only has a limited number of elite experts operating in the world arc. But after evil nature constructed its guild city, it placed a bounty on all players entering and leaving Shattering Town. Evil nature is rewarding each kill with 1 eternal gold and 1 merit point. Merit points can be used to redeem items from evil nature. The more merit points a player accumulates, the better the items they can redeem. With 1,000 merit points, players can redeem fragmented divine artifacts, advanced gold holy arts, and even permanent priority access to all of evil nature's guild towns and cities. This bounty has sparked a frenzy among the holy race players in the world arc. They are targeting every player caught entering or leaving Shattering Town, including holy race players. This situation has scared many players from visiting Shattering Town. Now, only the experts of powers affiliated with Zero Wing dare to come. If not for Holy Ring City's NPC patrols, those people would have flattened Shattering Town by now. Shi Feng was astonished by this revelation. He never thought that evil nature would take things so far. It would have been nothing had evil nature simply placed a bounty on Zero Wing's members. All of Zero Wing's members getting killed once would only cost evil nature a few 100,000 eternal gold. Even if this were repeated several times, evil nature would simply lose a few million eternal gold. However, it was simply ludicrous to place a bounty on every player caught visiting Shattering Town. Over 2 million players visited Shattering Town daily at its peak. Even at a conservative estimate, evil nature would lose tens of millions of eternal gold just by keeping its bounty active for several days. Not even Apex powers could afford such an expenditure. Of course, Shi Feng had to admit that evil nature's ludicrous move was incredibly effective. Now, most players entering and leaving Shattering Town had to do so in armies. Many elite experts also had to garrison the town at all times. This restricted Zero Wing's development and deterred many experts from joining the guild. Although the number of hunters outside the town has decreased significantly recently, since everyone is occupied with the core area's taboo maps, evil nature has a 1,000-man legion of elite experts garrisoning Evil Sky City at all times. This legion will also occasionally attack the armies coming and going from Shattering Town, Blackie sighed. Previously, Miss Orabeth, Azure Fang Saintess, got fed up with the constant harassment and brought the fight to evil nature. But it didn't take long before Evil Sky City mobilized 3 level 230 ancient god-ranked experts against her. Although Miss Orabeth has already reached the 6th floor standard, she was ultimately forced to retreat. Guild leader, with Zero Wing's current state of development, unless we find more powers to reinforce us, there is nothing we can do about evil nature's blockade. We can only watch as Shattering Town declines. In the past, Blackie didn't have much of an understanding of royal powers and only knew they were stronger than Apex powers. However, as more outside players entered the Eternal Realm, he eventually realized the fearsome might of royal powers. Despite Orabeth being a level 236th floor expert equipped with multiple divine artifacts, even she was no threat to evil nature. In Blackie's opinion, the only way Zero Wing could survive this ordeal was by sacrificing some of Shattering Town's benefits to partner with the several Apex powers that had previously expressed interest in the town. Finding more partners is indeed a way out. Shi Feng nodded. Then he chuckled and continued, but if we are simply talking about dealing with the current evil nature, we don't have to sacrifice Shattering Town's benefits. Zero Wing alone is enough to handle this problem. TL notes, 10 Wing's elite members. This is not referring to elite experts. This is simply referring to the rank of members above normal members. Chapter 3893, Chapter 967, Craftsman Alchemist. Chapter 967, Craftsman Alchemist. 0 wing alone is enough. Blackie was at a loss for words when he heard Shi Feng's confident statement. Is Silent Wonder online? Shi Feng asked, not bothering to explain himself. Silent Wonder. Although Blackie didn't understand why Shi Feng would suddenly ask such a question, he still answered to the best of his knowledge. Outside of her daily 4-hour offline break, she is always online. Okay, have her come to my office. I have something to discuss with her, Shi Feng said, nodding. Now that Shi Feng had obtained firmament, he could easily solve Shattering Town's predicament. Blackie's report simply reminded him of Zero Wing's flaws. The current Zero Wing lacked powerhouses to defend its interests. This was a problem that had plagued the guild since the birth of the Eternal Realm. It was just that outside experts couldn't enter the Eternal Realm before this, so everyone had more or less the same levels and equipment standards. However, as more outside experts entered the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing's lack of capable experts became more apparent. The gap in levels and equipment standards between an upstart guild like Zero Wing and the greater god's domain's long-established powers could not be overcome in a short period. It was especially so when it came to high-ranking weapons and equipment. Players had to invest significant time and effort to raid high-level dungeons and complete high-difficulty quests to obtain these items. Of course, it wasn't impossible for players to obtain high-ranking weapons and equipment quickly. So long as they had the proper connections and enough money, they'd have no trouble obtaining fragmented divine artifacts. This was why powerful lone wolves occasionally appeared among the greater god's domain's younger generation. These lone wolves might not have the backing of a major power, but they came from wealthy families that enabled them to obtain powerful weapons and equipment. If they could find opportunities to hone their combat standards on top of that, they'd quickly become powerhouses in the greater god's domain. The current Zero Wing similarly could quickly let a 5th-floor expert rival level 230 ancient gods in strength. Take the Flame God set, for example. Any 5th-floor expert who equipped it would instantly become strong enough to beat up even the royal powers. Level 230 ancient god-ranked experts. The problem was that Zero Wing could only produce one such expert. It couldn't produce a second one. It also couldn't produce a group of experts that could rival level 230 ancient gods and single-handedly defend its territories in the Eternal Realm. Fortunately, Zero Wing's situation wasn't completely hopeless. It might not have the years of accumulation needed to produce a group of level 230 ancient god-ranked experts, but there was an alternative method it could use. Craftsman-ranked lifestyle players. When lifestyle players achieved the Great Grandmaster rank, any apex power or below would treat them as VIPs. When lifestyle players achieved the Craftsman rank, even royal powers would treat them with great care. The reason for this was simple. Craftsman-ranked lifestyle players could make products with heaven-defying effects. These items could even be used to produce powerhouses in batches. Take craftsman forgers, for example. With the requisite designs and materials, they could mass-produce fragmented divine artifacts. They could even produce divine artifacts, albeit at a low success rate. This was also the case for craftsman alchemists. The craftsman strength potion they produced could increase the user's strength by 500% for 10 minutes. Such a potion could let a level 235 elite expert beat up even level 230 ancient gods. Currently, Silent Wonder had already reached the limits of the Great Grandmaster Alchemist rank. With her astonishing talent in alchemy, if she used the alchemy door, she would likely achieve a breakthrough and become a craftsman alchemist on the spot. At that time, Zero Wing would gain the capability to trade blows with royal powers in the truest sense. 10 minutes later, Silent Wonder entered Shi Feng's office under Blackie's escort. When she saw Shi Feng behind the desk, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. Just a moment ago, she had been attempting to produce a craftsman potion. The potion was from a recipe she had developed, thanks to a flash of inspiration. However, before she could ascertain the feasibility of her recipe, Blackie suddenly intruded on her workspace and dragged her here. "Guild leader, do you need me for something?" Silent Wonder asked after calming her emotions. However, Shi Feng did not answer Silent Wonder. Instead, he asked, "How confident are you of developing a craftsman-ranked alchemy recipe right now?" "About 10%, Silent Wonder answered, staring at Shi Feng in astonishment. She hadn't expected Shi Feng to ask such a question, and she couldn't help but worry. The most crucial step for a great grandmaster alchemist to become a craftsman alchemist was the development of a craftsman-ranked alchemy recipe. However, recipes did not appear out of thin air. The development of every alchemy recipe required many experiments and the expenditure of large amounts of materials. This was especially so for the development of a craftsman-ranked alchemy recipe. The materials required were extraordinarily precious. In reality, most, if not all, of the greater gods' domain's successful alchemists couldn't have achieved what they had accomplished without the financial backing of a major power. It was simply impossible for individuals to support the growth of the alchemist subclass financially. For the sake of developing a craftsman-ranked alchemy recipe, Silent Wonder had already spent over 100,000 of Zero Wing's eternal gold on research and development. Yet, even the latest recipe she was experimenting on only had a 10% chance of being a new craftsman potion. Most major powers would probably find this result unacceptable. "About 10%, Shi Feng nodded. "Not bad." Shi Feng knew that Silent Wonder was not one to exaggerate. If she said she had a 10% success rate, she must only have a 10% success rate. Of course, a 10% success rate was by no means low. On the contrary, Silent Wonder could be considered extremely talented for achieving such a standard after spending just 100,000 eternal gold. Apex powers typically had to spend the equivalent of several million eternal gold just to let a great grandmaster alchemist have a general idea of how to develop a craftsman-ranked alchemy recipe. Nonetheless, they would find their investment worthwhile. If their great grandmaster alchemists could come up with a recipe that had even a sliver of a chance of success after spending just 100,000 eternal gold, they'd be smiling in their sleep. Silent Wonder sighed in relief at Shi Feng's response. "Are you interested in becoming a craftsman alchemist?" Shi Feng asked leisurely, as if he were asking about the weather. His question coming so calmly and abruptly stunned Silent Wonder momentarily. "Guild leader, do you have a way?" Silent Wonder asked after snapping out of her daze. "I do." Not withholding any information, Shi Feng said, "I obtained an item called the alchemy door. It can help alchemists learn an alchemy recipe up to one rank higher than them. However, the exact rank of the recipe will depend on the alchemist's talent. If you wish to use the alchemy door, you must sign a god's domain contract agreeing to work only for Zero Wing. I will find someone else if you don't want this opportunity." The development of any craftsman alchemist did not come easily. Moreover, the alchemy door cost 1,000 god crystals per use. Zero Wing only had enough god crystals to use the alchemy door once. If Zero Wing wanted to use it again, the guild would have to either use the more precious eternal god crystals or buy god crystals. Furthermore, the alchemy door could only be used once every 60 natural days. Under such circumstances, there was no way Zero Wing would let an alchemist who wasn't working exclusively for the guild use the alchemy door. "I accept," Silent Wonder answered without hesitation. There was even a hint of excitement in her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. "Let's sign the contract now, guild leader." Silent Wonder's prompt response surprised Shi Feng. It took him about 3 seconds to recover and take out the god's domain contract he had prepared beforehand. After Silent Wonder signed the contract, Shi Feng immediately handed her the alchemy door and 1,000 god crystals. Chapter 3894, Chapter 968, Divine Blood. Chapter 968, Divine Blood. Zero Wing's residence, guild leader's office. After the crimson crystalline door absorbed 1,000 god crystals, its 2 panels slowly opened, and the divine runes engraved on them gradually lit up. A moment later, lines of runes appeared in the open door. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. With each line of divine rune that appeared, the alchemy door's divine might grew stronger, eventually reaching a peak when the runes formed 3 golden sheets of paper. What powerful divine might! Shi Feng was shocked by the mental impact the alchemy door's divine might had on him. When he first came across the alchemy door in the Philosopher's Tower, it already exuded divine might rivaling that of ancient gods. The average Tier 6 player would be immobilized in its presence. But now, the alchemy door's divine might was already close to matching that of Kalisha after she had fully recovered and returned to her peak. Kalisha, the dragon princess, undoubtedly had the primordial dragon bloodline. Although she was only at Tier 6, she could be considered among the closest existences to primordial gods. Yet, despite being an inanimate object, the alchemy door could exude divine might that nearly matched Kalisha's. Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the first-generation philosopher was to be able to create such a godly relic. After the 3 golden sheets of paper appeared in the alchemy door, a paragraph of divine runes appeared inside the door. The divine runes were simple, and any player who had studied divine runes could understand them. According to the paragraph, the 3 golden sheets of paper represented 3 alchemy recipes of different ranks, specifically the basic craftsman, the intermediate craftsman, and the advanced craftsman ranks. Silent Wonder was allowed to inherit the legacy of one of them. However, the process of inheriting the legacy was a challenge, and should she fail to stay conscious throughout the process, she would only receive the legacy of a great Grandmaster alchemy recipe as consolation. This revelation dumbfounded Shi Feng. There are 3 craftsman alchemy recipes available to choose from. Shi Feng couldn't help but rub his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Although he already knew from the alchemy door's introduction that players could obtain craftsman alchemy recipes from it, seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. He was especially shocked when he saw that Silent Wonder had intermediate and advanced craftsman options. After all, alchemy recipes of such ranks were few and far between in the greater god's domain. They were more valuable than even divine artifacts. The difference between basic, intermediate, and advanced craftsman alchemy recipes wasn't limited to the complexity of their production processes. They also differed in rarity and effectiveness. The last time an intermediate craftsman alchemy recipe appeared in the greater god's domain, it had propelled an upper-ranking hegemonic power into an apex power. Unfortunately, following the death of the craftsman alchemist who owned the recipe, the apex power in question also faded into the greater god's domain's history. As for advanced craftsman alchemy recipes, it had already been centuries since the last one had appeared in the greater god's domain. As Shi Feng wondered whether Silent Wonder could even withstand the alchemy door's divine might, she trudged forward, arrived before the godly relic after a difficult struggle, and stared at one of the golden sheets of paper. She looked like she was trying to engrave all the divine runes on the paper into her brain. She went straight for the advanced one. Shi Feng was startled by Silent Wonder's decision. Despite being a lifestyle player, Silent Wonder had a strong talent for combat. She had also made extraordinary progress in the development of her concentration. Nonetheless, it wasn't wise for her to challenge an advanced craftsman alchemy recipe so soon. In Shi Feng's opinion, Silent Wonder would undoubtedly succeed if she tried to inherit a basic craftsman alchemy recipe with her talent. She should also have a good chance of succeeding if she challenged the intermediate craftsman alchemy recipe. After all, he had witnessed her capabilities in his previous life, so he knew that the craftsman rank wasn't her limit. But if she were to try to inherit an advanced craftsman alchemy recipe in her current state, her chances of success likely wouldn't reach 10%. As Silent Wonder inherited the advanced craftsman alchemy recipe, the divine runes comprising the golden paper flowed into her head and flooded her mind with information. However, her brain had trouble handling the influx, as was evidenced by her pale complexion and the cold sweat covering her forehead. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. As time passed, the golden paper started to disintegrate bit by bit. As this happened, Silent Wonder's complexion grew paler, and she was rapidly reaching her limit. Hold on a little longer. The inheritance process is almost done. Shi Feng shouted when he saw Silent Wonder's body sway when only 5% of the inheritance process remained. As the inheritance process depended entirely on Silent Wonder's willpower, he could only help by providing words of encouragement. At Shi Feng's reminder, Silent Wonder seemingly saw the light at the end of the tunnel. She immediately straightened her body and bit her lip to keep herself from falling unconscious. 4%, 3%, 2%. 1%. When the last of the golden paper disappeared, Silent Wonder gasped for air as if she had just surfaced from a long dive. Unprecedented excitement also colored her face. "I did it! Guild leader, I did it!" Silent Wonder reported ecstatically to Shi Feng despite her deathly complexion. "What potion is the recipe for?" Shi Feng asked curiously. It might have been centuries since the last advanced craftsman alchemy recipe had appeared, but quite a few had been developed throughout the greater God's domain's history. According to the Grand Library's records, there were nearly 100 such recipes, each with varying effects. The most famous among them would have to be the New Life Potion, which could resurrect players who had suffered a true death. However, it had already been centuries since the last player had learned the New Life Potion's recipe. "Divine Blood," Silent Wonder answered. Chapter 3895, Chapter 969, Pseudo-Tier 7 Combat Power. Chapter 969, Pseudo-Tier 7 Combat Power. Divine Blood. Shi Feng searched his memories for the name of the potion Silent Wonder had learned but failed to come up with anything. What are the potion's effects? Although there were quite a number of advanced craftsman alchemy recipes in the greater God's domain, players only knew a small portion. While Shi Feng was a little disappointed that the recipe Silent Wonder had learned wasn't for one of the stronger known recipes, so long as Divine Blood wasn't a recovery-type potion, it should greatly help the current Zero Wing. This Silent Wonder hesitated momentarily, unsure how to word her answer. Ultimately, she simply shared the potion's information with Shi Feng and stated, "I think you'd best look at it yourself, Guild Leader. Divine Blood, Advanced Craftsman Potion, a potion concocted by the first-generation philosopher using eternal essence extracted from God crystals. When consumed, the potion temporarily improves the user's life rating and provides an unrestricted 400% increase to all basic attributes for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes, an unrestricted increase of 400% to all basic attributes." Divine Blood's introduction stunned Shi Feng, making him wonder if he was hallucinating. Although there were many berserk-type skills, potions, and tools in God's domain, they all came with limitations. such as being effective up to a certain tier. This was why the higher a player's tier, the less frequently they could be seen using berserk-type skills, potions, and tools. This was especially so for Tier 6 players, and there were two reasons for this. Firstly, berserk-type skills, potions, and tools that could affect Tier 6 players were incredibly rare. Even Apex powers didn't have access to many of these things. Secondly, the effectiveness of berserk-type Tier 6 skills, potions, and tools on the various major powers. Top combatants paled in comparison to that of advanced and peak gold combat techniques. They might not even have any effect on players fully equipped with divine artifacts. However, divine blood did not have such a restriction. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the potion heaven-defying. Additionally, divine blood provided an astonishing boost to basic attributes. Although it did not provide as large an improvement as specialized potions such as the Craftsman Strength Potion, which increased the strength attribute by 500%, it provided a 400% increase to every basic attribute. This was more than what the Abyssal Eyes Tier 7 Abyssal Will skill provided. Moreover, divine blood had a cooldown of only 5 minutes. "How confident are you of producing divine blood?" Shi Feng asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If divine blood could be mass-produced, it would absolutely rewrite the status quo of the current Greater God's domain. After all, the potion could instantly turn players fully equipped with just taboo fragmented legendary equipment into pseudo-Tier 7 combatants. At just level 230, a pseudo-Tier 7 combatant could fight a level 240 ancient god-ranked expert. The production process is too complex. I doubt I can achieve even a 20% success rate with my current capabilities, Silent Wonder said, shaking her head. If I can advance to the craftsman rank, I should be able to raise it to 40%. Less than 20%. Shi Feng wasn't too surprised by Silent Wonder's answer. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "It's a little low, but divine blood is too important to ignore, so do your best to produce as many as you can." "Guild leader, I'm afraid this will be difficult," Silent Wonder said, scratching her nose awkwardly as she shared a list of materials with Shi Feng. Shi Feng frowned when he saw the materials needed to produce divine blood. The cost of producing divine blood far exceeded his expectations. Besides about 100 eternal golds worth of secondary materials, divine blood also required 3 god crystals to produce. Any player who had delved into the production of items in God's domain would know that theoretical success rates did not translate to practical success rates. With a success rate of under 20%, Silent Wonder would be fortunate if she could successfully produce divine blood once out of 10 tries. A more realistic scenario would be 1 success out of every 20 tries. In other words, it would cost 60 god crystals and 2,000 eternal gold to produce 1 bottle of divine blood. "Guild leader, why don't we wait a little longer?" Silent Wonder suggested to Shi Feng when she saw his ugly look. "I've already obtained divine blood's recipe. Although it isn't directly related to the potion I am researching, I learned some craftsman rank production methods from it. I am confident I can become a craftsman alchemist within 4 months. At that time, the cost of producing divine blood will go down significantly." "No need," Shi Feng shook his head and firmly stated. "You might have learned some production methods, but you still need actual practice to better grasp them. Moreover, 4 months is too long. I will have Blackie procure the materials you need, so just focus on making the potion." Zero Wing urgently needed top combatants that could fight ancient god-ranked experts. Even Shi Feng had to rely on the threefold mana body technique and Dark Moon to fight level 230 ancient god-ranked experts, let alone level 235 plus ancient god-ranked experts. If the production of divine blood was delayed by 4 months, Zero Wing would miss out on many of the Eternal Realm's ancient ruins. Not to mention, Shi Feng didn't have much time left until he needed to kill the Undying Mother. If he could supply every member of a 100-man raid team with a bottle of divine blood, the raid success rate would undoubtedly increase. As for the god crystals needed to produce divine blood, as long as Zero Wing was willing to pay the price, obtaining a large amount from the various powers wouldn't be impossible. Thank you, guild leader. I won't disappoint you. I'll try to become a craftsman alchemist as soon as possible. Silent Wonder grew ecstatic at Shi Feng's words. As Shi Feng stated, theoretical studies weren't enough for an alchemist to improve. Practice was also necessary. The only problem was that this practice came with an exorbitant price tag. Typically, guilds would only procure production methods for their alchemists to study. At most, they would grant their alchemists some materials to practice these production methods a few times. Never would they give their alchemists a blank check to practice production methods. After Shi Feng instructed Blackie to assist Silent Wonder in producing divine blood at all costs, he started to learn how to produce the advanced Divine Enhancement Scroll. Divine blood might be a terrifyingly powerful trump card, but it only had a 30-second duration. It was only suitable for critical situations, and could not be used to fight other powers over a long period. In contrast, although divine engraving scrolls did not provide as significant an improvement as divine blood, they could provide players with long-term improvements. In the case of the advanced Divine Enhancement Scroll, it could be used to strengthen the basic attributes of legendary equipment permanently. So long as he could mass-produce the advanced Divine Enhancement Scroll, it would ease Zero Wing's equipment problem. After all, legendary equipment was much more readily available than fragmented divine artifacts. With my concentration at the pseudo-tier 7 standard, if I use the threefold mana body technique to improve my control over mana, I should be able to learn how to produce the advanced Divine Enhancement Scroll, Shi Feng thought as he stared at the advanced Divine Enhancement engraving's legacy recorded in the Book of Eternity. Then, he clicked to learn the legacy. Chapter 3896, Chapter 970, Drawing the Sword. Chapter 970, Drawing the Sword. A day later, did I make a mistake in the solidification process? But I engraved the 9 divine patterns perfectly, so why can't I solidify them? Shi Feng couldn't help but hesitate as he watched the scroll in his hands turn to ash. Should I make another learning attempt? The cost of learning the Book of Eternity's legacies increased with the rank of the divine engravings he chose. Starting from the bottom, learning a basic divine engraving cost only 5 god crystals. However, it cost 50 god crystals to learn an intermediate divine engraving, and 500 god crystals to learn an advanced divine engraving. For the sake of learning the advanced divine enhancement engraving, he had spent 500 eternal god crystals. Eternal god crystals were much more precious than ordinary god crystals. They also had many more uses than ordinary god crystals. If not for Zero Wing lacking ordinary god crystals, he would never have used eternal god crystals as a replacement. After all, Zero Wing's stockpile of eternal god crystals had already fallen below 10,000, and he had no way of replenishing it. Unlike ordinary god crystals, eternal god crystals could not be obtained from ruins and taboo dungeons. It was also unlikely he would come across a treasure trove like the Nameless City's treasury. Just one more time. If I still can't find the reason, I will give up and try again when my concentration is stronger or my control over mana has improved. After thinking it over, Shi Feng bit the bullet and spent another 500 eternal god crystals to learn the advanced divine enhancement engraving. However, He swore this would be his last attempt at learning it. Although Zero Wing could use some advanced divine enhancement scrolls in its current situation, they weren't a necessity, merely icing on the cake. Legendary equipment might be much more readily available than fragmented divine artifacts, but the rarity of taboo legendary equipment was no less than that of fragmented divine artifacts. In the case of level 240 taboo legendary equipment, its availability was just slightly higher than that of fragmented divine artifacts. When it came to the Eternal Realm, there were probably more players equipped with fragmented divine artifacts than players equipped with taboo legendary equipment. In other words, even if he could produce the advanced divine enhancement scroll, it wouldn't help Zero Wing by much. Rather than taboo legendary equipment, the advanced divine enhancement scrolls produced would likely be used to enhance Zero Wing's taboo fragmented legendary equipment. However, while the advanced divine enhancement scroll could provide a greater improvement than the intermediate divine enhancement scroll, it wasn't enough to let Zero Wing's elite experts match the various apex and royal powers, elite experts in basic attributes. Hence, rather than waste eternal god crystals on trying to learn the advanced divine enhancement engraving, it would be more worthwhile to use them to produce divine blood. After Shi Feng chose to learn the advanced divine enhancement engraving again, the Book of Eternity released a colorful brilliance, giving him another mental demonstration of the advanced divine enhancement engraving's inscription process. Like before, the demonstration started with the structural analysis of 9 divine patterns, followed by the structural remodeling of the magic element's operations. Once the structural remodeling of all 9 divine patterns was complete, they were quickly put through structural solidification. When the 9 divine patterns were remodeled and solidified, the mana structure they created attracted far more mana than the intermediate divine enhancement engraving. Is it because my concentration is lacking? After rewatching the demonstration, Shi Feng had a vague idea of what went wrong. Technically, he hadn't made any mistakes. He had replicated the demonstration's structural remodeling and solidification perfectly. However, there was one thing that was different between his inscription attempts and the demonstration. Time. He had spent over 10 minutes remodeling the 9 divine patterns. In comparison, the demonstration spent only 5 minutes on this process. If he wanted to shorten the time he spent on structural remodeling, besides increasing his proficiency, his multitasking ability would play a crucial role. If he could simultaneously remodel all 9 divine patterns, it would drastically shorten the time he spent on structural remodeling. Of course, simultaneously remodeling all 9 divine patterns was a huge challenge, and not even the demonstrator in the demonstration had made such an attempt. Instead, the demonstrator took an easier approach, dividing each divine pattern into multiple parts and remodeling these parts simultaneously. While not as fast as remodeling 9 divine patterns simultaneously, this approach greatly accelerated the remodeling process of each divine pattern. At this point, Shi Feng took out more 7 luminaries crystals and tried to simultaneously remodel each divine pattern from multiple facets. Failure, another failure. On his 25th attempt, Shi Feng finally managed to bring the remodeling process down to 8 minutes. As soon as he completed the structural remodeling of the 9 divine patterns, the mana structure they composed solidified spontaneously. Did I do it? Shi Feng subconsciously held his breath when he saw that the scroll on the table had not been reduced to ash. The production of advanced divine engraving scrolls was costly. Each attempt cost 5,110 units of 7 luminaries crystal. He had already spent over 1 million units of 7 luminaries crystals thus far. Although this amount of 7 luminaries crystals was no longer significant to the current Zero Wing, He'd have spent 1,000 eternal god crystals and over 1 million units of 7 luminaries crystal for nothing if he failed to produce the advanced divine enhancement scroll. System, congratulations. You have produced the advanced divine enhancement scroll. System, congratulations. You are the first player to become an advanced divine engraver. Rewarding advanced divine engraver's insignia and 1 level. Success. Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the system notifications. The system rewards were nothing significant. The advanced divine engraver's insignia only halved his concentration expenditure when producing divine engravings, while the level reward only increased his level from 231 to 232. However, his success in producing the advanced divine enhancement scroll meant that Zero Wing now had the capital to purchase god crystals in bulk. For the greater god's domain's various powers, the intermediate divine enhancement scroll was only useful for improving the strength of their upper-middle level combatants. It might help the various powers improve their overall strength considerably, but it wouldn't be much help in changing their standings in the greater god's domain. This was because the various powers primarily relied on their top-level combatants to compete with one another. However, it was a different story for the advanced divine enhancement scroll, which could improve the basic attributes of legendary equipment by 50%. Once a piece of taboo legendary equipment was enhanced by the advanced divine enhancement scroll, its basic attributes could rival that of fragmented divine artifacts. With fragmented divine artifacts being available in very limited numbers in the current greater god's domain, a batch of advanced divine enhancement scrolls could let the various powers gain many new top-level combatants. The attraction of top-level combatants to the various powers far exceeded that of eternal coins. Even if Shi Feng had the Abyss Chamber of Commerce charge god crystals for advanced divine enhancement scrolls, the various powers would be more than willing to pay the price. After thinking up to this point, Shi Feng promptly began mass-producing advanced divine enhancement scrolls. After completing about a dozen advanced divine enhancement scrolls, Shi Feng decided to sell them through the Abyss Chamber of Commerce to test the waters. However, before he could do so, Blackie suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, the bastards from the ominous cavalry attacked one of our leveling teams in the core area's Frost Shadow Forest, Blackie reported grimly. By the time Vice Guild leader Frey arrived, over half of the team had been killed. Among them, about 60% are elite members who have just reached level 220. Most of them are only equipped with level 220 epic and fragmented legendary equipment, so they have likely suffered a true death. Do you know where the ominous cavalry's members are right now? Shi Feng's expression became indescribably cold when he heard Blackie's report. Anyone who could become an elite member of Zero Wing was a guild member who had made significant contributions and possessed great talent and strength. They had trouble displaying their strength only because their levels and equipment standards lagged behind those of experts of pseudo-apex powers and above. Had they joined a major power instead of Zero Wing, they would have become elite experts by now. These players were willing to stay in Zero Wing because they believed in the guild's future. Yet they got bullied by an adventurer team like the ominous cavalry. This time, the ominous cavalry had truly angered Shi Feng. According to the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the ominous cavalry promptly retreated to Evil Sky City after attacking our members, apparently worried about our retaliation, Blackie said in frustration. Evil Sky City currently served as Evil Nature's main headquarters. Its defenses were comparable to those of a holy city. Now that the ominous cavalry's members had taken shelter in the city, Zero Wing could do nothing to them. Good. Make sure to keep track of their location, Shi Feng stated calmly. However, despite his calm tone, Blackie could sense the killing intent he radiated. Tally the players who have suffered a true death and resurrect them using the soul essence in the guild warehouse. Also, gather 1,000 of the guild's fifth-floor experts in the front courtyard. It's time we taught the ominous cavalry who they can and cannot provoke. Chapter 30, 897, Chapter 971. Advent of Firmament, Chapter 971. Advent of Firmament. Guild leader, don't mess around. Blackie panicked at Shi Feng's words. That's evil Sky City we're talking about. Since the war among the three races began, everyone in the Eternal Realm had come to truly understand the might of royal powers. More specifically, anyone who failed to understand this wouldn't be able to survive out in the fields. As mighty as the human race's various apex powers were, even they could only rely on their resurrection camps to resist evil nature's harassment in the world arc. None dared to take the fight to evil Sky City, evil nature's base of operations in the world arc. Although Blackie believed in Shi Feng's strength, it'd be suicidal for Shi Feng to confront evil nature now. The two were on completely different levels. I know what I'm doing. Just gather the players I need, Shi Feng said. He understood Blackie's concerns, but he didn't bother to explain himself. Also, have them sign a confidentiality agreement regarding the entire operation. The inferior legendary siege weapon Firmament. This was, without a doubt, Zero Wing's ultimate trump card. It should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Its first deployment should be used to deal as much damage to the enemy as possible. Otherwise, once the surprise factor was lost, the enemy would be on guard against it and likely flee as soon as they learned of its deployment. After all, the enemy would have to be stupid to face an inferior legendary siege weapon head-on. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to reveal Firmament's existence at a critical moment during the war to deal a devastating blow to evil nature. However, now that the ominous cavalry had spat on his face, he'd have reincarnated twice for nothing if he still chose to hold his nose. World Arc, Evil Sky City. Despite being a newly built city, Evil Sky City had already developed from a basic city into an advanced city under evil nature's management. Its size rivaled that of medium-sized NPC cities in the Eternal Realm, and its population of holy race players exceeded 10 million. Evil nature also spared no expense in fortifying the city's defenses, lining the city wall with advanced defensive and offensive constructions. The city wall was also made with divine world sand, a rare material in God's domain. Due to the interference of the divine world sand's world laws, even if Evil Sky City lost its defensive magic array, Tier 6 players wouldn't be able to fly or jump across the walls. They could only enter the city through the city gates. Combined with the city's defensive magic array, the city wall could withstand attacks from ancient gods under level 240. Evil Sky City was superior to many of the Eternal Realm's NPC holy cities in defense. Inside a high-class bar in Evil Sky City, Boss Mad God, we really showed it to Zero Wing this time. Half Knight, the ominous cavalry's vice commander, said excitedly as he raised a bottle of the bar's most expensive malt liquor. Of the 600-plus elite members we killed, close to 400 of them probably suffered a true death. We even earned enough merit points to buy you an advanced legendary flying mount. With this, your strength can be considered above average even among level 230 ancient sane-tranked experts. The other ominous cavalry members in the bar congratulated solitary Mad God as well, their excitement no less than Half Knight's. I already said that I would pay Zero Wing back tenfold. After downing a mouthful of malt liquor, Solitary War God confidently stated, "Now that I have the Void Screamer, I am confident I can kill Black Flame the next time I see him. So I want you all to keep an eye out for Black Flame's whereabouts." Boss Mad God, according to the intelligence we received, Black flame is very elusive. Even if we ask other people, it's unlikely we'll learn of Black Flame's whereabouts, Half-Knight said before pausing momentarily. Then he continued, but I received a piece of news yesterday that might give you a chance to deal with Black Flame. What is it? Solitary Mad God asked curiously. The information comes from a friend of mine in Evil Nature. After eyeing the other independent players nearby, Half-Knight said carefully, "It seems Evil Nature is planning to capture all of the human race's resurrection camps in the core area. To achieve this goal, Evil Nature has recalled some of its experts from the front lines. Among those experts are Frostclaw, the person you clashed with not long ago, and Fist Emperor, the 19th ranked Eternal Chosen One. Zero Wing, Azure Fang, and the Red Dragon Nation all have members stationed in the Blood Curse Resurrection Camp. Once Evil Nature starts attacking the core area's resurrection camps, Black Flame will most likely show up to defend the Blood Curse Resurrection Camp. We can use that opportunity to deal with him. I'm sure Evil Nature wouldn't mind our participation." "Are you saying we should attack the Blood Curse Resurrection Camp with Evil Nature?" Solitary Mad God scratched his head at Half-Knight's words, visibly annoyed. "It is indeed a good opportunity, but it'll be troublesome if we come across Fist Emperor." "Do you have a grudge against Fist Emperor, boss?" Half-Knight asked, looking at Solitary Mad God strangely. Frostclaw and Fist Emperor were among the titles concocted by players fighting on the front lines of the war. The title of Frostclaw belonged to Evil Nature's number 2 Chosen One, a player known by all in the Holy Race's greater God's domain. As for the title of Fist Emperor, it belonged to a rising star in the war. In Half-Knight's opinion, the ominous cavalry shouldn't have dealings with such famous individuals. Not to mention, they were all Holy Race players operating in the Eternal Realm. With their common enemy being the human race, it'd be illogical for Fist Emperor to attack the ominous cavalry while besieging the Blood Curse Resurrection Camp. If Fist Emperor insisted on doing so, it would have to be because he had a grudge against Solitary Mad God. "No, that's not the case," Solitary Mad God said, shaking his head. Then a hint of fear colored his eyes as he continued, "Fist Emperor is a lunatic through and through. He despises having his fights interrupted by others. I first encountered him on the Western continent before I established the ominous cavalry. At the time, he attacked me without warning simply because I stumbled upon his fight with another player. He wasn't as strong back then, so we exchanged a few dozen moves with neither of us gaining the upper hand. If I hadn't teleported away afterward, he'd probably have chased me to the ends of the world. Now that he has defeated Garuda and received Evil Nature's support, I really doubt I can beat him, even with my current strength. If he happens to be leading the siege on the Blood Curse Resurrection Camp, he'll definitely attack us should we dare to get involved." What a lunatic! Half-Knight was astonished as he listened to Solitary Mad God's recollection. Fist Emperor's behavior of attacking anyone who stumbled upon his fights was simply absurd. Yet such a lunatic ranked 19th on the Eternal Chosen One ranking list. It would be an absolute nightmare for the ominous cavalry should it get targeted by this lunatic. Just as Half-Knight was considering asking his friend from Evil Nature about which resurrection camp Fist Emperor was assigned to besiege, a loud bell suddenly rang across the city, causing the noisy bar to fall silent. Upon hearing this bell, Half-Knight and everyone else in the bar rushed out of the building without hesitation. The ringing of the city's bell often signified the appearance of an enemy planning to attack. It was also precisely because of this that everyone couldn't help but wonder who would dare attack Evil Sky City. When Half-Knight and the others exited the bar, they immediately spotted a gigantic sword-shaped mechanical construct hovering above the city. The sword was thousands of meters long and blotted out the sun as it gradually descended toward the city, creating a spectacular scene that shocked everyone in the city. Chapter 3898, Chapter 972, Zero Wings Black Flame. Chapter 972, Zero Wings Black Flame. Is that a siege weapon? Whose siege weapon is this? How dare they bring a siege weapon here? Do they not know this is Evil Sky City? Is the owner of this siege weapon looking to wage war against evil nature? The players in Evil Sky City were confused by the sight of the gigantic mechanical sword hovering above them. They never thought they would see a siege weapon not owned by evil nature appearing above Evil Sky City. Evil nature was one of the holy race's 10 royal powers. Under normal circumstances, even other royal powers wouldn't entertain the thought of sending their siege weapons near Evil Sky City. After all, doing so would be a provocation to evil nature. Not to mention, the mechanical sword had appeared directly above Evil Sky City. This could no longer be considered a simple provocation but an act of war. After a brief moment of surprise, the evil nature members garrisoning Evil Sky City promptly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, over 200,000 evil nature members flew to the offensive and defensive facilities situated across the city. At the same time, evil nature's executives gathered above the city and stared at the siege weapon above them in confusion. Which power does this siege weapon belong to? I don't recall seeing it before. Could those Sun Dynasty bastards be trying to intimidate us? I can't think of anyone else who'd dare to pull such a stunt. I don't think so. I've seen the Sun Dynasty's siege weapons before. None of them resembles this sword. Also, this sword is running on mana rather than holy power. One of the human race's apex powers has likely come to make trouble. As evil nature's executives stared at the sword-shaped siege weapon, they speculated and quickly concluded that it belonged to one of the human race's apex powers. However, confusion still plagued them, as they couldn't understand why a human apex power would be so deranged as to break the unspoken rule of the 3 races and deploy a siege weapon against a city. Setting such a precedent would not benefit anybody. Boss, which human apex power do you think this is? Is it not afraid to start an all-out war among the 3 races? Half-Knight asked, curiously staring at the sword-shaped siege weapon. All 3 races had tacitly agreed not to deploy siege weapons in the war, and there were a few reasons for this. Firstly, it was so that the various powers could develop their budding geniuses. Should siege weapons be deployed, these geniuses would be at high risk of permanent death. Secondly, it was so that the various powers could prepare for the war's climax. The mobilization of siege weapons required significant amounts of energy and preparation time. As nobody could assure they'd be the winner of the war, it was in the various powers' best interests to conserve their strength before the inevitable all-out battle. Any power that prematurely deployed its siege weapons would likely be taken advantage of by other powers. Now that one of the human race's apex powers had deployed its siege weapon against Evil Sky City, it went without saying evil nature would respond with its own siege weapon. This would likely end in a lose-lose situation. After all, even if the upcoming battle did not escalate the war among the 3 races, it would likely start an all-out war between the 2 powers. Before a winner was decided, neither power should consider developing peacefully in the eternal realm. Evil nature has clashed with the 7 Luminaries Alliance many times recently. If I have to guess, this siege weapon most likely belongs to the 7 Luminaries Alliance, Solitary Mad God analyzed calmly. But I doubt the 7 Luminaries Alliance will start an actual fight. After all, nobody stands to benefit from such a fight. The 7 Luminaries Alliance is probably here just to flex its muscles. The other holy race players nearby agreed with Solitary Mad God's sentiment. Evil nature had indeed put a lot of pressure on the 7 Luminaries Alliance recently. Hence, the The Seven Luminaries Alliance had likely sent a siege weapon here to warn evil nature to restrain itself, unless it wished for mutual destruction. However, just as everyone was thinking that the sword-shaped siege weapon belonged to the Seven Luminaries Alliance, a young swordsman wearing a six-winged emblem on his chest stepped out of the mechanical sword. Black Flame. This siege weapon is 0 wings. How is this possible? Evil Nature's executives were dumbfounded when they saw the swordsman. There was no Evil Nature member in the Eternal Realm who did not recognize 0 Wings guild leader, Black Flame, and guild emblem, especially not after Everlasting City's competition. How dare he show up here? Solitary Mad God and the other ominous cavalry members were similarly stunned when they saw Shi Feng. They never thought that 0 Wing would be the power that had come to Evil Sky City to provoke evil nature. Black Flame was even the one leading the provocation. However, before anyone from the ominous cavalry could recover from their surprise, Shi Feng's voice echoed across Evil Sky City. Everyone who is not a member of the ominous cavalry or evil nature, you have 3 minutes to leave Evil Sky City or face the consequences. Your time starts now. Shi Feng's words sparked an uproar among Evil Sky City's 10 million plus players. What? 0 Wing is going to attack Evil Sky City. Evil nature aside, what kind of power is the ominous cavalry? Everyone in Evil Sky City was shocked by Shi Feng's declaration of war. They also couldn't help but wonder about the ominous cavalry's identity. It was widely known that evil nature had placed a hefty bounty on 0 Wing, so it wasn't strange for 0 Wing to retaliate against evil nature. However, for most players in the city, this was their first time hearing about the ominous cavalry. This made them wonder why 0 Wing was targeting it. Evil nature's executives were especially stunned by this situation. Originally, they thought that Shi Feng had simply come to pick a fight with evil nature. They never thought that he had also come to find trouble with a power called the ominous cavalry. Moreover, Shi Feng mentioned the ominous cavalry before evil nature, making it sound as if the ominous cavalry was his primary target, and that dealing with evil nature was only a matter of convenience. Shortly after Shi Feng's declaration, some players who knew about the situation quickly became the center of attention as they started to talk about the relationship between 0 Wing and the ominous cavalry. In no time, everyone found out why 0 Wing had come to besiege Evil Sky City, and they couldn't help but pity evil nature. Apparently, the ominous cavalry had attacked 0 Wing's leveling team out in the fields. However, as the ominous cavalry feared Shi Feng, it fled to Evil Sky City for shelter. This led to Shi Feng besieging Evil Sky City to get to the ominous cavalry. Although evil nature's persecution of 0 Wing had most likely played a role in Shi Feng's decision to besiege Evil Sky City, it could still be considered an unfortunate bystander in this situation. Boss Mad God, what should we do? We stand little chance against a siege weapon. There's still a while before we can teleport again. Half Knight asked anxiously when he heard Shi Feng's declaration. Even a common siege weapon was not something individual players could hope to resist. Besides Solitary Mad God, everyone else in the ominous cavalry would face certain death should they face a siege weapon. Furthermore, it would be a permanent death. Don't panic just yet. This is Evil Sky City. Even if we are Black Flame's main target, he will have to get through evil nature first. Solitary Mad God replied as he looked toward a three-eyed young man among the evil nature executives hovering in the sky. This three-eyed young man was none other than Fist Emperor, evil nature's new #1 chosen one. Although evil nature would likely paint a target on the ominous cavalry after this incident, Solitary Mad God was confident that the psychotic Fist Emperor would never allow Shi Feng to bypass evil nature and target the ominous cavalry directly. Fist Emperor, what do you think we should do? Should we help that ominous cavalry or whatever to fight Black Flame? Frostclaw, a tall and savage-looking woman who was at level 231 and equipped with 4 divine artifacts, asked the three-eyed young man beside her. Chapter 3899, Chapter 973, Myth of Light, Chapter 973, Myth of Light. At Frostclaw's question, the other evil nature executives turned to look at where the ominous cavalry members had gathered in the city, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. Evil nature was one of the holy race's 10 royal powers. Although evil nature had been persecuting Zero Wing and never took Zero Wing seriously, it was still unpleasant to be used as a shield by some no-name group to fight Zero Wing. Black Flame is smart. Now that he has brought up the ominous cavalry, even if he fails to capture Evil Sky City, he can at least sour the ominous cavalry's relationship with us. The three-eyed young man nicknamed Fist Emperor said, chuckling. It's a pity he came across me. I will let him know that even if it's an ant I want to crush, he still isn't allowed to touch it. Evil nature's executives couldn't help but shake their heads at Fist Emperor's arrogant and domineering words. However, as the young man was evil nature's new #1 chosen one, which granted him as much authority as the guild's vice-guild leaders, they could only humor him and ensure the ominous cavalry's safety in the upcoming battle. As for whether Zero Wing could threaten Evil Sky City, none of them were worried about that. Evil Sky City might only be an advanced city, but its defenses were comparable to those of holy cities outside the Eternal Realm. While siege weapons might have astonishing destructive power, only epic siege weapons could break a holy city's defensive barrier within a short time. As for siege weapons below the epic rank, they'd need at least half a day of constant bombardment to exhaust a holy city's energy reserves and damage the city directly. With Evil Sky City's offensive capabilities, half a day was enough to destroy any siege weapon below the epic rank several times over. Siege weapons might be terrifying weapons to the ordinary powers, but it was a common occurrence for evil nature and other royal powers to deal with siege weapons. Although siege weapons were nigh insurmountable opponents to individual players, they weren't invincible. Any ancient sane-tranked expert could damage siege weapons under the epic rank. To capture the human race's resurrection camps in the World Ark's core area, evil nature had recalled over 20 level 230+ ancient sane-tranked experts from the front lines. Including those originally garrisoning Evil Sky City, evil nature now had 40 ancient sane-tranked experts in the city. Such a force was enough to deal with multiple siege weapons below the epic rank, let alone one. Raise the city barrier's energy supply to the maximum. Have the city's 36 towers of destruction coordinate their attacks with me. Fist Emperor commanded as he glanced at the evil nature executives around him. As for everyone else, focus on supporting me and defending against that siege weapon's attacks. Understood. Frostclaw and the other 38 ancient sane-tranked experts responded cooperatively to Fist Emperor's orders, none expressing dissatisfaction. In no time, Evil Sky City's defenses began to operate in an orderly manner under Fist Emperor's command. First, 3 defensive barriers covering Evil Sky City appeared one after another. Then, evil nature's 5th-floor experts gathered under the 36 towers of destruction situated across the city. The Tower of Destruction was a peak offensive construction. It fired 9 destruction beams at a time, each carrying power at the Tier 6 limit standard. When all 9 beams converged, they could exhibit power rivaling a sub-level 240 Ancient Saints full-power attack. Its only flaws were its high energy consumption and long cooldown of 1 minute. To maximize the Tower of Destruction's potential, the coordination of 9 5th-floor experts was necessary. If 36 towers of destruction attacked in unison, Not even level 240 ancient saints would dare to receive it head-on. In less than a minute, the eye of destruction of all 36 towers of destruction lit up, causing the dense holy power within the city to pool around them. A moment later, 36 eyes of destruction, several hundred meters in size, rose into the air, making it seem like the city was coming to life. The eyes of destruction also released a terrifying aura that petrified the monsters in Evil Sky City's vicinity. Amazing! Are these evil nature's prided towers of destruction? Heavens! I was right to visit Evil Sky City at this time. The last time evil nature used its towers of destruction was when the Thunder Empire attacked one of its cities several years ago. I must record all this and show it off to my classmates, as expected of a royal power. I can't believe evil nature would invest a threefold world wall in an advanced city. Even a standard world wall can keep a level 240 expert fully equipped with divine artifacts at bay for 2 to 3 hours. A threefold world wall can probably withstand a hit from even a holy ancestor. But Black Flame truly is crazy to come to Evil Sky City. I wonder how long he can last against 36 towers of destruction. I hope he doesn't fall or run away too quickly. The Holy Race players in Evil Sky City were excited by the activation of Evil Sky City's defenses. Many even cheered as if they were in a festival. Boss Mad God, it seems Black Flame is intent on besieging the city. Should we put some distance between us? Half Knight asked. When he saw Shi Feng calmly counting down in the sky, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Don't worry, this is evil nature's headquarters. Even if the Sun Dynasty and the Thunder Empire were to attack Evil Sky City together, the city would stand strong for quite some time, Solitary Mad God said before finding himself a seat at a nearby open-air restaurant and pulling out a bottle of malt liquor. When Half Knight saw Solitary Mad God's nonchalant behavior, he thought he might be overthinking things. As a royal power, evil nature's foundations far exceeded those of any human apex power. Not to mention, 40 level 230-plus ancient sane-tranked experts garrisoned Evil Sky City. Even if an epic siege weapon were to show up, Evil Sky City could resist for a considerable period. Hence, there was no way Evil Sky City would lose to Zero Wing, an upstart power in the Eternal Realm. In the sky, when Shi Feng finished counting down to the last second, he saw that nobody had left Evil Sky City. On the contrary, many Holy Race players shouted for him to hurry and get on with his act. 3 minutes have passed. Since you don't plan to leave, you will receive no mercy from me, Shi Feng said as he glanced at the Holy Race players in the city. Then he waved his hand and commanded, "Attack!" At Shi Feng's command, the 1,000 Zero Wing members controlling Firmament executed an attack sequence in unison. The next moment, the various mechanical parts of Firmament lit up brightly as it plunged toward Evil Sky City. This was Firmament's first profound skill, Myth of Light. Arrogance. Do you think you can defeat Evil Sky City with just a siege weapon? When Fist Emperor saw the plunging column of light, he commanded, "After this attack, everyone charge with me." However, before anyone could respond to Fist Emperor's command, countless swords of light suddenly appeared above Evil Sky City, their dazzling radiance blinding everyone. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion echoed across the sky as the seemingly infallible threefold world wall was reduced to nothing. Chapter 3900, Chapter 974, Fallen City, Chapter 974, Fallen City. The threefold world wall wasn't the only thing erased by Firmament's Myth of Light. The sky above Evil Sky City had also been obliterated. From the city, it would look as if an umbrella covered the city right now, blotting out the sun and turning day to night. As expected of an inferior legendary siege weapon, its power is truly astonishing. Shi Feng was greatly shocked when he saw Firmament had obliterated the threefold world wall. Although he had known that Firmament, an inferior legendary siege weapon, was an incredibly powerful weapon, only after seeing it in action did he understand how the Sun Dynasty could tower over the Holy Race's other royal powers in his previous life. The World Wall was touted as the Holy Race's strongest defensive barrier. Evil Sky City was even protected by a threefold version of it. The threefold World Wall was a defensive measure that the Holy Race's various powers used to prevent attacks from Apex and Royal powers. Moreover, they would normally reserve it for Holy City-ranked guild cities. Yet, Firmament's Myth of Light had turned the threefold World Wall into a joke. However, after a brief surprise, Shi Feng couldn't help but wince in heartache. As an inferior legendary siege weapon, Firmament had only 3 profound skills: Myth of Light, Lake-Light Mirror, and Celestial Guidance. Each of these 3 profound skills was more amazing than the other. The usage cost also increased substantially. The last profound skill, Celestial Guidance, even required more players to execute it. Of the 3 profound skills, Myth of Light had the lowest requirements: 1,000 players to execute, 100 God Crystals or Holy Origin Crystals, and 5 million units of 7 Luminaries Crystal or Holy Power Crystal to activate. If executed perfectly by 1,000 Tier 6 experts, Myth of Light's power could rival a Primordial God's attack. As for Lake-Light Mirror, Firmament's second strongest profound skill, it similarly required 1,000 players to execute. However, each activation cost 500 God Crystals or Holy Origin Crystals, and 50 million units of 7 Luminaries Crystal or Holy Power Crystal. As for Celestial Guidance, Firmament's strongest profound skill, not only did it require 3,000 players to execute, but it also cost 3,000 God Crystals or Holy Origin Crystals, and 200 million units of 7 Luminaries Crystal or Holy Power Crystal per activation. Simply put, every one of Firmament's attacks cost a fortune. Using it was simply beyond the means of the average power. If not for Zero Wing having nearly 10,000 Eternal God Crystals in its warehouse, Shi Feng would never have dared to deploy Firmament. As Myth of Light's blinding radiance faded, the Holy Race players in Evil Sky City fell deathly silent. Many players who wanted to continue taunting Shi Feng had their mouths agape, their minds unable to process what had happened. It's gone. Could this threefold world wall be fake? How can it be destroyed in one hit? What rank of siege weapon is this? Could it be an epic siege weapon? As everyone stared at the giant mechanical sword hovering in the sky, shock and curiosity filled their minds. They all wondered what rank of siege weapon Firmament was. Under normal circumstances, even epic siege weapons would have difficulty destroying a threefold world wall in one hit. Yet, Firmament had accomplished it. This was simply unbelievable. How can Zero Wing have an epic siege weapon? Half Knight, who had been expecting an entertaining exchange between Zero Wing and Evil Nature, lost his composure as he stared at Firmament. Didn't they say that the human race doesn't have epic siege weapons? All from the Holy Race knew about epic siege weapons, which were synonymous with invincibility. They were the best weapons for besieging fortified locations, and non-royal powers stood no chance against them. The Holy Race's royal powers had proved this point many times. It would spell disaster for the ominous cavalry should Zero Wing's epic siege weapon target it. Everyone in the adventurer team would most likely suffer a true death. "What are you afraid of?" Solitary Mad God said, glaring at Half Knight. Unlike his vice commander, he remained calm as he stared at the siege weapon in the sky. Black Flame might have gotten himself an epic siege weapon, but don't forget that we are in Evil Sky City, Evil Nature's headquarters. If one epic siege weapon were enough to take it down, Evil Nature might as well disband and stop existing in God's domain. You're right. Half-Knight quickly returned to his senses at solitary mad god's words. An epic siege weapon might be a nigh-invincible existence to individual players and most powers, but they weren't infallible against royal powers. Otherwise, the headquarters of the various royal powers would have been destroyed countless times in the many all-out wars they had fought. However, throughout the history of the holy race's greater god's domain, a royal power's headquarters had never been destroyed by just one epic siege weapon. Although Evil Sky City was nowhere near as strong as Evil Nature's headquarters in the holy race's greater god's domain, Evil Nature had developed it like its headquarters. The city's defenses definitely wouldn't fall simply because an epic siege weapon attacked it a few times. Shortly after Solitary Mad God finished speaking, Fist Emperor suddenly pulled a pulsating, crimson nucleus from his spatial bag and raised it above his head. Immediately afterward, countless runes emerged from the nucleus and reconstructed the threefold world wall in the blink of an eye. It's repaired. What's going on? Evil Nature can instantly repair even a threefold world wall. Is this the strength of a royal power? The reconstructed threefold world wall was in pristine condition. It looked like it had never been struck by firmament. This sight stunned many of the panicking holy race players in Evil Sky City. The shock they experienced from witnessing this spectacle was no less than when they witnessed Firmament's attack. Black Flame, I admit you are qualified to besiege Evil Sky City, but don't you dare underestimate a royal power's strength. Fist Emperor sneered at Shi Feng. A single epic siege weapon isn't enough to let you act arrogantly in Evil Sky City. An ancestor's heart. Shi Feng's face betrayed some surprise when he saw the pulsating nucleus in Fist Emperor's hand. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. When Fist Emperor saw that Shi Feng recognized the pulsating nucleus, he continued delightedly. Although this ancestor's heart doesn't have much life energy left, it is enough to repair the threefold world wall 100 times over. With the massive cost of using an epic siege weapon, I doubt Zero Wing has the reserves to launch 100 attacks with it. While you're attacking, my side can also freely attack you through the world wall. I want to see how long you can last. After saying so, Fist Emperor waved his hand, signaling for the 36 towers of destruction to attack Firmament and deplete its durability. This development stunned the players in Evil Sky City. They never thought that Evil Nature had such a frightening foundation. Ancestors' hearts were considered priceless treasures even by royal powers. According to rumors, should an ancestor's heart be used to power an epic siege weapon, the epic siege weapon in question would be able to exhibit strength at the holy ancestor standard. It could also allow siege weapons below the epic rank to exhibit power at the epic standard. Thus, powers that managed to get their hands on an ancestor's heart would usually treat it like a priceless treasure that should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Evil Nature was using an ancestor's heart to power a city's defense. This was prodigal. Sure enough, things won't be that easy, Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the ancestor's heart in Fist Emperor's hand. It can't be helped. Everyone proceed with Plan B. Use Lakelight Mirror. It's useless. The threefold world wall is much stronger now that it is powered by an ancestor's heart. You'd better accept your death. Fist Emperor scoffed when he saw Firmament lighting up again. Before Fist Emperor could continue provoking Shi Feng, an azure lake suddenly appeared in the sky. The lake was a beautiful sight to behold, and just a glance was enough to mesmerize many of the players in the city. However, when Fist Emperor saw the lake, unprecedented fear overwhelmed him. He felt like he was standing before a black hole, an entity of utmost beauty and danger. Boom! As a column of light rose into the sky and illuminated the entire world arc, the Holy Race players returning to Evil Sky City to rest were shocked to find that most of Evil Sky City had disappeared. Chapter 3901, Chapter 975. Famous Across the Eternal Realm, Chapter 975. Famous Across the Eternal Realm. In a withered forest outside Shattering Town. Tianquo, what's going on? We just got back to Shattering Town. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Cyanic Jewel, a level 240 female cleric with an elegant look, asked the level 240 young man carrying a draconic shield sitting beside her. As Jun Tianquo, the level 240 shield warrior, urged his twin-headed dragon to fly faster, he explained, "A friend of mine in Zero Wing messaged me saying that guild leader Black Flame led a group of experts to Evil Sky City. It seems he intends to avenge the Zero Wing members who got killed by the ominous cavalry while leveling." Is he crazy? That's a royal power's headquarters. Cyanic Jewel was shocked to learn about Shi Feng's actions. Tianquo, don't tell me you're going to help him. Since parting ways with Shi Feng in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, Jun Tianquo had researched the other party in depth and set the other party as his goal. As soon as he reached level 240, he even traversed the Eternal Realm's treacherous entrance and threw himself to the front lines of the war to temper himself, all so that he could challenge Shi Feng one day. By the time they reached Shattering Town, Jun Tianquo had already climbed to 45th on the Eternal Chosen One ranking list. However, although he wanted to challenge Shi Feng right away, Shi Feng was absent from the town, so they could only settle for the next best thing, clashing with the Holy Race's experts operating in the World Ark's core area. It wasn't until recently that they learned Shi Feng had returned to Shattering Town. Yet in the short time it took them to return to the town, Shi Feng had already left to attack Evil Sky City. In Cyanic Jewel's opinion, Shi Feng was absolutely deranged. Of course, with Jun Tianquo's personality, she knew he would not let Shi Feng die in Evil Sky City. Naturally, Jun Tianquo answered firmly. Then a hint of worry flashed in his eyes as he continued, "I hope we can make it there in time. From what I heard, Fist Emperor, the 19th rank Chosen One, is in Evil Sky City. With his presence and Evil Sky City's defenses, Zero Wing is likely in danger. I really wonder what's going through guild leader Black Flame's head. What gives him the courage to attack a royal power's headquarters?" Cyanic Jewel muttered, pinching the bridge of her nose. The other youths riding the twin-headed dragon nodded in agreement. They thought Shi Feng was insane. After all, Zero Wing was nothing more than an upstart guild in the Eternal Realm. Yet, rather than trying to protect what little territory Zero Wing had left in the World Ark, Shi Feng had decided to attack a royal power. Not even lunatics would dare to do such a thing. When the twin-headed dragon flew within 20,000 yards of Evil Sky City, a pillar of light suddenly rose in the distance, startling Jun Tianquo and his companions. What the hell happened to Evil Sky City? When the light encompassing Evil Sky City faded, Cyanic Jewel's eyes widened in shock. As an advanced guild city, Evil Sky City had a stable population of over 10 million players. It occupied an area over 10 times larger than Shattering Towns and had robust defenses that even apex powers would have difficulty breaking. But now, a bottomless pit had devoured most of Evil Sky City. Even the few buildings that survived were severely damaged. If not for their team having passed by Evil Sky City multiple times before, Cyanic Jewel would even have suspected the city before them used to be a monster-infested city, rather than a guild city operated by evil nature. Cyanic Jewel and the rest of Jun Tianquo's team weren't the only ones shocked by the state of Evil Sky City. Fist Emperor, who was brought back to life by a powerful resurrection tool, and the surviving players in Evil Sky City were also shocked. They had no idea what had happened for Evil Sky City to be reduced to such a state. At this moment, less than 100,000 players remained in Evil Sky City, which used to house over 10 million players. Furthermore, Out of the several 100,000 evil nature members garrisoning the city, only Fist Emperor and some evil nature members stationed at the city's fringes remained alive. Black flame, Fist Emperor bellowed as he glared at Shi Feng. You will pay for this. Evil Sky City was evil nature's headquarters in the eternal realm. It was the future of evil nature's development in the eternal realm. But now, the city had fallen while under his supervision. Several 100,000 evil nature members also suffered true deaths. Even Frostclaw was among the casualties. Outside of clashes with other royal powers, evil nature had never suffered a loss on such a scale against any other power. Most importantly, evil nature could not construct a new guild city within a short period. This meant that evil nature's members would have to take shelter in the various NPC cities when the Void Beast Tide occurred, putting the guild in direct competition with the holy race's other powers. Evil nature might even have to fight other royal powers over these NPC cities. To make matters worse, it wasn't any of the human race's apex powers that had destroyed Evil Sky City but an upstart guild that had some success in the eternal realm. This was an absolute humiliation for evil nature. After Fist Emperor finished speaking, he promptly took out a holy stone from his bag, transformed into a streak of light, and disappeared into the horizon. Seeing this, the surviving players in Evil Sky City snapped out of their daze and began to flee in all directions, none daring to linger in the fallen city. It had taken Firmament only one attack to bring evil nature's headquarters to ruin. Such a terrifying attack was not something players could hope to survive. Although nobody knew whether Zero Wing could afford to use the same attack again, nobody was dumb enough to try their luck. In less than 10 seconds, no players remained in Evil Sky City. Shortly after the fall of Evil Sky City, news of it spread across the eternal realm like wildfire. What did you say? Evil Sky City has fallen. You're saying Zero Wing was behind the attack. Investigate. Mobilize all our spies in the world arc. I want to know every detail of this matter. When the three races, various powers received this news, their first reaction was to deem it false information. After all, this was a royal power's headquarters they were talking about. Even two royal powers working together might not necessarily be able to bring it down, let alone a single upstart guild. However, as more information on the situation became available, the various powers had no choice but to accept that Evil Sky City had indeed fallen. At the same time, they couldn't help but grow fearful of the guild called Zero Wing. Sis, evil nature sure has some rotten luck. I wonder what Black Flame did to ruin evil nature's headquarters. Regardless, we've lucked out this time. Chalk Splendor laughed after reading the report he just received. Those evil nature bastards used to mock me for losing the Sunlight Blade. Now that they've lost their headquarters, I'd like to see how they can continue making fun of me. Okay, don't get too excited. Do you have any idea how many strings I had to pull to get you out of trouble? Daystar said, glaring at her younger brother. Then she returned her gaze to the battle video playing on her desk, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she continued. Not even top-tier epic siege weapons can destroy a threefold world wall enhanced by an ancestor's heart. It seems everyone has been underestimating Zero Wing a little too much. World Arc, Blood Curse Resurrection Camp. Rainbow, did you hear the news? Frey asked excitedly as she rushed into the advanced tent occupied by Verdant Rainbow. Guild leader Black Flame captured Evil Sky City and killed most of the evil nature members in it. Aside from Fist Emperor, the rest of the ancient god-ranked experts recalled from the front lines were eliminated. He even annihilated the ominous cavalry. Chapter 3902, Chapter 976. Evil Sky City's Treasury. Chapter 976. Evil Sky City's Treasury. I've heard it already. Verdant Rainbow responded absent-mindedly as she carefully studied a 12-page document for fear of missing any information. Guild leader Black Flame sure knows how to surprise people, Frey sighed as she took a seat in the tent. An epic siege weapon. I can't believe he has been hiding such a thing. Only royal powers have been seen owning such a caliber of siege weapon thus far. How did he even get his hands on one? Regardless, evil nature is definitely writhing after the fall of evil Sky City. It might even be regretting persecuting Zero Wing in the first place. It's also going to suffer once the Void Beast tide occurs. Frey had watched Shi Feng and Zero Wing grow from basically nothing. Initially, Zero Wing was only a small guild from an elementary god's domain. However, once the guild expanded its development into the Eternal Realm, it quickly established itself in the Crystal City of Secrets. Later, it established itself in the World Arc and enabled the Red Dragon Nation, a pseudo-apex power, to make significant profits. Now, it had demolished evil nature's headquarters in the Eternal Realm, a feat the Red Dragon Nation dared not even consider attempting. Shi Feng and Zero Wing's growth happened so rapidly that it was simply astounding. Is this why he was confident of eliminating evil nature from the Eternal Realm? Verdant Rainbow took a deep breath to soothe her thumping heart. After she finished the document, she felt both excited and relieved. The guild's core executives had been highly critical of her latest assistance to Shi Feng. This was because this assistance came at a massive cost. However, after learning of Shi Feng's accomplishments, she felt her sacrifices were not in vain. According to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's latest intelligence report, the siege weapon Zero Wing used against evil Sky City was extraordinary. It was superior to the average epic siege weapon. The Seven Luminaries Alliance was a transcendental existence, even among the human race's apex powers. When it came to intelligence gathering, not even the Holy Race's royal powers could necessarily match it. According to the Alliance's investigations, although an epic siege weapon could be used to take down evil Sky City, the action would come with a hefty price tag. Additionally, the process would be long and arduous. The fact that Zero Wing's siege weapon could destroy evil Sky City in what was essentially one hit proved that it was undoubtedly at the epic rank at the very least. The Seven Luminaries Alliance's current estimates gave a 90% probability that it was at the epic rank, and a 10% probability that it was at the inferior legendary rank. Furthermore, even if Zero Wing's siege weapon was only at the epic rank, its offensive capabilities surpassed all of evil nature's epic siege weapons. This advantage would allow it to suppress any of evil nature's epic siege weapons one-on-one, although it might be at a disadvantage facing two of evil nature's epic siege weapons. However, should evil nature withdraw two of its epic siege weapons from the front lines to deal with Zero Wing, it would risk getting eliminated from the war. The war among the three races might be known as such, but it wasn't strictly a competition over NPC cities among the three races. Powers of the same race also competed among themselves over these NPC cities, so that more of their members could have shelter against the impending Void Beast tide. It was also because of this internal competition within the Holy Race and the Crystallian race that the human race's various powers still had room to breathe. Otherwise, with how far behind the human race was, the Holy Race and the Crystallian race would have long since captured all of the human race's NPC cities. Should evil nature allow Zero Wing to tie up two of its epic siege weapons, the Seven Luminaries Alliance could partner with other powers to take over the NPC cities occupied by evil nature. After all, the main factor that differentiated royal powers from apex powers was epic siege weapons. Once this factor was removed, an apex power wouldn't necessarily lose to a royal power in a fight. If Zero Wing's siege weapon turned out to be at the inferior legendary rank, in Verdant Rainbow's opinion, she had won the jackpot. Of course, the possibility of this being the case was extremely low. According to the intelligence the Seven Luminaries Alliance had collected on the Holy Race, none of the known Holy Race powers owned an inferior legendary siege weapon. However, when it came to the ranking system of siege weapons, even a half-rank advantage would let a siege weapon fight against multiple siege weapons and win with ease. With the current number of epic siege weapons Evil Nature had deployed to the Eternal Realm, it had no way of defeating an inferior legendary siege weapon. Hence, eliminating Evil Nature from the Eternal Realm wouldn't be difficult if Zero Wing had an inferior legendary siege weapon. So long as Evil Nature didn't join forces with other royal powers, the Seven Luminaries Alliance could even guarantee Evil Nature's elimination. World Arc, Evil Sky City, Guild Leader Black Flame, after what you've done here, you must be careful of Fist Emperor, Jun Tianquo said after meeting up with Shi Feng, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he remembered something. That guy is a complete lunatic on the war's front lines. Even the Holy Race's royal powers are helpless against him. Is he very strong? Shi Feng asked, confused by Jun Tianquo's warning. Shi Feng had never heard of the title of Fist Emperor. He found it hard to believe that the Holy Race's royal powers would be helpless against an expert he had never heard about before. After all, even Garuda, the Holy Race's #1 chosen one, did not possess such influence and capability. Not really. Jun Tianquo shook his head. Fist Emperor might be a 6th-floor expert, but his strength isn't why the royal powers are helpless against him. It's because of his background. I don't have any concrete information, but rumors have it that he is the disciple of some almighty individual among the Holy Race. There are also rumors saying that he hails from a powerful family. In any case, it is a fact that the Holy Race's royal powers fear him. Even when Fist Emperor caused several of their chosen ones to suffer permanent deaths, they simply turned a blind eye to his actions. They even forbade their chosen ones from taking revenge. This matter has already spread on the front lines. He has a background that can influence the Holy Race's royal powers. After hearing Jun Tianquo's explanation, Shi Feng understood why the other party had cautioned him about Fist Emperor. If Fist Emperor were to utilize his background, Zero Wing's opponent might no longer be limited to just Evil Nature. Thank you. I will be careful. It's nothing. Many people on the front lines already know about this, Jun Tianquo said, waving his hand. Then fighting spirit flared in his eyes as he continued. If you want to thank me, I hope you can allow me to duel you under the same basic attributes, Guild Leader Black Flame. No problem. Just contact me whenever you want to fight, Shi Feng said, not opposed to satisfying Jun Tianquo's request. Jun Tianquo was one of the human race's 10 great tanks in Shi Feng's previous life, so there was no harm in improving relations with him. After all, when raiding taboo bosses, a powerful tank could greatly reduce the raid's difficulty. That's a promise. Jun Tianquo's gaze grew determined at Shi Feng's words. I still need to do a friend a favor. I will visit Zero Wing once I'm done. Okay, Shi Feng nodded. After watching Jun Tianquo's team leave on the twin-headed dragon, Shi Feng contacted Blackie and had him bring some people to ransack Evil Sky City's City Lord's mansion. Besieging cities was one of the most popular activities among God's domain's various powers. This was because they could get a free guild city and all the wealth accumulated in the city. If this were in his previous life, not even the Seven Luminaries Alliance would ever consider besieging Evil Sky City, let alone Zero Wing. The Seven Luminaries Alliance would have been over the moon if it could seize a guild city from the Holy Race's apex powers, let alone from one of its 10 royal powers. Chapter 3903, Chapter 977, Divine Pathstone, Chapter 977, Divine Pathstone. World Arc, Evil Sky City. Upon entering the City Lord's mansion, the Zero-Wing members behind Shi Feng froze in shock at its opulent interior. Holy! I dare say not even the Seven Luminaries Alliance would be willing to splurge on such an interior, Blackie exclaimed as he scanned the mansion's lobby. Not only did evil nature construct a miniature world inside the mansion using law fragments, but it even used holy power crystals to construct the whole interior. We've hit the jackpot. At least several billion units of holy power crystals must have been used to construct a miniature world of this size. Pace Angel, the manager of the Zero-Wing Training Center in Star Lake City, blurted out, her eyes shining as she scanned the miniature world that was equal to several stadiums in area. It's definitely more than just several billion units, Shi Feng said, equally shocked by evil nature's wealth as he looked at the miniature world suffused with incredibly dense holy power. Holy power crystals were the holy race's equivalent for seven luminaries crystals. Besides being a crucial resource for holy race players to advance to Tier 6, holy power crystals were also necessary to power the holy race's various war weapons. Take Firmament, for example. Even now, Shi Feng was still reeling from using it. Merely activating Lakelight Mirror once cost him 500 God crystals and 50 million units of seven luminaries crystal. That was as much as 1/4 of a pseudo-Apex Power's liquid seven luminaries crystals. If Zero-Wing hadn't made a lot of seven luminaries crystals through the Tower of the Abyss, its development would have instantly come to a standstill. The act of constructing a miniature world's environment using holy power crystals was no different from constructing a palace using seven luminaries crystals utterly wasteful. The only benefit from doing so would be an increase in the mana density inside the palace. Moreover, compared to a palace constructed using magic crystals, the mana density would only be 1 or 2 times higher. After all, the palace's mana density was still largely dependent on the mana density of the area and its mana-gathering magic array. Although the holy power crystals could also provide the miniature world with an isolating effect, the cost far outweighed the benefits. Guild leader, are we really going to ransack this place? Blackie asked Shi Feng reluctantly. If we dismantle this miniature world, we will destroy many holy power crystals in the process. In God's domain, dismantling any construction would result in significant material losses. In Blackie's opinion, since Zero-Wing had already captured Evil Sky City, there was no need to ransack the place. Although human players had no use for holy power crystals, their presence allowed the world laws in this miniature world to become more observable. Players seeking to advance to Tier 6 or Master World laws could benefit greatly from this miniature world. It must be done, regardless of the losses, Shi Feng said definitively. Shi Feng would have chosen to occupy Evil Sky City had it not been constructed using a Great Lord token. After all, he had already gone through the trouble of capturing it. Although it was currently severely damaged, this was nothing that couldn't be repaired with money, and even if it was a guild city of the holy race, only a few modifications were needed to make it usable for human players. However, evil nature had constructed Evil Sky City using a Great Lord token. This changed things completely. In his previous life, Great Lord tokens were highly contested items. They remained high-priority targets, even after they had been used to construct a guild city. The first reason was that they could be used to awaken lost civilization cities. The second reason was that they could be used as a consumable to improve one's authority in a lost civilization city or activate hidden advanced functions. Although Evil Nature's Great Lord token could no longer be used to awaken lost civilization cities, since it had been used to construct a guild city, he could still use it to increase his authority in the primordial civilization city, or activate the city's hidden advanced functions. While Zero Wing could also benefit greatly from Evil Sky City's extravagant City Lord's mansion, this paled in comparison to the benefits the guild would gain from the primordial civilization city. All right, then. Despite his reluctance, Blackie gave the command to start dismantling the City Lord's mansion. While Blackie was overseeing the dismantling process, Zero Wing's assassins found Evil Sky City's treasury hidden inside the mansion. Isn't this level of security excessive? Hiding a treasury in a threefold miniature world. This is like a Matryoshka doll. If not for our perceptive brothers, we would have missed this treasury, Blackie commented when he heard from the assassins the measures evil nature had taken to conceal its treasury. Shi Feng was not surprised by this situation. It was common practice for powers to store their treasures in the safest location, their headquarters. To prevent other powers from locating and plundering their treasures, they would also employ various methods to hide their treasuries, and only the guild's core members and above would know the location of these treasuries. In reality, evil nature, a royal power, could be considered very lazy for hiding its treasury in nothing more than a threefold miniature world. If this were the headquarters of a pseudo-apex power, the treasury would likely be hidden within a gigantic maze. The maze would be so large and complex that even those familiar with its layout would need considerable time to reach the treasury's entrance. After walking for about 10 minutes under the Tier 6 assassins' lead, Shi Feng and Blackie arrived inside a miniature world the size of a football field. Dense eternal energy filled the miniature world, refreshing everyone mentally the moment they entered. Its effect on mental acuity was nearly 1/3 of that of the eternal god crystal. As expected of a royal power, Shi Feng was awestruck by the mountains of treasure in the miniature world. Even his breathing had grown heavier. Although the miniature world wasn't particularly large, the items it stored were extraordinary. Besides many fragmented divine artifacts, it also had many god crystals and holy origin crystals. Not even the nameless city's treasury held as many god crystals as Evil Sky City's. At a glance, there were easily over 100,000 god crystals and holy origin crystals in the treasury. Even if a pseudo-apex power were to take out all its god crystals or holy origin crystals, it wouldn't necessarily be able to come up with such an amount. Yet, evil nature stored this amount in just one city. Even if Evil Sky City was evil nature's headquarters in the eternal realm, it was still a ridiculous number. While Blackie and the others were celebrating this astounding discovery, Shi Feng directed his attention to the stone pedestal in the middle of the treasury. The pedestal itself was inconspicuous. It was about 2 meters tall and emitted no energy fluctuations. It looked like it was made using nothing but ordinary stone. In contrast, the broken tablet hovering above the pedestal was very conspicuous. A goddess tablet. After briefly studying the tablet's mana fluctuations, Shi Feng discovered that he could analyze the tablet using the mana interpretation method for studying the most recent goddess tablet he had obtained. However, even after making this discovery, Shi Feng quickly shifted his attention to the stone pedestal under the tablet and used a master appraisal skill. I nearly got tricked. When Shi Feng saw the appraisal results, he was glad he had inspected the pedestal. Divine Pathstone, consumable godly relic, a divine stone birthed alongside God's domain. It can be used to connect to any world depending on the god crystals used. No wonder evil nature kept so many god crystals here. They were all prepared for this divine pathstone. When Shi Feng saw the divine pathstone, he couldn't help pitying evil nature. Divine pathstones were regarded as priceless treasures by the holy race and the human race in his previous life. Although its only function was to create a pathway between two worlds, It was something countless powers from both races sought. After all, God's domain was a massive place. Human and holy race players weren't the only ones in it. However, because unspeakably powerful monsters lurked in the depths of the void sea, players of the two races could not explore beyond their respective greater gods' domains. This was where the Divine Pathstone's ability to create a permanent pathway between two worlds came into play. Of course, if it was simply the ability to create a pathway to the greater god's domain of another race, Divine Pathstones wouldn't have been particularly attractive to the various powers. What made Divine Pathstones truly valuable was their indirect ability to increase the Tier 7 promotion success rate. Chapter 3904, Chapter 978, Ember Dragon's Identity. Chapter 978, Ember Dragon's Identity. Guild Leader, is it necessary for you to escort that pedestal yourself? Blackie asked, confused when he saw Shi Feng tagging along with the transport carriages. Many items in Evil Sky City's treasury were non-bag space items. Some couldn't even be stored in bags with non-bag space item slots and could only be transported using manpower. The stone pedestal in the treasury was one of these items. Although Blackie already knew what the pedestal was, and agreed that its ability to create a permanent pathway to another world was valuable, he still didn't think the Divine Pathstone was worth anywhere near as much as the combined value of the God Crystals, Holy Origin Crystals, and fragmented divine artifacts in the treasury. In Blackie's opinion, even if evil nature were to send people to snatch back its items, it'd prioritize the fragmented divine artifacts and holy origin crystals. After all, these were items that could increase the overall strength of any power by a large margin. You don't get it. Shi Feng chuckled as he looked ahead at the horse carriage carrying the Divine Pathstone. The true value of that pedestal far exceeds the combined value of everything else in that treasury. Evil nature might really go all out to retrieve it. Tier 7. For many expert players in God's domain, whether they were from the human race, the Crystallian race, or the holy race, it was their dream and goal to reach Tier 7. However, no matter how much effort the various powers and players had put in, nobody from the three races had ever reached Tier 7. The reason for this was that the Tier 7 promotion was too difficult. Just like how some players could never advance past Tier 4, Tier 5, and Tier 6, not just anyone could reach Tier 7. They needed to have the necessary opportunities, talent, legacies, etc. Furthermore, as nobody from the three races had ever reached Tier 7, the players of the three races didn't have any experiences they could draw on to lower the difficulty of their Tier 7 promotion. However, while the three races might not have any players who had reached Tier 7 before, it wasn't necessarily the case for other races. If one could use the Divine Pathstone to connect to a world with Tier 7 players, one could increase the probability of promotion to Tier 7 for Tier 6 players. After all, compared to challenging the Tier 7 promotion with zero information, players would undoubtedly have an easier time if they had a pioneer's experience as reference. Of course, finding a player world where Tier 7 players existed was not easy. The Divine Pathstone needed a world's precise coordinates to connect to it. Otherwise, the pathway could not be established. In Shi Feng's opinion, evil nature likely did not know the coordinates of any player world with Tier 7 players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have kept the Divine Pathstone in its treasury, but used it instead. It also wouldn't waste time competing over primordial god-ranked legacies in the Eternal Realm. After all, the personal experience of a Tier 7 player was much more useful than the vague clues hidden in these primordial god-ranked legacies. After 4 hours of traveling by horse carriage, Shi Feng safely deposited the Divine Pathstone into Zero Wing's guild warehouse. Just as he was about to visit the primordial civilization city, he suddenly received an offline call from Red Frost. When the call connected, he was greeted by a gloomy expression. "Seeing as you are contacting me from the real world, did something happen at the passage?" Shi Feng asked after Red Frost remained silent despite having taken the initiative to contact him. Red Frost was the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer Team's representative, and she was currently tasked with overseeing the exploration of the passage into the Eternal Realm. It was of significant importance to the current Zero Wing that a safe route through the passage was established. Once Zero Wing had a safe route into the Eternal Realm, it could be used to strengthen Zero Wing's foundations and solve the guild's lack of elite experts. Zero Wing could more or less be considered a guild that had been established following the birth of the Eternal Realm. Its foundations were much weaker than that of most other powers operating in the Eternal Realm. As a result, Zero Wing could only operate in a small area during the Eternal Realm's birth. In contrast, the various major powers operated in many NPC cities simultaneously, which enabled them to secure residences and raise their popularity in these NPC cities. With these advantages, they could attract independent experts to join them much more easily. Although Zero Wing currently had Shattering Town to boost its popularity, the number of players the town could attract was nowhere near that of NPC cities. Hence, Zero Wing was still limited in the number of experts it could recruit. However, once Zero Wing had a safe route in and out of the Eternal Realm, it would no longer have to worry about recruiting experts. It could simply send its existing members to the Greater God's domain to level up quickly. At that time, these Zero Wing members would become combat-ready experts, and Zero Wing's growth would no longer be stifled by its lack of experts. "The exploration of the passage is progressing smoothly," Red Frost said, shaking her head. Then in a low voice she continued, "But for some reason the great commander, who has been very supportive of me, suddenly wants to sever Holy Dragon Spear's partnership with Zero Wing. Moreover, Holy Dragon Spear isn't alone in this decision. The other pseudo-apex powers share similar sentiments. Sever our partnership. Do they not want to level up in the secret land anymore?" Shi Feng was stunned by this news. Although the partnership between Zero Wing and the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers favored Zero Wing a lot, it remained that Holy Dragon Spear and the other pseudo-apex powers could reliably get their members to level 240 thanks to this partnership. Without the access key in his possession, even if these pseudo-apex powers managed to get their members into the Flame Dragon God's nest, these members would have to die if they wanted to leave the secret land. They wouldn't be able to exit normally. This definitely wasn't a wise move. As for Zero Wing, it would also be negatively affected. Without Holy Dragon Spear establishing a safe route into the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing could not send players to grind in the Flame Dragon God's nest en masse, severely restricting Zero Wing's development speed. "I've already mentioned this to the Great Commander and the others, but they still insist on cutting ties with Zero Wing," Red Frost said with an ugly expression. "Additionally, Ember Dragon suddenly came to me, saying he wants to discuss something important with you in person." Ember Dragon. Shi Feng was even more surprised to hear this. Shi Feng didn't have many dealings with Ember Dragon, so it was strange for the other party to visit Star Lake City to talk to him in person. He'd be less surprised if Ember Dragon had come to talk to Red Frost. After all, they shared a long-standing feud. "Do you want to talk to him?" Red Frost asked. "Since he's here, let's talk," Shi Feng said, deciding to meet with Ember Dragon after thinking it over. Shi Feng was certain the Dragon God Palace had something to do with Holy Dragon Spear and the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's other pseudo-apex powers' decision to cut ties with Zero Wing. However, Shi Feng couldn't determine what the Dragon God Palace had done to make its past enemies turn against Zero Wing. Half an hour later, Shi Feng met Ember Dragon in one of the Zero Wing Training Center's lounges. Ember Dragon was a tall and lanky man with a sickly appearance. However, despite his appearance, he gave off an indescribably dangerous vibe. If not for Red Frost entering the lounge with Ember Dragon, Shi Feng might have even considered leaving immediately. "I finally get to meet you, Guild Leader Black Flame," Ember Dragon said, giving Shi Feng a business smile. "This should be our first time meeting in the real world. I am Ember Dragon, a Vice Guild Leader of the Dragon God Palace. Seeing as you've gone through the trouble of meeting me here, I assume you are behind Holy Dragon Spear and the other pseudo-apex powers' decision to cut ties with Zero Wing," Shi Feng stated frankly, looking at Ember Dragon. Compared to how he carried himself in God's domain, Ember Dragon conducted himself with much less dignity in the real world. "Just say whatever you have to say. You are a very straightforward person, Guild Leader Black Flame." "But I like straightforward people," Ember Dragon said, replacing his business smile with a cold expression. "In that case, I'll get to the point. I am not visiting you on behalf of the Dragon God Palace but the Nebula Consortium." "The Nebula Consortium?" Ember Dragon's words stunned Red Frost. Staring at him in disbelief, she asked in a quivering voice, "You're a member of the Nebula Consortium?" Shi Feng frowned at Ember Dragon's introduction. He had heard about the Nebula Consortium in his previous life. Although he didn't know much about it, he did know it was an extraordinary entity with shares in several human apex powers, such as the notorious Demon's Gate and the mysterious Eternal Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, the Nebula Consortium was the main producer of Stardew. Because of this, many corporations, conglomerates, and even city lords of first-tier cities sought to get into the Nebula Consortium's good graces. Ignoring Red Frost's question, Ember Dragon sneered at Shi Feng and said, "In light of Zero Wing ruining the hard-earned peace between the human race and the holy race, the Nebula Consortium hopes to put Zero Wing under its supervision. To achieve this goal, the Nebula Consortium will send someone to assist with Zero Wing's management. Should Zero Wing refuse to be supervised, it will no longer be permitted to continue operating henceforth." "Hasn't the Nebula Consortium been indifferent to God's domain this whole time?" Red Frost grew anxious at Ember Dragon's words. Many corporations and conglomerates relied on the Nebula Consortium in the greater world. If the Nebula Consortium decided to persecute Zero Wing would face many difficulties moving forward, such as not being able to purchase the life potions necessary for the guild's development. Not to mention, there was no saying what action the various powers, which sought to enter the Nebula Consortium's good graces, would do against Zero Wing. "I am only here to convey the Nebula Consortium's message. There is nothing I can do to change the Nebula Consortium's decision," Ember Dragon said, glancing at Red Frost. Then he smirked at Shi Feng and continued, "I advise you not to make an enemy of the Nebula Consortium, Guild Leader Black Flame. Even if you've managed to get an apex power to back you, the consequences will still be unbearable for you. Ruin the peace between the human race and the holy race. Unbearable consequences." Shi Feng smiled as he looked at Ember Dragon's elated expression. "Since you are acting as the Nebula Consortium's messenger, please convey my message to Nebula's higher-ups. You similarly cannot bear the consequences of making an enemy out of Zero Wing." Chapter 3905, Chapter 979, Times Have Changed. Chapter 979, Times Have Changed. Silence descended upon the lounge as Shi Feng finished speaking. Even Red Frost, who had been seething at Ember Dragon, couldn't help but pause to look at Shi Feng, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Never did she expect Shi Feng to give such a response. Does he not know about the Nebula Consortium? After a brief surprise, Red Frost had to wonder if Shi Feng even knew what the name Nebula Consortium represented. Moreover, the more Red Frost thought about it, the more she was convinced this was the case. After all, Shi Feng was basically a newcomer in the greater world. The Nebula Consortium also maintained a very low profile in God's domain, so most players in the greater God's domain only knew that it was a very powerful pharmaceutical company selling the highly sought-after Stardew. Only the executives of the various powers and corporations knew how terrifying the Nebula Consortium's strength and influence were in both the greater world and the greater God's domain. The Nebula Consortium controlled 80% of the greater world's Stardew production. This point was enough to deter the various apex powers from offending it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the Nebula Consortium the underground emperor of God's domain. Just as Red Frost considered explaining the situation to Ember Dragon, the latter smiled and said, "You are as arrogant as you are in God's domain, Guild Leader Black Flame. Do you know how many powers in God's domain wish for such an opportunity? Yet, you refused it." As if Ember Dragon had guessed Shi Feng's response long ago, he curled his lips in contempt and continued, "Do you think you are already standing at the apex of God's domain, just because you have an apex power backing you? Or is it because you managed to steal evil nature's headquarters and thrive in the eternal realm? Do you truly believe nobody can do anything about you? I pity your ignorance. You have no idea that the God's domain and greater world you know is merely the tip of the iceberg. Regardless, I will convey your message word for word. I hope you do not regret your decision." Ember Dragon despised Shi Feng. Shi Feng had not only foiled his plan to take control of Holy Dragon's spear, but also snatched the Flame Dragon God's nest he had plotted for years to steal. If not for the Nebula Consortium executive's unexpected decision, he would probably never have had the chance to take revenge on Shi Feng. As Red Frost stated, the Nebula Consortium was never one to meddle with the affairs in God's domain. Even when Demon's Gate and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce clashed, the Nebula Consortium remained indifferent despite being a shareholder in the two apex powers. The Nebula Consortium's decision to interfere with Zero Wing's operations was definitely a first for Ember Dragon since he joined the consortium. When he received the instructions to convey the Nebula Consortium's intent to Zero Wing, it took him a while to recover from his shock. Naturally, Shi Feng's refusal to accept the Nebula Consortium's arrangement was the best outcome for Ember Dragon. Before Red Frost could explain, Ember Dragon left the lounge without another word. "This bastard, he's clearly trying to use the Nebula Consortium to deal with us." When Red Frost saw that Ember Dragon didn't even try to negotiate or listen to her explanation, she knew what he was trying to do. However, despite her anger, she could do nothing about the situation. Although the Nebula Consortium sold Stardew to powers and corporations all over the greater world, its existence was shrouded in mystery. Nobody knew where its headquarters was located. It only made its presence known through the Stardew-selling shops it operated in first-tier mobile cities and a small number of lower-tier mobile cities. In fact, apart from Ember Dragon, Red Frost had never met another official member of the Nebula Consortium despite being the acting commander of Holy Dragon Spear. It was as if the Nebula Consortium didn't exist. However, the Stardew it produced and sold proved that it existed. In this situation, if Ember Dragon was intent on using the Nebula Consortium to get revenge on them, it wouldn't matter even if she explained Shi Feng's ignorance. None of her words would reach the consortium. As for whether Ember Dragon was pretending to be a member of the Nebula Consortium, that was unlikely to be the case. After all, the behavior of South Lake and the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's other pseudo-apex powers already made this point very clear. Besides the Nebula Consortium, Red Frost could not think of any power that could get the primordial dragon sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers to abandon their partnership with Zero Wing. "Let him be," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at the angry and frustrated Red Frost. "Even without his interference, nothing will change. Zero Wing cannot and will not accept the Nebula Consortium's conditions." While the Nebula Consortium might have said that it would only supervise Zero Wing's management, what it was actually doing was forcing Zero Wing to become its subordinate power. Had any other power received such an offer, they would definitely accept it with pleasure. After all, the Nebula Consortium's influence surpassed even the Seven Luminaries' alliances. If a guild became a subordinate of the Nebula Consortium, even if it were only a medieval guild in the greater god's domain, nobody would dare to provoke it unless absolutely necessary. Even apex powers would have to weigh their options before taking action. However, even if Zero Wing could receive a huge status boost by subordinating itself to the Nebula Consortium, Shi Feng would never agree to it. Setting aside the Book of Eternity, simply the inferior legendary siege weapon firmament was enough to make him invincible in the eternal realm. Hence, regardless of Ember Dragon's interference, Shi Feng's answer to the Nebula Consortium would be the same. That might be the case, but Red Frost knew about Zero Wing's situation. With the Tower of the Abyss and the partnership with a royal power like Dragon's Crown, Zero Wing indeed had the qualifications to refuse to join the Nebula Consortium. But the Nebula Consortium controls 80% of the Stardew on the market. Many corporations and city lords in the greater world strongly desire Stardew. Not only can they use Stardew for themselves, but they can also use it to attract geniuses, thereby letting their corporations and cities prosper. Now that Zero Wing has offended the Nebula Consortium, the Consortium only needs to give the word for a bunch of corporations and city lords to persecute us. Based on my understanding of the Great Commander, he would never renege on his promises. Yet, he has done so this time. He is likely being pressured by Holy Hymn City's city lord and the family corporations financially supporting Holy Dragon Spear. Speaking up to this point, Red Frost couldn't help but reveal a frustrated and apologetic look. Originally, she had promised to have Holy Dragon Spear assist Zero Wing. But now, not only did she fail to do so, but her feud with Ember Dragon also caused Zero Wing to become enemies with Ember Dragon, a representative of the Nebula Consortium. It is indeed troublesome to be pressured by a first-tier city lord and a bunch of family corporations, Shi Feng said, expressing his understanding of South Lake's predicament. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Commander Frost, do you think Great Commander Southlake would be interested in taking over Holy Hymn City?" Chapter 3906, Chapter 980, New City Chapter 980, New City. Taking over Holy Hymn City. Red Frost thought Shi Feng was joking with her when she heard his question. With a wry smile, she said, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I am not trying to cast doubt on Zero Wing's strength, but taking control of a first-tier mobile city, let alone a top-ranking first-tier city, is not easy. Setting aside whether the Great Commander and Holy Dragon Spear's other executives will be interested, the family corporations financially supporting the adventurer team will never allow such an action. Every top-ranking first-tier city in the greater world has existed for a long time. Virtually every power and family based in such a city has a vested interest in the city's prosperity. Should Holy Dragon Spear try to monopolize Holy Hymn City, those family corporations will stop supplying funds or resources to the adventurer team. At that time, Holy Dragon Spear will struggle to even survive, not to mention compete with the city's other pseudo-apex powers. Every pseudo-apex power required an astronomical amount of money and resources to operate. While Holy Dragon Spear might be an adventurer team, it was no exception to this rule. Unfortunately, despite having achieved great success in God's domain, Holy Dragon Spear still wasn't self-sustainable. Although the adventurer team generated significant revenue from operating guild cities, producing and selling weapons and equipment, and accepting commissions, it still wasn't anywhere near enough to cover the adventurer team's operating costs. If Holy Dragon Spear were to lose the money and resources of Holy Hymn City's corporations, many of its members would no longer be able to afford to live in Holy Hymn City. And if Holy Dragon Spear were to lose these members, how was it supposed to compete with Holy Hymn City's other pseudo-apex powers? Of course, it had to be said that it was the dream of all pseudo-apex powers to monopolize a top-ranking first-tier city. This could even be considered one of the prerequisites to becoming an apex power. After all, if a power could freely dictate a top-ranking first-tier city's policies, it would have a much easier time attracting geniuses and paragons of the younger generation. This, in turn, would qualitatively enhance the power's growth. However, a power could monopolize a top-ranking first-tier city only if it did not have any competition. Otherwise, other powers could always interfere with the city's management through the City Legion. Although a power could also take control of a city by filling the entire City Legion with its geniuses and paragons, achieving such a feat was nothing but a pipe dream. Hence, the only realistic way to achieve such a monopoly was by pressuring the competition into relinquishing control over the city. And the only way to do so was by murdering the opponent's forces in God's domain until the opponent submitted, which was a task that demanded a lot of manpower and resources. There were as many as 4 pseudo-apex powers based in Holy Hymn City. The adventurer team was outnumbered 3-1. Should Holy Hymn City decide to wage war against these pseudo-apex powers, its expenditure would shoot through the roof. Since those family corporations won't offer their support, Zero Wing will provide all the funds and resources Holy Dragon Spear needs, Shi Feng said, unsurprised by Red Frost's explanation. He knew that wars between powers were primarily fueled by money. How much are Holy Dragon Spear's monthly operating costs? Zero Wing's development was already close to reaching a bottleneck. Originally, Shi Feng had considered advancing Star Lake City into a first-tier mobile city to help Zero Wing break through this bottleneck. However, if Zero Wing could gain control over a top-ranking first-tier city like Holy Hymn City, it would stand to benefit much more. Under normal circumstances, Zero Wing could never occupy Holy Hymn City. But now that a rift had formed between Holy Dragon Spear's executives and family corporations one, the situation created an excellent opportunity for Zero Wing to do so. Holy Dragon Spear has far fewer internal members than other pseudo-apex powers. We have about 3 million internal members, many of whom live in Holy Hymn City, Red Frost said after pondering Shi Feng's question. The members in Holy Hymn City are paid an average monthly salary of 30,000 star coins, which translates to a monthly expenditure of 90 billion star coins for the adventurer team. However, the star coin expenditure is only a minor issue. The real problem is the life potion consumption. Our 200,000 elite combat members receive upwards of 30 bottles of life potion a month. Including the consumption of our master lifestyle players, the adventurer team consumes about 15 million bottles of life potion a month. A monthly expenditure of 90 billion star coins and 15 million bottles of life potion. Shi Feng was astonished by the numbers Red Frost reported. He felt that Holy Dragon Spear's expenditure was incredibly high. Zero Wing only paid its internal members a monthly salary of 10,000 star coins. Even so, this was already considered very high in Star Lake City. After all, this was a salary that the average person could only obtain by becoming a reserve member of a city legion. Yet, Holy Dragon Spear offered its internal members 3 times that amount. Not to mention, Holy Dragon Spear's internal member count exceeded Zero Wings by more than tenfold. Suddenly, Shi Feng understood why Holy Dragon Spear still needed financial support despite occupying Flame Vein Holy City. The adventurer team's expenditure simply wasn't something the average power could afford. These are only Holy Dragon Spear's normal operating costs. If Holy Dragon Spear wages war against Holy Hymn City's 3 other pseudo-apex powers in God's domain, I wouldn't be surprised if its expenditure doubled at the very least, Red Frost said, looking at Shi Feng's astonished expression. Then she advised, Holy Dragon Spear's life potion consumption is something even the adventurer team itself cannot afford without assistance. I suggest Zero Wing prioritize preparing for the Nebula Consortium's retaliation. The Nebula Consortium secretly holds shares in many Apex and Pseudo-Apex powers. Should the Nebula Consortium have them take action, Zero Wing's expenditure will undoubtedly skyrocket. Regarding the Eternal Realm's passage, I will gather a group of experts in my name to establish a new safe route. Although the efficiency will be lower, accomplishing it shouldn't be difficult. In Red Frost's opinion, Zero Wing's success in the Eternal Realm still wasn't enough to let it support Holy Dragon Spear, an organization more than 10 times its size. Not to mention, once Ember Dragon reported back to the Nebula Consortium, the Consortium would most likely begin its persecution of Zero Wing. Once that happened, even with its absolute control over Star Lake City, Zero Wing would likely have difficulty purchasing resources such as life potions from other powers and corporations. At that time, Zero Wing would be fortunate if it could secure enough life potions to support itself, let alone to support Holy Dragon Spear. That won't be necessary, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. If I can gather the necessary funds and resources, are you confident you can convince Great Commander Southlake to take action, Commander Frost? If you can get the funds and resources, I am 90% sure I can convince him, Red Frost answered, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. But is it really worthwhile for Zero Wing to do such a thing? I understand Ember Dragon. He is a vengeful bastard who will jump at any opportunity to take revenge. Zero Wing will definitely have to waste a lot of money and resources fighting the Nebula Consortium. Once Holy Dragon Spear goes to war, should Zero Wing run out of funds, it would spell the end for Zero Wing. The benefits of monopolizing a top-ranking first-tier mobile city might be tempting, but once a war between powers began, it couldn't be stopped on a whim. Should Zero Wing run out of funds while the war was ongoing, only death awaited Zero Wing. It hadn't been easy for Zero Wing to achieve its current success. Now that it was facing the Nebula Consortium's wrath, Red Frost couldn't understand why Shi Feng would want to make such a risky decision. 90%, is it? At Red Frost's answer, Shi Feng smiled and said, I'll gather the funds as soon as possible and contact you when I'm ready. After saying so, Shi Feng returned to his room and logged into God's domain. If it were before obtaining the inferior legendary siege weapon Firmament and the divine Pathstone, Shi Feng wouldn't have made such a risky decision. But now that Zero Wing had a new city and the divine Pathstone, it could easily obtain the funds and resources needed to fund Holy Dragon Spear's war. Zero Wing could even use this opportunity to further strengthen itself. TL notes: 1A rift had formed between Holy Dragon Spear's executives and family corporations. I'm assuming this rift is referring to the family corporations putting pressure on South Lake to cut ties with Zero Wing. The family corporations did so because of the Nebula Consortium's interference. Chapter 3907, Chapter 981. Connecting to the Remnant Primordial World. Chapter 981. Connecting to the Remnant Primordial World. Eternal Realm, Shattering Town. When Shi Feng came online and was about to give Blackie a call, he received a call request from the person himself. "I was just about to call you. I didn't think you would call me first. Did something happen again?" Shi Feng asked, chuckling as he looked at the ugly expression Blackie wore. Zero Wing had just obtained Evil Nature's treasury, so Blackie should be excitedly counting their harvest right now. After all, he had been racking his brain on how to get Silent Wonder the God crystals she needed. The haul of God crystals they obtained from Evil Nature's treasury should have alleviated his concerns. Yet, Blackie looked even more concerned than before they plundered Evil Nature's treasury. "Exactly. I was even in the middle of counting how many God crystals we got this time," Blackie said, exasperated. "I don't know what's going on with Evil Nature, but it tripled its bounty on Zero Wing and even opened it to players of all three races. None of our guild members dare to leave Shattering Town without ample preparation. Evil Nature already placed a bounty on all players caught entering and leaving Shattering Town when Evil Sky City still existed. Because of this, Zero Wing had to keep compensating its guild members with money and life potions. After all, players would suffer significant mental damage whenever they died in God's domain. Without the assistance of life potions, they'd need at least a day before they could fully recover. Nobody in the current Eternal Realm could afford to lose so much progress. Until the fall of Evil Sky City, Zero Wing had already burned through more than half of the 8 million bottles of life potion that Shi Feng had obtained from 8 of the primordial dragon sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers. The guild only had about 3 million bottles of life potion left in reserve. Moreover, this was after the guild had limited the number of players grinding out in the fields. Otherwise, there might not even be 3 million bottles remaining. Now that Evil Nature had tripled its bounty on Zero Wing's members and opened it to players of all three races, Zero Wing's members were in a dire situation. After all, the rewards had become so lucrative that many of the human race's experts and powers might be tempted into action. If Zero Wing did not use its remaining supply of life potions conservatively, it would likely run out of life potions in just 4 or 5 days. The bounty has been tripled and open to all three races. How generous of Evil Nature! Upon learning about Evil Nature's updated bounty, even Shi Feng couldn't help but be tempted. Evil Nature's previous bounty of 1 eternal gold per person was already incredibly high. Although the updated bounty targeted Zero Wing's members specifically, the head of each Zero Wing member was now worth 3 eternal gold. If a team could kill a 100-man team of Zero Wing members, it could earn even more than if it had killed a regional boss. There were very few regional bosses in the Eternal Realm. Most teams couldn't even secure 1 regional boss kill per day. Now that killing Zero Wing's members had become even more lucrative than killing regional bosses, who wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity. "This still isn't the worst news," Blackie said, shaking his head. "I more or less expected Evil Nature's retaliation, considering that we destroyed Evil Sky City. What I didn't expect was for the several dozen corporations supplying us with life potions to suddenly sever ties with us. They are even willing to pay the exorbitant cancellation fee to do so. This is terrible news, considering Evil Nature's updated bounty. Although I've tried to contact other suppliers, none are willing to sell life potions to us. At this rate, the guild will run out of life potions in 5 days maximum. At that time, the elite and core members who joined the guild for life potions will definitely leave. After the implementation of the major system update, life potions became a necessity for God's domain's expert players. This was because the life potion worked wonders to aid in recovery from mental fatigue and damage. In reality, many of the fifth-floor experts and level 230-plus players who joined Zero Wing recently had done so because of its life potions. Should Zero Wing run out of life potions, Blackie couldn't even imagine what would become of the guild. The Nebula Consortium sure works quickly. When Shi Feng heard Blackie's report, he immediately thought of the Nebula Consortium. Although life potions were in high demand, they weren't in demand to the point where it was impossible to get any. The only reason so many corporations would unanimously refuse to work with Zero Wing would be pressure to do so. Of all the enemies Shi Feng could think of, only the Nebula Consortium had the influence to get so many corporations to comply so obediently. The Nebula Consortium. Blackie stared at Shi Feng in shock. Guild leader, are you talking about the Nebula Consortium that produces Stardew? As an executive responsible for managing Zero Wing's daily operations, Blackie had done a lot of research into the greater God's domain and the greater world. He had even paid a hefty price to obtain information from the Seven Luminaries Alliance. The information the Seven Luminaries Alliance provided included a list of powers to be wary of. Among the powers listed, the Nebula Consortium was placed at the top. The Nebula Consortium was the primary producer of Stardew, a potion useful even to mental strength great grandmasters. Because of this, only individuals and powers who no longer wished to have access to Stardew would dare to offend the Nebula Consortium. However, no such individual or power existed. After all, the development of mental strength could increase an individual's lifespan, and there was nobody who did not wish to live longer. This was especially so for those who had witnessed the wonders of the greater world and the greater God's domain. Which other Nebula Consortium do you think can influence so many corporations? Shi Feng replied nonchalantly. Doesn't that mean it'll be very difficult for us to get life potions from now on? Blackie fell into despair at Shi Feng's words. Now that the Underground Emperor had issued its decree, who in the human race's greater God's domain would dare to do business with Zero Wing? Powers operating in God's domain relied primarily on life potions to develop rapidly. If Zero Wing were to lose access to life potions, it'd be impossible for Zero Wing's members to catch up to the various powers members in levels. Don't worry too much. It might be difficult, but it's not impossible, Shi Feng sneered. The Nebula Consortium might think it has killed Zero Wing with this move, but which one of us will end up dead remains to be seen. Although the various powers feared and respected the Nebula Consortium, there was a limit to their compliance. Once this limit was exceeded, the various powers would be willing to take the risk, even if it meant offending the Nebula Consortium. Blackie, is the pedestal we took from Evil Nature still in the guild warehouse? Shi Feng asked. It is. I've turned it into a decoration in the warehouse. To detract attention from it, I even had someone make several copies of it and use them to display holy race-exclusive divine artifacts, Blackie said, grinning. Now, even if the assassins of other powers sneak into the warehouse, they'll never suspect the importance of that pedestal. As the divine pathstone was an item Shi Feng considered important, Blackie dared not take any chances with it. Hence, he immediately thought of ways to conceal it the moment it was transferred into the guild warehouse. Now, even he would need a moment to figure out which pedestal in the warehouse was the divine pathstone. If others were to find their way into the warehouse, they wouldn't even think that one of the pedestals in there was a priceless treasure. Good job, Shi Feng nodded when he heard the measures Blackie had taken to conceal the divine pathstone. Now, I want you to transport those pedestals to Skeleton Hill using Firmament. That place has a guild city that I built just recently. Transport them using Firmament. Shi Feng's instructions astonished Blackie. Wouldn't that attract a lot of attention? Outsiders might be assuming firmament was an epic siege weapon, but Blackie was one of the few people who knew that firmament was an inferior legendary siege weapon. Even if the divine pathstone was a priceless treasure, he still felt it would be incredibly prodigal to transport it using firmament. Siege weapons consumed energy simply by being in use. In firmament's case, it consumed 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal per minute while active. If it were active for 10 minutes, it would have consumed 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, enough to fund a Tier 5 player's Tier 6 promotion. Moreover, the guild city Shi Feng mentioned was several hours away by flight. That would be several million units of 7 luminaries crystal down the drain. This operation is vital. No accidents are allowed, Shi Feng said, chuckling at Blackie's reluctance. We already made a fortune thanks to evil nature, so stop being stingy. All right then. Blackie nodded in understanding. Then he disconnected the call and arranged for the divine pathstone's transfer. As for Shi Feng, he used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to the primordial civilization city. When Shi Feng arrived at the primordial civilization city again, the city had undergone tremendous changes. Although the Sage's Tower remained buried in the ground, many tall buildings now filled the city. Many level 200+ NPCs could also be seen roaming the city, giving it a prosperous atmosphere. Now, all that's left is to see whether the other side is willing to cooperate, Shi Feng muttered as he took out the chapter of space he had received from Kowloon Demon. The chapter of space's cooldown had ended, so he could summon Purgatory Jade's team once more. Chapter 3908, Chapter 982, Underestimated Primordial World. Chapter 982, Underestimated Primordial World. Skeleton Hill, Primordial Civilization City. After Shi Feng had the chapter of space absorb 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, a large space-time summoning array appeared on the ground. A moment later, 100 indistinct silhouettes appeared in the summoning array. These silhouettes became more defined as the absorbed 7 luminaries crystals supplied their mana to the chapter of space. When all 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal were exhausted, these silhouettes transformed into spatial tears that spat out Purgatory Jade and the rest of her 100-man team. Purgatory Jade and her teammates had undergone tremendous changes since Shi Feng last saw them, their average level having increased from level 240 to level 243. Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon had even risen to level 245. Level 245. Shi Feng gasped as he looked at Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon. Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon might only be 2 levels higher than their level 243 teammates, but anyone who had encountered level 245 NPCs before would know that there was a qualitative difference between the 2 levels. This was because weapons and equipment received a relatively significant improvement every 5 levels. As level 245 players, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon could equip level 245 weapons and equipment. Of course, Shi Feng wouldn't have been so surprised if Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon had simply reached level 245. After all, player-usable level 245 weapons and equipment did not exist in the Greater God's domain. The best weapons and equipment players could access were divine artifacts, which had a hidden cap of level 240. The reason for Shi Feng's intemperate reaction was that Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon were fully equipped with level 245 taboo legendary weapons and equipment. This had completely shattered his general knowledge of the Greater God's domain. Thanks to the intermediate divine strengthening scrolls, we could finally kill level 245 bosses and level up to 245, Purgatory Jade said happily. We also got lucky. Those bosses dropped a bunch of level 245 weapons and equipment we could use. They dropped level 245 weapons and equipment. As Shi Feng scrutinized Purgatory Jade's suit of dark plate armor, a hint of shock and ecstasy colored his eyes. Shi Feng had never heard of anyone obtaining level 245 weapons and equipment in his previous life. In the eyes of the Greater Gods Domain's players, level 240 divine artifacts were the best weapons and equipment players could obtain. Even the Holy Race was no exception. Yet, according to Purgatory Jade, the remnant primordial world not only had level 245 monsters, but these monsters also dropped level 245 taboo legendary weapons and equipment. This completely changed his perception of the remnant primordial world. Shi Feng's first impression of the remnant primordial world was that it was a good place to level up. This was because high-level monsters were all over the place, allowing players to reach level 240 and beyond relatively easily. In comparison, players in the Greater Gods domain had to rely on level 240 plus taboo secret lands to go beyond level 240, and there were only 3 such secret lands across the Greater Gods domain. Unfortunately, this boon came with major flaws. Unlike in the Greater Gods domain, combat technique legacies available in the remnant primordial world only went up to the gold rank. The quality of the remnant primordial world's weapons was also relatively low, with fragmented divine artifacts nearly non-existent. If Purgatory Jade hadn't participated in the Tosa's raid and gotten herself a growth-type godly relic, she would have been limited to using level 240 taboo legendary equipment for the rest of her life. The remnant primordial world was so lacking in advantages that Shi Feng was still hesitant about establishing a pathway to it when he ordered Blackie to transfer the Divine Pathstone. After all, Divine Pathstones were incredibly rare, having appeared only a handful of times among the 3 races in his previous life. He had only stuck to his decision because of Evil Nature's bounty and the Nebula Consortium's persecution. If Zero Wing could not solve its current predicament, its development would be restricted to the Crystal City of Secrets and Shattering Town. Although Zero Wing had access to Luminous Sky City, due to the city's proximity to the front lines of the war among the 3 races, the guild would have to commit a lot of its manpower to the city if it wanted to develop there, a luxury it currently couldn't afford. Hence, it was necessary to establish a path to the remnant primordial world. Not only would this let more Zero Wing members level up quickly, but it would also let Zero Wing recruit members from an entire realm's worth of players killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But now, Shi Feng found that he had severely underestimated the remnant primordial world. Level 245 taboo legendary equipment. Although it remained slightly inferior to divine artifacts in basic attributes, it trumped divine artifacts in availability. The fact that Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon could get themselves a full set in such a short time proved that the drop rate was good. If the effects of secret treasures and advanced divine strengthening scrolls were included, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon should match level 240 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts in basic attributes. Even the Holy Race's royal powers did not have many level 240 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Each of these experts was a stabilizing force that even epic siege weapons could not kill easily. If Zero Wing could come up with 1,000 level 245 fifth-floor experts fully equipped with level 245 taboo legendary weapons and equipment, it would become truly unstoppable in the current Eternal Realm. You seem very interested in my equipment, Guild Leader Black Flame, Purgatory Jade said, grinning when she saw Shi Feng's eyes glued to her equipment. Since you're so interested, I can exercise my authority to sell a set to you. As for the price, how about 2 divine artifacts or 2 fantasy-ranked secret treasures? 2 divine artifacts or 2 fantasy-ranked secret treasures. Shi Feng immediately shook his head at Purgatory Jade's offer. While it is an acceptable price, I don't have any excess divine artifacts or fantasy-ranked secret treasures. Although Zero Wing had obtained some divine artifacts exclusive to holy race players from Evil Nature's treasury, Shi Feng had already instructed Blackie to use Origin Myth to convert them into divine artifacts that were usable by human players. It was like how he converted the Sunlight Blade and gave it to Fire Dance. Hence, Zero Wing had no excess divine artifacts it could use to trade. As for fantasy-ranked secret treasures, they were even scarcer than divine artifacts. Securing the first clear of God Mode team dungeons was the only reliable way to obtain them. Due to this scarcity, nobody would trade their fantasy-ranked secret treasures away. It wasn't a bad deal to trade a full set of level 245 Taboo legendary equipment for 2 divine artifacts. However, it wasn't a profitable deal either. After all, without advanced divine strengthening scrolls, level 245 Taboo legendary equipment would only match level 240 fragmented divine artifacts. Based on current market rates, 1 divine artifact was worth about 5 or 6 fragmented divine artifacts. So, 2 divine artifacts could be traded for a full set of fragmented divine artifacts. However, nobody would ever trade their divine artifacts at such rates. What a pity, Purgatory Jade sighed. However, she kept her smile and continued, if you have any unneeded divine artifacts or fantasy-ranked secret treasures, you must save them for me. I promise Dragon's Crown will give you a satisfactory price. Don't be too disappointed, Miss Jade, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Although I won't be buying your items, I have an offer worth far more than a few divine artifacts and fantasy-ranked secret treasures. Really? What is it? Purgatory Jade asked, looking at Shi Feng with eyes bright with curiosity. Long-term entry into the Eternal Realm, Shi Feng stated. TL notes, an entire realm's worth of players. This isn't a mistranslation. I assume the remnant primordial world is a very populated world. For reference, in Chapter 870, it is mentioned that Nightmare Holy City has a population of over 300 million players. Chapter 3909, Chapter 983. Insane Zero Wing. Chapter 983. Insane Zero Wing. Long-term entry into the Eternal Realm. Shi Feng's words stunned Purgatory Jade momentarily. Then she excitedly asked, have you found a connecting passage? The ability to stay in the Eternal Realm long-term was incredibly tempting to Dragon's Crown. Whether it was Zero Wing's intermediate divine strengthening scroll or the Eternal Realm's secret treasures, both had allowed Dragon's Crown to benefit massively, such as finally killing their homeworld's previously unkillable level 245 bosses. These bosses had even allowed Dragon's Crown to obtain plenty of level 245 weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, due to a lack of powerful secret treasures, Dragon's Crown couldn't form a sufficiently strong team to raid level 245 Taboo team dungeons. If Dragon's Crown could gain long-term entry into the Eternal Realm, it would have a much easier time obtaining intermediate divine strengthening scrolls, secret treasures, and even divine artifacts. It's not exactly a connecting passage, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Although my solution can connect 2 worlds and let players travel between them, it comes with restrictions similar to your summoning. Similar restrictions. Is there a time limit? Purgatory Jade grew disappointed at Shi Feng's answer. If Shi Feng's solution only allowed them to travel to the Eternal Realm for a limited duration, it wouldn't benefit them significantly. At most, they would get another opportunity to trade within a set time frame. Somewhat, but not exactly. Players who use my method to travel between worlds will have their strength eroded by the foreign world's world power. Although it isn't lethal, they will grow weaker over time, Shi Feng explained. To get rid of the erosion effect, players simply need to return to their homeworld and rest. Either that, or they can rest in this city. Although the divine pathstone was heaven-defying, it had a massive flaw. Players using it to travel to a foreign world would be treated as trespassers and receive strong rejection from the foreign world. This rejection would weaken them over time, making it impossible for them to explore the foreign world for long periods. Fortunately, the divine pathstone offered a solution to this problem, granting the town or city it was used in a powerful cleansing effect that helped dissipate world power. This could be considered a benefit given to the divine pathstone's user. This was also why Shi Feng had chosen to connect with the remnant primordial world. It only weakens players. Purgatory Jade's eyes brightened at Shi Feng's explanation. Dragon's Crown only sought to obtain secret treasures from the eternal realm, so this weakening effect was not a problem. With Dragon's Crown's foundations, it could easily establish itself in the eternal realm, even if it had to send players in rotation. Before Purgatory Jade could ask more questions, Kowloon Demon suddenly spoke up. Guild leader Black Flame, what does Dragon Crown need to pay for this access? Kowloon Demon asked, looking at Shi Feng warily. The benefits of having near-constant access to the eternal realm were massive for Dragon's Crown. It wasn't hard to imagine Shi Feng charging an astronomical price for this access. If Shi Feng's price touched upon Dragon's Crown's foundations, it would become difficult for them to reach an agreement. I don't need Dragon's Crown to pay anything. Dragon's Crown only needs to fulfill 2 of my conditions. Moreover, one of these conditions is highly beneficial for Dragon's Crown, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Kowloon Demon's wariness. My first condition is for Dragon's Crown to lend me some manpower to help me complete a task. My second condition is to set the connection point of the pathway in one of Dragon's Crown's super large-scale holy cities accessible by teleportation. Then, I will need you to advertise the pathway in the remnant primordial world and not restrict anyone from traveling between our 2 worlds. Upon hearing Shi Feng's conditions, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion. They couldn't understand what he was trying to achieve. Of the 2 conditions, only the first one made sense. Shi Feng's second condition was essentially welfare to their homeworld's players. Although fulfilling this condition would cause Dragon's Crown to lose many of its advantages, the fact that Dragon's Crown would gain partial control over the pathway more than made up for this loss. However, it was a different story for Shi Feng. He would lose the initiative to trade with their homeworld's players and powers by giving everyone free access to the pathway. This would drastically reduce the benefits he could obtain. Guild leader Black Flame, Dragon's Crown can fulfill both of your conditions, Purgatory Jade answered after taking a deep breath. But are you sure you want to do this? The remnant primordial world's other powers will likely choose to partner with powers other than Zero Wing. Should that happen, the most you'll get out of them is an entry fee. If the remnant primordial world's various powers could enter the eternal realm without restrictions, it went without saying they would make comparisons when choosing powers to partner with. Purgatory Jade more or less knew about Zero Wing's situation in the eternal realm. The guild was, at best, above average. It definitely wasn't ranked among the top. Hence, it was likely that the remnant primordial world's various powers would choose to partner with powers other than Zero Wing. At that time, all Zero Wing could get out of these powers was an entry fee to its city. That's right. The entrance fee is all I want, Shi Feng said, nodding. Moreover, once the pathway is established, I will host a monthly auction for this primordial civilization city's priority entry slots. Shi Feng's response rendered Purgatory Jade speechless. Guild leader Black Flame, are you certain of your decision? No matter how she thought about it, there was no way Zero Wing could profit more from selling priority entry slots than partnering with the remnant primordial world's various powers. After all, the biggest hurdle to the cooperation between the Eternal Realm and the remnant primordial world was the lack of a connecting pathway. So long as a pathway existed, the remnant primordial world's various powers wouldn't care if they could send a group of players or only one player over. They could still trade with the Eternal Realm's powers. Even if they needed priority entry into Zero Wing City, they only needed to secure one priority slot. We can sign a God's domain contract right now if you want, Shi Feng said, nodding firmly. By the way, when you are advertising the pathway, please mention that Zero Wing's auction will use God crystals as the trading currency. The minimum bid for each slot will be 1 God crystal. The minimum increment for bids is also 1 God crystal. The first auction will only have 10,000 slots, a minimum of 1 God crystal per slot, and there will even be 10,000 slots. Kowloon Demon stared at Shi Feng in shock. Even in the remnant primordial world, God crystals were very rare. They were one of the primary materials to repair fragmented legendary items. Yet, Zero Wing intended to sell its city's priority entry slots for at least 1 God crystal each. It even expected to sell 10,000 slots. This was beyond madness. However, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon didn't dwell on this matter. Since the pathway belonged to Shi Feng, he could do whatever he wanted. So long as Dragon's Crown could freely access the Eternal Realm, whether Shi Feng made any profit was none of their business. After establishing a contract with Dragon's Crown, Shi Feng completed their prior trade agreement, receiving 50 million undying souls and 10,000 pieces of level 235 taboo fragmented legendary equipment from Purgatory Jade. When Blackie finally transported the Divine Pathstone to the primordial civilization city, Shi Feng promptly spent 5,000 God crystals to establish a pathway to the space-time coordinates Purgatory Jade provided. Then, he spent 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal to activate the primordial civilization city's teleportation tower function, using it to link the city with Shattering Town. When the teleportation link formed, a giant teleportation gate appeared in Shattering Town's central plaza, attracting the attention of many players in the town. Guild leader, isn't the price for the priority entry slots a little too steep? When Blackie saw the list of city rules and management details Shi Feng had sent him, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, wondering if he had read it wrong. The primordial civilization city has just opened. Although it provides players with a significant leveling advantage, the price of 100 bottles of life potion or 1 God crystal per slot is, I don't think many powers can accept such a price. When the Tower of the Abyss appeared in Shattering Town, the town's priority entry slots had also become incredibly valuable. Even so, the price never reached 1 God crystal or 100 bottles of life potion. After all, they were only selling priority entry into a city, not selling shops or houses. Even if many powers would like for their members to have easy access to Skeleton Hill, a level 230 taboo map, they weren't so desperate that they would pay such a steep price for this benefit. Don't worry, it's not expensive, Shi Feng said, chuckling at Blackie's concern. If the primordial civilization city only offered access to level 230 leveling map, its priority entry slots naturally wouldn't be worth so much. However, it was a different story if the city allowed access to a world that produced level 245 taboo legendary equipment. When Blackie saw that he couldn't persuade Shi Feng, he could only carry out his instructions and publish the details pertaining to Zero Wing's new city on the Eternal Realms official forum. Shortly after Blackie's post went live, the entire forum exploded with activity. Is Zero Wing insane? One god crystal for each priority entry slot. Are you sure this isn't a robbery? Chapter 3910, Chapter 984, City of Monsters, Chapter 984, City of Monsters. Zero Wing's announcement sent shockwaves across the Eternal Realm. Isn't it just a guild city's priority entry slot? Is Zero Wing insane? Even at Shattering Town's peak, its priority entry slots only reached 2 eternal gold each. Is Zero Wing's new city so amazing that it's worth paying 1 god crystal to enter? Impossible. We're talking about a heaven-defying town that comes with a neutral status here. Moreover, besides letting us trade with players of other races, the town also has the Eternal Realm's one and only Tower of the Abyss. There's no way any other town or city can hold a candle to Shattering Town. According to Zero Wing's introduction, its new city is in Skeleton Hill. If I'm not mistaken, that's a level 230 taboo map. Only a few powers have erected guild cities in the Eternal Realms taboo maps thus far. Most of them are even holy race powers. Zero Wing has likely set this price for the various powers. After all, even with a flying mount, reaching any taboo map from the nearest town or city would normally take several hours. For the sake of exploring taboo maps, the various powers might choose to cough up the dough. The price of 100 bottles per priority entry slot is indeed outside the average player's budget. I heard that a major power had recently started persecuting Zero Wing, causing many corporations and powers to stop cooperating with it. This is likely Zero Wing's attempt at salvaging the situation. Even so, Zero Wing is still asking for too much. 1 god crystal or 100 bottles of life potion. I doubt many powers would be willing to pay such a steep price. Initially, many players on the forum felt that Zero Wing had lost its mind when pricing its new city's priority entry slots. However, after learning more about the primordial civilization city, many independent players and adventurer teams grew interested in it. Level 230 taboo maps were currently the primary leveling spots for the Eternal Realms frontline players. These were also the most dangerous places in the Eternal Realm, because players had to face powerful monsters and the players of other races. For independent players and adventurer teams, these taboo maps were not only a place to level up, but also a place of opportunity hiding many ruins and legacies. Finding even one of these things could propel the average player's strength to greater heights. However, these opportunities also made the competition in taboo maps extremely brutal. If not for the Eternal Realm's large and plentiful taboo maps having hostile environments that prevented long-term stays, the various powers would have long since monopolized them. If independent players and adventurer teams could access a guild city built within a taboo map, they could save on travel time and significantly extend their exploration time. Eternal Realm, Shattering Town, Mystery Blue Hotel. Commander, what do you think is going through Guild Leader Black Flame's head? This is the Nebula Consortium we're talking about. Although this new city can let players save on several hours of travel time, there's no way the average expert can afford Zero Wing's asking price. Drifting Bean exclaimed after she finished reading Zero Wing's forum post. Then, she looked at Endless Scars and asked, does Guild Leader Black Flame truly think the various powers will rush to buy those slots? The average player in the Eternal Realm might not know which power Zero Wing had offended, but as Endless Scars' successor in training, Drifting Bean knew which power it was. So long as the Nebula Consortium gave the word, few powers in the human race's greater god's domain would dare to cooperate with Zero Wing unless they no longer wanted access to Stardew. If Zero Wing wished to obtain resources such as life potions, it could only obtain them through ordinary players. As most ordinary players could never get their hands on a resource as precious as Stardew, they naturally wouldn't be influenced by the Nebula Consortium. They could simply purchase life potions from various mobile cities and resell them to Zero Wing, and there'd be nothing the Nebula Consortium could do about it. After all, the corporations and powers in the various mobile cities relied on selling life potions to generate income. Not even the Nebula Consortium could get them to abandon this revenue stream. Yet, instead of targeting ordinary players, Zero Wing had chosen to sell its priority entry slots to the various powers. Zero Wing was obviously making the various powers take sides. So long as the various powers weren't stupid, they would never buy Zero Wing's priority entry slots. Zero Wing is likely trying to get back at the Nebula Consortium, Endless Scars said after pondering the matter. But even if the primordial civilization city is situated in a taboo map, I don't think the various powers will budge. As an elder of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Endless Scars knew plenty about the conflict between the Nebula Consortium and Zero Wing. Although she admired Shi Feng for daring to stand up to the Nebula Consortium, she knew that the Nebula Consortium was too powerful for Zero Wing to topple. After all, even the Seven Luminaries Alliance had difficulty dealing with the Nebula Consortium. Hence, Endless Scars felt that Zero Wing's attempt at making the various powers take sides using the primordial civilization city was futile. Unless the various human powers went crazy and wanted to offend the Nebula Consortium, they would never buy Zero Wing's priority entry slots. Then, are we still going to develop in the primordial civilization city? Drifting Bean asked. Long-term development won't be possible, but we can use this opportunity to explore Skeleton Hill, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. Then she continued, according to the information Zero Wing shared on the forum, Shattering Town has a teleportation gate to the primordial civilization city. Since few powers will dare to visit the city, we can use this opportunity to explore a taboo map without interruption. Gather the others. Understood. At Endless Scars' command, Drifting Bean promptly contacted the other members of Blood Wing. As Endless Scars gathered the main force members of the Blood Wing Adventurer team, other well-informed adventurer teams based in Shattering Town also prepared to develop in Zero Wing's primordial civilization city. Now that the Nebula Consortium had begun its persecution of Zero Wing, the various powers would limit their interactions with Zero Wing for fear of offending the Consortium. This meant that adventurer teams that lived in the cracks finally had an opportunity to get a head start on the various powers. They naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. Eternal Realm, Primordial Civilization City. A moment after a beam of light descended upon the teleportation tower, Endless Scars stepped out of the tower with Blood Wing's main force members. Commander, what's going on here? Drifting Bean was dumbfounded when she exited the teleportation tower and saw the crowded street outside. Weren't the various powers supposed to keep their distance from this city? How is this possible? Not to mention Drifting Bean, even Endless Scars had difficulty believing her eyes. Contrary to her expectations, Zero Wing's primordial civilization city was packed with players sporting various guild emblems. Moreover, the levels of these players were monstrously high. Even the lowest leveled player she could spot was level 235, while the higher leveled players reached level 240 or higher. Chapter 39, 11 Chapter 985, Uproar Chapter 985, Uproar. Are these powers not afraid of offending the Nebula Consortium? Endless Scars was greatly puzzled when she saw the multitude of level 235 plus players in the street. She wondered if Shattering Town's teleportation gate had brought her to the wrong place. Although the Nebula Consortium did not publicly announce its persecution of Zero Wing, news had long since spread among the upper echelons of the Greater God's domain. Practically every upper-ranking hegemonic power or above already knew about it. Level 235 players were considered top-tier existences by every power in the Greater God's domain. As for level 240-plus experts, they were incredibly rare in the Greater God's domain, with over 90% of them originating from pseudo-apex powers or above. Furthermore, any power that could afford to send their level 240-plus experts into the Eternal Realm would be a first-class major power in the Greater God's domain. Regarding these first-class major powers, the Nebula Consortium should have informed them about the situation privately. For them to still send so many of their elite experts to Zero Wing's new city was tantamount to a slap to the face for the Nebula Consortium. There was no way the Consortium would turn a blind eye to such provocation. Besides Endless Scars, even Verdant Rainbow, who had come to the primordial civilization city to advise Shi Feng to rethink his tactics, was stunned by the city's populousness. The primordial civilization city was a big city that had opened up recently, so it couldn't have too big of an NPC population. The fact that the city's streets were so crowded meant the city's player population had already exceeded 10 million. A city with 10 million players might not be spectacular, but it was a different story when all 10 million were level 235-plus experts. Even in the Greater God's domain, few cities could achieve this level of prosperity. Not to mention, the primordial civilization city was a city in the Eternal Realm. If Verdant Rainbow hadn't known any better, she would have assumed that the Nebula Consortium had committed a heinous act that offended the Greater God's domain's various powers, prompting many powers to express their dissatisfaction with the Nebula Consortium by visiting the primordial civilization city. However, the fact of the matter was that there wasn't any grudge to speak of between the Nebula Consortium and the Greater God's domain's various powers. Unbeknownst to Endless Scars and Verdant Rainbow, none of the high-level players in the primordial civilization city originated from the Greater God's domain. Instead, they came from the remnant primordial world. Dragon's Crown was one of the remnant primordial world's overlords. A simple advertisement from it was enough to entice many powers to visit the primordial civilization city. Of course, Dragon's Crown's advertisement wasn't the sole contributor to the primordial civilization city's popularity. It was also partly because of Dragon's Crown's recent success in conquering level 245 taboo team dungeons. This was a feat Dragon's Crown had never managed in the past. Now that it had succeeded, the various powers naturally did some digging. From what the various powers learned, Dragon's Crown had somehow gotten a hold of powerful tools that could enhance the basic attributes of equipment. This, in turn, allowed Dragon's Crown to raid level 245 taboo team dungeons. After further investigation, the various powers learned that Dragon's Crown had obtained these basic attribute-enhancing tools from a place called the Greater God's domain. Unfortunately, as only Dragon's Crown could access the Greater God's domain, the various powers could do nothing but drool. After all, nobody had the strength to do anything about Dragon's Crown in the remnant primordial world. However, when Dragon's Crown suddenly announced it would let all players in the remnant primordial world travel to the Greater God's domain for free, the various powers instantly lost their cool. Almost immediately after receiving the news, they mobilized their expert armies to the primordial civilization city, which resulted in the city becoming packed with expert players within half a day of its opening. In front of the Divine Pathstone, A 100-man team stepped out of the space-time passage created by the Divine Pathstone. The leader of the team, a level 240 Demidragon Guardian Knight, gazed at his surroundings excitedly, behaving as if he had just arrived in the land of his dreams. "Commander, I heard Guild Leader Black Flame intends to sell this city's priority entry slots. Should we buy one for each of us?" Star Butterfly, a level 239 cleric, asked Whirlwind Bulwark as she scanned her surroundings with equal excitement. Now that this city is connecting our two worlds, it's bound to become the center of the two worlds in the future. If we can establish a foothold in this city, we can make a fortune through it. "I thought of this, too," Whirlwind Bulwark said, nodding. Then a hint of concern appeared as he continued, "But the news came so suddenly that I didn't get to prepare much." Many adventurer teams also had the same idea. If we include the Greater God's domain's native powers as well, I'm not sure if the 600+ God crystals we brought will be enough to secure a slot for everyone. Then, we'll just buy as many as we can. I just hope that the several apex powers and several dozen pseudo-apex powers that came here this time won't be too interested in the slots. Otherwise, small adventurer teams like ours won't stand a chance," Star Butterfly sighed. As the Pale Horn Adventurer Team's members made their way to the Zero Wing auction house in the heart of the city, Endless Scars' team just so happened to walk past them and overheard their conversation. "Connecting our two worlds. Several apex powers and several dozen pseudo-apex powers. Small adventurer team." These words repeatedly stimulated the nerves of Endless Scars and the other members of Blood Wing. If Endless Scars and her teammates hadn't seen that Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly were fifth-floor experts, and that the rest of Pale Horn's members were incredibly high-leveled, they would have regarded Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly as raving lunatics. Moreover, Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly weren't the only ones who spouted such ludicrous words. Many other level 240 fifth-floor experts on the street held similar discussions. Endless Scars and her teammates immediately realized they had stumbled upon a huge discovery. As an adventurer team with close ties to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Blood Wing had access to a lot of information unavailable to the public, including the fact that the human race's Greater God's domain had yet to be fully explored. Hence, even if an unknown realm occupied by human players were to suddenly appear, Endless Scars and her teammates wouldn't find it surprising. Nonetheless, the conversation between Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly still shocked them. It should be known that there were only several apex powers in the human race's Greater God's domain. Yet, according to Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly, the primordial civilization city was connected to an unknown realm that supposedly had several apex powers and several dozen pseudo-apex powers. If all these powers were to enter the Greater God's domain, they would thoroughly upset the existing balance. Moreover, the average level and strength of this unknown realm's players were astonishingly high. Despite the Pale Horn Adventurer team looking to be nearly as strong as the Blood Wing Adventurer team, Star Butterfly only regarded Pale Horn as a small adventurer team. If that was the case, how strong was this unknown realm exactly? Most importantly, this terrifying realm was connected to Zero Wing's primordial civilization city. As Drifting Bean watched the Pale Horn Adventurer team walk away, she couldn't help but whisper to Endless Scars, asking, "Commander, are we still going out to explore?" Chapter 3912, Chapter 986, Crazed Auction. Chapter 986, Crazed Auction. Explore. What nonsense are you spouting? Endless Scars rolled her eyes at Drifting Bean. Gather all available resources immediately. We must secure as many priority entry slots as possible before the other powers react. But Commander, The Eternal Chamber of Commerce will criticize you if we use that many resources to bid for Zero Wing's priority entry slots, Drifting Bean said worriedly. You might even lose your elder position if your competitors join hands. Endless Scars' status as an elder of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was one of the main reasons the Blood Wing Adventurer team could achieve its current success in the Angel Sanctuary. As the Nebula Consortium was one of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's shareholders, overtly supporting Zero Wing was akin to going against the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. If Blood Wing were to spend large amounts of resources to buy the Primordial Civilization City's priority entry slots, Endless Scars' competitors in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would not hesitate to use this opportunity to strip her of her elder qualifications. Should Endless Scars lose her status in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Blood Wing would have difficulty surviving in the Angel Sanctuary. So what? At Drifting Bean's concern, Endless Scars retorted nonchalantly, "Might is right in God's domain. Now that the Primordial Civilization City is connected to such an incredible realm, the status quo in the Eternal Realm and the greater God's domain is bound to undergo tremendous changes. If we can establish a foothold in this city, Eternal will come to us for help, not the other way around." Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell the significance of the Primordial Civilization City. It would most certainly become the center of the Eternal Realm and the Unknown Realm in the future. If Blood Wing could establish a foothold in the city, the adventurer team would have a lot of initiative in establishing partnerships with the powers of both realms. She'd have to be an utter fool to miss such an opportunity. Moreover, the Unknown Realm had an overwhelming advantage over the greater God's domain when it came to leveling up to level 240. If Blood Wing could rely on this advantage to mass-produce level 240 players, her authority in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would skyrocket. She would no longer have to fear the Nebula Consortium at that time. After all, the relationship between Apex Powers and the Nebula Consortium leaned more toward mutual cooperation. Even if the Nebula Consortium held shares in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Eternal was by no means a subordinate of Nebula. Realization dawned upon Drifting Bean at Endless Scars' explanation. Immediately, she gathered all the God crystals and life potions in Blood Wing's possession. As the adventurer teams and independent players who came to the Primordial Civilization City raised God crystals and life potions at all costs, the auction for the city's priority entry slots commenced to thundering applause in the Zero Wing auction house. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Zero Wing auction house. I will be your host for today's auction." Blackie introduced himself to the audience as he stood on the stage. Surprise and joy filled Blackie when he saw the packed auction hall. Although none of the attendees came from the Eternal Realm's major powers, he found it surprising that so many independent players would appear. After all, the minimum bid for the upcoming auction was 1 God crystal. It was not a price the average player could afford. Zero Wing will lease 10,000 priority entry slots for the Primordial Civilization City today. The lease lasts 1 month, and customers who place a successful bid today will receive preference in next month's auction. Under the same bidding price, old customers will have priority. Everyone in the auction hall grew excited at Blackie's announcement. Originally, everyone thought they would have to compete fiercely every month for the Primordial Civilization City's priority entry slots. Although having priority bidding rights didn't guarantee them victory, any advantage was better than no advantage in the upcoming auctions. Without further ado, we will start by auctioning 100 slots. All customers are free to bid on each of the 100 slots for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the highest bidder for each slot will be the winner. The starting price for each slot is 1 God crystal or 100 bottles of our local world's life potion. Each increment may not be less than 1 god crystal or 100 bottles of life potion. As soon as Blackie finished speaking, the 100,000 plus players in the auction hall began placing bids through the system frantically. The Strong Mountain Adventurer team will bid 3 god crystals per slot. These first 100 slots are ours. 3 god crystals. What gives you the nerve to call out such a price? I'm buying 20 slots for 5 god crystals each. I'm bidding 600 bottles of life potion. I just want 1 slot. None of the players hesitated to bid on the first 100 priority entry slots. Even the adventurer teams in attendance did not adopt a wait-and-see approach. In just a few seconds, even the lowest bid had already reached 500 bottles of life potion, while the highest reached 10 god crystals. The attendees' feeding frenzy completely exceeded Blackie's expectations. Madness. This is madness. Isn't it just a 1-month rental? Do you people have to go to such lengths? Why don't you guys let me have this first batch for 5 god crystals per slot? There are still 9,900 slots to go anyway. The price will fall later. Old man, who do you think you're fooling? Everyone here has come prepared. The price will only go up the further we get into the auction. I'm bidding 600 bottles per slot for all 100 slots. As the 10-second time limit drew closer, every bidder grew anxious. Many even started to persuade others to give up on the current batch. However, nobody present listened to the advice of those around them. Everyone kept raising the prices of the first 100 slots. When the closing bell rang, some attendees rejoiced while others grew dejected. How are these people so rich? I bid 800 bottles of life potion per slot, yet I didn't win a single bid. Are these people zero-wing shills? Drifting Bean was dumbfounded when the system informed her that all 100 of her bids had lost. In preparation for the auction, Endless Scars had exercised her authority and connections to obtain 100,000 bottles of life potion. This was virtually all the life potions the Blood Wing Adventurer team could muster. Originally, Drifting Bean thought they could secure at least a few hundred slots with this many life potions. However, they had failed to secure even 1 slot despite bidding 80,000 bottles for 100 slots. This outcome was utterly incomprehensible. Whether it was 800 bottles of life potion or 8 god crystals, neither was a sum accessible to the average expert player. Many players might not even consume 800 bottles of life potion within their lifetimes. Yet, such an amount wasn't enough to secure even one of the primordial civilization cities' priority entry slots. Drifting Bean refused to believe there wasn't shill bidding involved. Commit all 100,000 bottles for the next 100 slots, Endless Scars said, gritting her teeth. Understood. At Endless Scars' command, Drifting Bean placed her highest bid on the second batch at the very last second. When the system alerted Drifting Bean that she had won all her bids, although she winced at how much she had just spent, she simultaneously felt relieved. Endless Scars' decision was proven to be wise as the auction progressed. Apart from the first batch's 100 slots selling for 9 god crystals, or 900 bottles of life potion each, none of the slots in the subsequent batches sold for less than 10 god crystals, or 1,000 bottles of life potion. The crazed demand for the priority entry slots confused many people. After the auction for the primordial civilization city's priority entry slots concluded, news of it quickly reached the Eternal Realm's various powers. Initially, these powers had expected the auction to become a joke. However, the reality made their jaws drop. Chapter 3913 Chapter 987 Astonishing Wealth Chapter 987 Astonishing Wealth. Are you sure you're not joking? How can a measly 10,000 slots sell for over 40,000 god crystals and 7 million bottles of life potion? Which power is behind such a crazy stunt? What? A bunch of independent players and adventurer teams bought them. Since when have independent players and adventurer teams been so wealthy? As news of the auction's outcome spread, the various powers that had expected the auction to become a joke found themselves questioning reality. God crystals were incredibly precious in the greater God's domain. Even pseudo-apex powers didn't necessarily have 40,000 God crystals in their possession. Not to mention, who would pay upwards of 1,000 bottles of life potion just for 1 month of priority entry into a guild city. With that many life potions, one could pay for 1 month of access to a special tier mobile city. When the various powers, executives learned of this crazy behavior, they felt that either they or the buyers had lost their minds. While the various powers were floundering over the auction's outcome, they finally received information regarding the primordial civilization city, which triggered a mental breakdown. The primordial civilization city was connected to an unknown human realm where multiple apex powers existed. Players of this realm could level up to level 240 without relying on taboo secret lands, making it a leveling paradise. Furthermore, many of this realm's powers were trading level 235 plus taboo epic equipment and level 240 taboo fragmented legendary equipment for combat rank secret treasures and extraordinary rank secret treasures, respectively, in the primordial civilization city at a 1-to-1 ratio. With direct access to such an incredible realm, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider the primordial civilization city a cradle for nurturing powerhouses. This discovery tempted the various powers, making them hesitate over whether they should develop in the primordial civilization city. However, the Nebula Consortium's influence ultimately made the various powers give up on moving into the primordial civilization city, at least for now. As for their reasoning, it was simple. Firstly, the Nebula Consortium would not be happy with them should they cave in so readily. With how crowded the primordial civilization city was, they'd have to obtain its priority entry slots if they wanted to establish a long-term presence there. But if they were to compete for the priority entry slots, they'd definitely use the more readily available life potions rather than the more precious God crystals. In that case, they'd be defying the Nebula Consortium. This would likely earn them the Consortium's ire. Secondly, the priority entry slots were too expensive. Once the craze over the primordial civilization city settled down a few days later, the price of the priority entry slots would fall. Hence, it would be wiser for them to bide their time. Their patience could also be taken as a show of respect for the Nebula Consortium, so the Consortium shouldn't mind it too much if they were to compete for the priority entry slots a few days later. For these reasons, the various powers decided to wait a few days before sending their geniuses and paragons to develop in the primordial civilization city. In any case, even if the independent players and adventurer teams got a head start, a few days wouldn't be enough for them to catch up to the various powers' geniuses and paragons. Not to mention, with the various powers boycotting Zero Wing together, Zero Wing would be without support out in the fields. Even if Zero Wing no longer lacked life potions, its guild members would still suffer severe losses because of evil nature's bounty. Allowing Zero Wing's wounds to fester for a few days would make negotiating a partnership with Zero Wing much easier later on. Simply put, they could kill 3 birds with 1 stone by being patient for a few days. Primordial Civilization City, Zero Wing's residence, Guild Leader's office. While the various powers were discussing how to get Zero Wing to give them more priority entry slots, Blackie excitedly reported the auction's outcome to Shi Feng. Guild Leader, we made a total of 42,164 God crystals and 7.34 million bottles of life potion from today's auction. That's nearly as many God crystals as we got from evil nature's treasury. Blackie couldn't help being ecstatic as he looked at the financial statement in his hand. Excluding those leased today, the primordial civilization city still has 290,000 priority entry slots. If we subsequently sell 10,000 slots once every 3 days and leave 200,000 slots for ourselves, we can make at least 400,000 God crystals and 70 million bottles of life potion a month. If converted to star coins, 70 million bottles of life potion is equivalent to 2.1 trillion star coins. With this many star coins, we'll be fine even if we expand Zero Wing's internal member count by tenfold. We earned that much, Shi Feng was astonished. Even if he added all the money Zero Wing had made in his previous and current lives, the total would not come anywhere close to 2.1 trillion star coins. Not to mention, the 2.1 trillion star coins did not include the God crystals earned in the auction. Originally, Shi Feng was quite troubled about his decision to sponsor Holy Dragon Spear. Even if he could come up with the 90 billion star coins and 15 million bottles of life potion needed, it would take him a month to get everything ready. But now, even if Holy Dragon Spear's expenditure were to double, Zero Wing could easily afford it. The sale of the primordial civilization city's priority entry slots was even more profitable than robbing evil nature. But I'm not sure we can maintain this high income for long. As we release more slots, the average price of each slot will likely decrease. Moreover, as both sides' demand for secret treasures, taboo weapons, and taboo equipment is met, demand for the priority entry slots will also decrease, Blackie sighed. The mainstream players on our side catching up to the remnant primordial world's players in levels would be the final nail in the coffin. You don't have to worry about that, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Trade between the two sides might decrease over time, but I assure you that the number of players on our side trying to get into the remnant primordial world will only increase over time. Furthermore, I still have a trick up my sleeve. The remnant primordial world's true value lay in its level 240 plus resources. It was just that the Eternal Realms players had yet to explore and understand the remnant primordial world, regarding it as no more than a slightly special level 240 secret land. Once they entered the remnant primordial world, they would naturally learn about the level 245 taboo team dungeons and the level 245 taboo legendary weapons and equipment the dungeons produced. At that time, the entirety of the human race's greater god's domain would probably go crazy. You still have a trick up your sleeve. Shi Feng's confidence confused Blackie. He couldn't understand what more the primordial civilization city had to offer other than trade and leveling resources that could attract the players of both sides. From tomorrow onward, auction this thing through the Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Auction one every 3 days. Only level 245 taboo legendary equipment and fantasy-ranked secret treasures can be used as bids, Shi Feng said, handing Blackie about a dozen advanced divine strengthening scrolls. It had taken him several hours just to produce this small stack. With this thing, we don't have to worry about the primordial civilization city lacking visitors. I'll get it done right away. Blackie accepted the advanced divine strengthening scrolls, feeling elated when he realized what Shi Feng was aiming to achieve. By selling advanced divine strengthening scrolls through only the Abyss Chamber of Commerce in Luminous Sky City, Zero Wing could increase the interaction between the Eternal Realm and the remnant primordial world. Firstly, since the advanced divine strengthening scrolls were sold in the Eternal Realm's Luminous Sky City, the remnant primordial world's powers would have to interact with the Eternal Realm to obtain the scrolls. As for the Eternal Realm's powers, although they could bid on the advanced divine strengthening scrolls using fantasy-ranked secret treasures, they would need the remnant Primordial Worlds level 245 taboo legendary equipment to use the scrolls on. After Blackie left the room, Shi Feng retrieved the Abyss Workshop certification from his bag and teleported to the Flame Dragon God's Nest, intending to redeem the Flame God set. Chapter 39:14 Chapter 988 Flame God Set Chapter 988 Flame God Set Primordial Dragon Sanctuary Flame Dragon God's Treasury. When Shi Feng arrived at the Treasury's plaza, he found it packed with members of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers. These players were either normal members trading undying souls with each other or executives collecting undying souls from their respective guild members. All of you, stop holding on to your undying souls. If you turn in all your undying souls to the guild now, you can still get a considerable amount of contribution points. You can even ask for Stardew if you prefer that option. But if you wait until the treasury is almost out of items, your undying souls will become worthless. A level 240 old man from Red-Tailed Dragon advised as he swept his gaze across the Red-Tailed Dragon members who had come to turn in their daily quota of undying souls. However, none of the Red-Tailed Dragon members bought into the old man's words. They turned in no more than the required number of undying souls, which had the old man shaking his head. How many more undying souls do we need to reach 50 million? Tarnished Wind, a giant player and the designated successor of Red-Tailed Dragon, asked the old man quietly. We're still a little over 8 million short, the old man replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. That's about the same as Holy Dragon Spear, Tarnished Wind said, gritting his teeth. Those cunning bastards. If they hadn't banded together to force us to buy everything they own, we would have collected enough undying souls long ago. Currently, the various pseudo-apex powers had their sights set on one thing, and one thing only in the Flame Dragon God's Treasury, the Flame God set. Originally, the various pseudo-apex powers had already given up on redeeming the Flame God set after the Flame Dragon God's Nest's access key fell into Shi Feng's hands. However, following the Nebula Consortium's intervention, the various pseudo-apex powers again had designs on the Flame God set. As Red-Tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear happened to have the most undying souls out of the 8 pseudo-apex powers operating in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, they ended up in fierce competition. Red-Tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear had gradually increased their purchase prices to obtain the undying souls in the possession of the 6 other pseudo-apex powers members. Initially, they bought undying souls for only 1 mental strength potion or 1 life potion, 30,000 star coins, per 10 undying souls. Now, they were paying 20,000 star coins per undying soul. However, while this price increase might have allowed Red-Tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear to collect many undying souls within a short period, it also inspired more and more players to hold on to their undying souls as time passed in the hope of getting a better price. As for the 6 other pseudo-apex powers, they took things a step further. Although they had given up on competing for the Flame God set after realizing they couldn't win against Red-Tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear, they did not immediately try to sell their undying souls to either of the 2 powers. Instead, they banded together and declared that if Red-Tailed Dragon or Holy Dragon Spear wanted their undying souls, either power would have to buy everything they owned at the going rate. The 6 other pseudo-apex powers held nearly 200 million undying souls in total. If bought at 20,000 star coins per undying soul, that would cost nearly 4 trillion star coins altogether. Red-Tailed Dragon could never accept such an astronomical price. Not to mention, Red-Tailed Dragon didn't need that many undying souls. Announced to the other powers members that Red-Tailed Dragon will buy their undying souls for 30,000 star coins each. Make sure they know that this is their only chance to sell their undying souls for this price. Tarnished Wind said after much consideration. Are we really going to do this? The old man asked worriedly. If we raise the price to 30,000, Holy Dragon Spear will most likely follow suit. Once that happens, we'd be fortunate to collect 100,000 undying souls before those opportunists switch to waiting for the price to increase again. And should the other powers realize we might never collect enough undying souls, they'll demand we buy their undying souls for an even more ridiculous price. Red-tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear were in a stalemate only because they still had self-restraint. Both sides had tacitly agreed to keep the price of undying souls at 20,000 star coins. After all, should either side dare to raise the price any further, they might end up spending several 100 billion star coins for the Flame God set. Even if Red-tailed Dragon was wealthy, it couldn't afford such extravagance. I must have the Flame God set, Tarnished Wind said definitively. So long as I can get the Flame God set, it'll be worthwhile even if Red-tailed Dragon has to tighten its belt for an entire year. Divine sets were of great significance to the greater God's domain's powers. It was especially so for pseudo-apex powers. If Red-tailed Dragon owned a divine set, apex powers would no longer regard it as an ant. Even if it accidentally offended an apex power, the apex power in question would only respond with a token retaliation, at most. So long as Red-tailed Dragon paid some compensation, the apex power wouldn't try to take things too far. The old man fell silent at Tarnished Wind's words. He similarly understood the significance of a divine set to Red-tailed Dragon. After pondering for a moment, the old man instructed his subordinates to purchase undying souls for 30,000 star coins each. Shortly after Red-tailed Dragon increased its purchase price, news of it reached Holy Dragon Spear. Damn it, is Tarnished Wind out of his mind? 30,000 star coins. Does he want mutual destruction? South Lake nearly exploded when he read the latest report from his subordinate. Due to the recent incident with the Nebula Consortium, Holy Hymn City's various powers and corporations had put a lot of pressure on Holy Dragon Spear. This situation forced South Lake to sever Holy Dragon Spear's ties with Zero Wing and put his grand ambitions on hold. In a last-ditch effort to revive his ambitions, South Lake decided to risk it all on the Flame God set. However, with Red-tailed Dragon's latest price increase, Holy Dragon Spear might lose much of its shares to Holy Hymn City should it continue competing with Red-tailed Dragon. At that time, Holy Dragon Spear would no longer be the same as before. Great Commander, why don't we give up? With our current finances, we can't afford to pay 30,000 star coins per undying soul, Apocalypse advised. The 6 other powers are also banking on the fact that we need their undying souls to redeem the Flame God set, so they will only sell their undying souls to us if we agree to buy everything they have. South Lake similarly understood the other pseudo-apex powers' intentions, and he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Do we give up? South Lake muttered and fell into thought. About 10 seconds later he sighed. So be it. Tell the other powers that Holy Dragon Spear is giving up the competition. However, they must help dispose of Holy Dragon Spear's undying souls. Otherwise, I will tell Tarnished Wind my decision, and no one will have it easy. Originally, after seeing Red Frost reach the 6th floor standard, South Lake thought Holy Dragon Spear could rely on its partnership with Zero Wing to steadily improve the strength of its members. If the Tower of the Abyss was as amazing as Red Frost described, Holy Dragon Spear could even become an apex power. However, before he could turn his dreams into reality, Zero Wing had somehow offended the Nebula Consortium, foiling his plans and forcing him to depend on the Flame God set. The Flame God set was Holy Dragon Spear's last hope at becoming an overlord in the greater god's domain. But now, even that hope was lost. Just as Apocalypse was about to contact the 6 other pseudo-apex powers, a surprised outcry arose from the Treasury Plaza. At the same time, horrified expressions appeared on the faces of the players in the plaza. "Quick, look at the exchange list. The flame god set is gone." Chapter 39:15, Chapter 989, Fourth Divine Sets Might. Chapter 989, Fourth Divine Sets Might. Did Tarnished Wind redeem it? The cries of the players in the plaza momentarily stunned South Lake. Then confusion appeared on his face as he muttered, "But that shouldn't be possible. Red-tailed dragon should still be short of several million undying souls. Even if it raised its purchase price to 30,000 star coins, there's no way it can collect so many so quickly. Could Tarnished Wind have reached an agreement with the other powers?" Apocalypse wondered, his expression turning ugly. Several million undying souls might not be a significant amount, but it was by no means little either. There was no way Red-tailed Dragon could get such an amount through the various powers members alone. The only explanation was that it had purchased the undying souls in the possession of the other pseudo-apex powers. However, if that were the case, it would be the worst possible news for Holy Dragon Spear. Holy Dragon Spear had expended considerable resources and star coins to obtain the undying souls it currently possessed. If these undying souls ended up becoming useless, the adventurer team would suffer severe losses. "That shouldn't be the case," South Lake said firmly, shaking his head. "If Tarnished Wind decided to accept the other powers' conditions, Red-tailed Dragon wouldn't have needed to announce it was raising its purchase price. The other powers would have gladly sold their undying souls at the previous price. Tarnished Wind must have put a lot of work into keeping his actions a secret to finish collecting the remaining undying souls without the other powers noticing," Apocalypse sighed. Unlike Holy Dragon Spear and Red-tailed Dragon, the other pseudo-apex powers had long since given up on competing for the Flame God set. To dispose of the undying souls in their possession, they kept a very close eye on the undying souls Holy Dragon Spear and Red-tailed Dragon possessed. This was so they could ensure neither power could collect the necessary 50 million undying souls. Yet, Tarnished Wind had collected 50 million undying souls for Red-tailed Dragon without the other pseudo-apex powers noticing. This came as a huge surprise to Apocalypse. While Apocalypse was lamenting Holy Dragon Spear's situation, a young man walked into the advanced tent occupied by Apocalypse and South Lake. Despite looking no older than 20, the young man was already a level 236, Tier 6 Ranger who had reached the 5th floor standard. He was also fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, and his strength was no weaker than the chosen ones nurtured by apex powers. "Dayspring, did something happen on Red-tailed Dragon's side?" Apocalypse asked. Dayspring was among the latest batch of chosen ones nurtured by Holy Dragon Spear. While not as talented as Heiser, he was still a genius that Holy Dragon Spear would only see once every few years. Outside of grinding in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, he was tasked with keeping an eye on Red-tailed Dragon's situation whenever he was on break. "I'm not sure what happened, but Red-tailed Dragon seemed to go crazy after news came from the plaza that the Flame God set had disappeared. In addition to mustering its forces, Red-tailed Dragon sealed off the plaza with a great Grandmaster War Barrier," Dayspring reported. "Red-tailed Dragon has sealed off the plaza." South Lake was stunned. "Wasn't Tarnished Wind the one who redeemed the Flame God set?" "That can't be. Who else has the undying souls to redeem it apart from us?" Apocalypse was equally confused. As powers that had operated in the Flame Dragon God's Nest for quite some time, They knew it was impossible for the average power to obtain 50 million undying souls without relying on others. Collecting 40 million undying souls had severely impacted holy dragon spears and red-tailed dragons' daily operations. Apocalypse found it hard to imagine any other power could collect 50 million undying souls so quickly and without anybody noticing. No, there's still one other power. It's just that. Southlake suddenly thought of Zero Wing. However, when he recalled the Nebula Consortium's recent interference, he couldn't believe Zero Wing would be foolish enough to come to the Flame Dragon God's Nest to redeem the Flame God set. After all, the protection of an Apex Power One was useless against the Nebula Consortium. Regardless, we should go and take a look. Apocalypse, have all our experts gather at the Treasury Plaza. Understood. Apocalypse promptly contacted all the Holy Dragon Spear members in the Flame Dragon God's Nest. While Holy Dragon Spear assembled its forces, Shi Feng looked at the Flame God set in his bag space with great joy. After waiting for so long, it's finally mine. Shi Feng's heart pounded as he studied the 8-piece equipment set. The Flame God set. It ranked 4th among the 6 great divine sets of the human race's greater God's domain. In his previous life, Holy Dragon Spear had relied on it to make a name for itself among the human race and the holy race. The set had even elevated Holy Dragon Spear into an adventurer team that every power had to be cautious of. Shi Feng never dared to have designs for the 6 great divine sets in his previous life. After all, the 6 great divine sets were feared by even apex powers. The manpower and resources required to procure one of these sets could deter even apex powers from trying, let alone weaker powers. But now, he had redeemed the complete Flame God set just by spending 50 million undying souls. This situation felt like a dream to him. When Shi Feng inspected the Flame God set statistics, he was dumbfounded. Flame God's Crown, Divine Artifact Equipment Requirement, Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Pauldrons. Divine Artifact Equipment Requirement, Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Gauntlets. Divine Artifact Equipment Requirement, Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Bracers. Divine Artifact Equipment Requirement, Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Cuirass. Divine Artifact Equipment Requirement, Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Belt. Divine Artifact Equipment Requirement, Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Greaves. Divine Artifact Equipment Requirement, Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Sabatons. Divine Artifact Equipment Requirement, Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God set's 4-piece effect. Provides an unrestricted 100% increase to all basic attributes and a 10% increase to all skill and spell completion rates. Grants the use of the Tier 7 Profound Active Skill Flame God's Roar. Flame God set's 8-piece effect. Improves the user's law projection by 1 rank. Reduces equipment requirement by 50%. Grants the Tier 7 Profound Passive Skill Dragon's Will, weakening the effects of mental attacks by 90% and law projections by 50%. If the user is not the Flame Dragon God's legatee, the Flame God set's quality will be lowered to the Fragmented Divine Artifact standard, and the set effects will be halved. Sure enough, there's no way the main God system would let players get a complete version of one of the 6 great divine sets so easily. Shi Feng was at a loss for words when he finished reading the Flame God set statistics. He had indeed obtained the Flame God set. It was also every bit as heaven-defying as he expected. However, unless one was the Flame Dragon God's legatee. Equipping the Flame God set would cause it to be weakened to the fragmented divine artifact standard. With such a penalty in place, the Flame God set couldn't even be considered a regular divine set, let alone one of the 6 great divine sets. However, Shi Feng quickly recovered from his disappointment and replaced his God Chaser set with the Flame God set. Although the Flame God set couldn't exhibit its true potential unless equipped by the Flame Dragon God's legatee, it still provided more basic attributes than the average divine artifact-ranked equipment. Not to mention, it came with 2 Tier 7 profound skills. Upon equipping the Flame God set, Shi Feng felt power coursing through his body. Even his life rating changed. With my current basic attributes, I should match the various pseudo-apex powers, level 240 old monsters. Shi Feng couldn't help marveling at his updated attribute panel. In his previous life, he had to actively avoid the various pseudo-apex powers level 240 plus old monsters. This was because those old monsters were fully equipped with divine artifacts and possessed ancient legacies that granted them basic attributes rivaling those of level 240 ancient gods. Now, with the basic attributes provided by the incomplete Flame God set and the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon, he could already match the basic attributes of the various pseudo-apex powers, level 240 plus old monsters. While Shi Feng marveled at the Flame God set's might, the Treasury Plaza suddenly became noisy as a legion of 1,000 level 240 elite experts surrounded it. This sight surprised even the pseudo-apex powers that had come to check on the situation. Tarnished Wind must be really anxious to mobilize even the Crimson Dragon Legion. South Lake exclaimed when he saw Red-Tailed Dragon's strongest trump card legion deployed around the Treasury Plaza. Then, as he swept his gaze across the plaza, he suddenly noticed a familiar face. Guild Leader Black Flame. TL notes, won the protection of an apex power. The apex power here is referring to Dragon's Crown. Holy Dragon Spear and the other pseudo-apex powers of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary are under the assumption that Dragon's Crown is an apex power Chapter 3916 Chapter 990, Sundered Sky Chapter 990, Sundered Sky. Guild Leader Black Flame. Southlake's words stunned Apocalypse. Great Commander, are you sure you're not mistaken? The current situation in the Flame Dragon God's Nest was completely different from when Zero Wing was still partnered with the various pseudo-apex powers. The Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers had initially been willing to partner with Zero Wing only out of respect for and fear of Dragon's Crown, a suspected hidden apex power. Otherwise, even if Zero Wing had redeemed the access key, the various pseudo-apex powers would have tried various means to occupy the secret land. Now that the Nebula Consortium had conveyed its intention to persecute Zero Wing to the various pseudo-apex powers, it no longer mattered whether an apex power backed Zero Wing. The various pseudo-apex powers no longer had to concede to Zero Wing. This was also why they dared to have designs on the Flame God set. If Shi Feng dared to redeem the Flame God set, the various powers would not treat him as courteously as before. Have a look yourself, Southlake said, pointing at a cloaked figure in the middle of the Treasury Plaza. When Apocalypse looked at the cloaked figure Southlake indicated, he instantly recognized the other party as Shi Feng. After all, Shi Feng hadn't bothered to hide his appearance. Anybody who had met him before would recognize him. Is he crazy? Apocalypse was stunned. Apocalypse did not doubt that Shi Feng had the undying souls to redeem the Flame God set. After all, Shi Feng had already shown himself capable of obtaining many undying souls within a short period, when he previously redeemed the access key and Empress's scales. Hence, Apocalypse didn't find his having collected enough undying souls to redeem the Flame God set strange. What Apocalypse hadn't anticipated was for Shi Feng to boldly come and redeem the flame god set by himself. The Treasury Plaza wasn't particularly large. Not to mention, there were only several hundred players in the plaza right now. With just a glance, anyone could see that Shi Feng was the only player not sporting the guild emblem of a primordial dragon sanctuary pseudo-apex power. Now that Shi Feng was trapped in the plaza, he was at the mercy of tarnished wind. After all, even a level 240 ancient god would need some time to break out of a great grandmaster war barrier. Sure enough, this young man is still too ignorant, Southlake said, shaking his head as he watched Tarnished Wind approach Shi Feng with the Crimson Dragon Legion. He thinks he can run rampant in the greater god's domain just because he has an apex power backing him. He has no idea that there are existences that even apex powers fear in this world. Should we intervene? Apocalypse asked when he saw Tarnished Wind's forces encircling Shi Feng. Since the threat of Dragon's Crown was no longer a concern, Tarnished Wind would not hesitate to attack Shi Feng. With the Crimson Dragon Legion mobilized, only Holy Dragon Spear had the forces necessary to get Shi Feng out of this situation. As Zero Wing and Holy Dragon Spear were formerly partners, and Shi Feng was someone Red Frost thought highly of, Apocalypse naturally couldn't stand by and watch as Tarnished Wind killed him. Of course, but not immediately, Southlake said, shaking his head. Then, while looking at Shi Feng, he continued, "We might be able to save him this time, but we can't save him all the time. He needs to experience some suffering and learn that pseudo-apex powers aren't easy opponents." "You're right," Apocalypse nodded in agreement. He similarly felt that Shi Feng needed to experience defeat. Otherwise, Shi Feng might fall under the illusion that there were no powerhouses in the greater god's domain, and that he could do whatever he wanted so long as he had Dragon's Crown's backing. Apocalypse was familiar with the name of Black Flame. As the 6th-ranked expert on the updated Divine Glory list, Shi Feng could be considered an apex expert. Under normal circumstances, the various pseudo-apex powers would try to avoid antagonizing him, even more so if they knew of his backing. However, now that Zero Wing had made an enemy out of the Nebula Consortium, Shi Feng would be dreaming if he thought his status as the 6th-ranked player on the Divine Glory list could get Tarnished Wind to back off. Over at the Treasury Plaza, the situation played out as Southlake and Apocalypse had anticipated. Tarnished Wind did not show any fear when he stood before Shi Feng. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. "It's true. You really did redeem the Flame God set," exclaimed Tarnished Wind, who was level 241, as he stared at the Flame God set under Shi Feng's black cloak. As if the black cloak was fake, it could not hide any secrets from him. Then he demanded, "Guild leader Black Flame, hand over the Flame God set, and I will promise you safe passage out of the secret land. Otherwise, I will have you disappear from God's domain, even if you have the Flame God set equipped. Commander Wind, are you so confident you can defeat me?" Shi Feng looked at Tarnished Wind in surprise. In his previous life, the Flame God set was regarded as one of the 6 great divine sets of the human race's greater god's domain. Although the players of this timeline had yet to witness its might, some of its information could still be found in the Grand Library. According to the Grand Library's records, the Flame God set could grant its wearer strength to rival primordial gods. Even though he was only level 233 right now, he was already strong enough to overpower the average level 240 player. "Naturally," Tarnished Wind answered confidently. "Had it been any other divine set, I would be powerless against you. But I know that unless equipped by the Flame Dragon God's legatee, the Flame God set will only be on par with fragmented divine sets. Not to mention, you're only level 232. I might have feared you slightly had you been level 240, but in your current state, you are unqualified to stand against me. So, hand over the Flame God set or die." After saying so, Tarnished Wind, who was 8 meters tall, swung his gigantic war hammer at Shi Feng. The moment the war hammer moved, all players in the Treasury Plaza felt it dragging the surrounding space along. It was as if Tarnished Wind was swinging a miniature world at Shi Feng, his attack causing the space within the plaza to distort heavily. Damn it! Southlake's expression turned serious at this turn of events. As for Apocalypse, he unsheathed the divine saber he carried and dashed forward. As the successor of Red-Tailed Dragon, the second strongest pseudo-apex power in the primordial dragon sanctuary, Tarnished Wind had risen to fame long ago. When he was still at level 230, he had shocked the primordial dragon sanctuary by surviving several minutes against a level 235 ancient god, despite being equipped with only a divine war hammer and fragmented divine artifact-ranked equipment. He could accomplish this astonishing feat because of World Hammer, a technique he had developed by fusing 2 advanced gold combat techniques. Now that Tarnished Wind was level 241 and fully equipped with divine artifacts, even the level 240 old monsters of the primordial dragon sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers would not dare to receive his World Hammer lest they get one-shotted. This move is quite powerful, Shi Feng commented, marveling at Tarnished Wind's attack. Then he unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and continued, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Pseudo-Tier 7 skill, Absolute Thunder. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning sundered the sky, piercing the war barrier and streaking tens of thousands of yards away from the flame dragon god's treasury. As the lightning faded, Tarnished Wind stared dumbfounded at his missing arm and HP bar, which had fallen by over 50%. Chapter 39:17, Chapter 991, Clues to the Undying Mother. Chapter 991, Clues to the Undying Mother. Everyone in and around the plaza gradually returned to their senses as the lightning faded. However, when they saw the state Tarnished Wind was in, their eyes widened in shock. This was especially so for the various pseudo-apex powers executives. Tarnished Wind got heavily injured. Southlake couldn't believe his eyes. When Tarnished Wind took action, Southlake had thought of many possible outcomes, but none included a scenario where Tarnished Wind suffered severe injury. As Holy Dragon Spear and Red-Tailed Dragon were longtime partners, Southlake knew how strong Tarnished Wind was. Aside from Apocalypse, nobody present could confidently say they could face Tarnished Wind's World Hammer and come out unscathed. To suppress Tarnished Wind, Southlake would have to work with Apocalypse at the very least. But now, Shi Feng had heavily injured Tarnished Wind with a single move. This situation overturned Southlake's worldview. Is this the Flame God Set's power? Apocalypse couldn't help but link Shi Feng's performance to the Flame God Set. According to the Grand Library, the Flame God Set could grant a Tier 6 player strength, rivaling that of primordial gods. Although Apocalypse had doubted this information, this situation made him reconsider his opinion. Tarnished Wind was a level 241 player fully equipped with divine artifacts. He could stand among the strongest players in the greater god's domain. On the other hand, Shi Feng was only level 232, the gap between them was over 5 levels. Unless Shi Feng could rival a level 232 primordial god in strength, it shouldn't be possible for him to injure Tarnished Wind heavily with one move. Impossible. You've obtained the Flame Dragon God's legacy. Tarnished Wind glared at Shi Feng, his eyes filled with vexation and disbelief. Tarnished Wind had happened across information in the Flame Dragon God's nest that the Flame God Set could only unleash its true potential in the hands of the Flame Dragon God's legatee. However, even after fully utilizing Red-Tailed Dragon's available manpower, he failed to find any information about the Flame Dragon God's legacy. This was also why he was certain Shi Feng couldn't fully utilize the Flame God Set, even after redeeming it. Take a guess, Shi Feng retorted, chuckling. Then he executed the threefold mana body technique and swung the shadow incinerator. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Aside from absolute thunder, this was the strongest attack he could muster. Although not as powerful as absolute thunder, when enhanced by his pseudo-tier 7 mana, Dark Moon could exhibit power that surpassed that of peak gold combat techniques and touched upon the pseudo-tier 7 standard. Even when uninjured, Tarnished Wind couldn't block this attack completely. Now that he was missing an arm and heavily injured, he naturally stood no chance against it. Despite his attempt to block the attack, Tarnished Wind lost all his remaining HP to it. This situation petrified the Crimson Dragon Legion members considering joining the fight. Subsequently, a peculiar scene played out in the Treasury Plaza. Despite the Crimson Dragon Legion comprising level 240 elite experts, none of the Legion members dared to approach Shi Feng. On the contrary, they took a step backward for every step forward Shi Feng took. The scene was so spectacular that it shocked even Apocalypse, who had fought in the Greater God's domain for over a century. The Crimson Dragon Legion was Red-Tailed Dragon's strongest trump card legion. It was a first-class legion in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, primarily established to counter the various pseudo-apex powers, level 240 old monsters. No matter how powerful a player was, there was a limit to their stamina and concentration. When empowered by a large-scale silver battle array, the Crimson Dragon Legion members, despite being equipped with only a few fragmented divine artifacts, could achieve basic attributes on par with players fully equipped with divine artifacts. If any pseudo-apex powers level 240+ old monsters were to fight the Crimson Dragon Legion alone, they would ultimately collapse from exhaustion. Although the Crimson Dragon Legion would sustain severe losses in the process, the death of a level 240+ old monster more than made up for these losses. But now, the Crimson Dragon Legion's prided ability to whittle down level 240+ old monsters had turned into a joke in front of Shi Feng. After all, if Tarnished Wind couldn't survive even 2 moves against Shi Feng, the Crimson Dragon Legion members naturally wouldn't fare any better. They might not even last 1 move against him. In that case, there was no way they could last long enough to see Shi Feng run out of stamina and concentration. What the Crimson Dragon Legion members didn't know was that Shi Feng couldn't use the combination of the threefold mana body technique and Dark Moon many times. Even if he stopped using the threefold mana body technique, he still couldn't use Dark Moon 1,000 times consecutively. Could he be the second coming of Imperial Wraith? Southlake was shocked and envious as he looked at Shi Feng. Imperial Wraith. He was one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. The various apex powers feared him the most out of the 9 great experts. This was because he possessed a divine set and incredible talent for combat, with rumors saying he had reached the half-step mortal god standard. These factors enabled him to simultaneously fight over 10 old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. Even Apex powers did not have many level 240+ old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. Most were also required to defend strategic locations and couldn't be mobilized on a whim. Hence, Imperial Wraith's strength made him a huge threat to the various Apex powers. Although Shi Feng had yet to reach Imperial Wraith's level, he already had the makings of Imperial Wraith. He should already be strong enough to threaten an entire pseudo-apex power by himself. After all, no pseudo-apex power had more than 10 level 240+ old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. After Red-Tailed Dragon's forces retreated from the treasury under an old man's lead, the executives of the other pseudo-apex powers promptly approached Shi Feng to cozy up to him and expressed that their powers would never be enemies with 0 wing. They also took the initiative to withdraw their members from the Flame Dragon God's Nest and compensate Shi Feng with triple the entrance fee they previously agreed on. This situation allowed Shi Feng to earn over 1,000,000 bottles of life potion. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations. Zero Wing has finally stepped into the greater God's domain's uppermost echelon in the truest sense. Now that you've redeemed the Flame God set and defeated Tarnished Wind, even the Nebula Consortium will likely have to reconsider its conflict with Zero Wing, Southlake said, offering his most sincere congratulations. It was just a fluke, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. I doubt the Nebula Consortium will even take notice of my fight here. The Nebula Consortium had a presence behind multiple apex powers. Shi Feng wasn't gullible enough to believe that a player equipped with a divine set was enough to get such a terrifying existence to take Zero Wing seriously. You are too modest, Southlake responded out of courtesy. He did not refute Shi Feng's words because he agreed with Shi Feng's sentiment. Moving on from this topic, he continued, regarding the Undying Mother you asked us to investigate, I finally obtained some reliable information yesterday. It was last seen in the Giant Sanctuary's Demon God Forest 5 days ago. It appeared in the Demon God Forest 5 days ago. Shi Feng was both delighted and troubled by this unexpected news. The Undying Mother was the biggest obstacle for his reaching Tier 7. The Greater God's domain's 22 taboos were nomadic monsters that brought death and destruction wherever they went. It was incredibly difficult for players to obtain information on them. This was because players who encountered them usually died without knowing how they were killed. Hence, finding any of the 22 taboos was a chore and required a lot of time. Originally, Shi Feng thought it would be weeks before he could locate the Undying Mother. Hence, he was pleasantly surprised to learn of its whereabouts so soon. At the same time, though, he couldn't help but frown when he heard where the Undying Mother was last seen. The Giant Sanctuary's Demon God Forest, also known as the Lair of Demon Gods, was an incredibly dangerous forbidden land in the human race's Greater God's domain. Chapter 39:18 Chapter 992 Demon God Forest Chapter 992 Demon God Forest. Are you certain about this information? Shi Feng asked Southlake. Raiding the Undying Mother was already a challenging task. Even if he now had the Flame God set, he still wasn't confident he could kill the 14th ranked existence among the 22 taboos. If he had to fight it in the Demon God Forest, the probability of failure would be even higher. The Demon God Forest might be an unfamiliar name to most players in the Greater God's domain, but all the powers operating in the 12 sanctuaries knew of it. Demon gods were gods born from demonic creatures. Some demon gods were born as such, while others were demonic creatures that evolved into demon gods later in life. However, without exception, they were all incredibly powerful, with the weakest demon god rivaling Tier 6 dragons and the stronger ones rivaling primordial gods. As its name suggested, the Demon God Forest was the habitat of demon gods. In Shi Feng's previous life, even the holy race's royal powers never considered conquering the Demon God Forest. If he had to raid the Undying Mother in the Demon God Forest, it would be akin to fighting a boss amidst a horde of bosses. Of course, not all was bad news. Taboo bosses were considered the enemy of all creatures, including demon gods. This was because taboo bosses gained their strength through devouring other living creatures. Hence, like all other creatures, demon gods regarded taboo bosses as mortal enemies. If a demon god were to stumble into Shi Feng while he was fighting the Undying Mother, he could rest assured that the demon god would attack both him and the Undying Mother. I'm certain, Southlake said firmly. This information is widely known in the Giant Sanctuary. You can find out about it just by asking around. Shi Feng was surprised by this answer. It's widely known. The 22 taboos were walking disasters. Few players could survive an indirect encounter with a taboo boss, and even fewer could survive a direct encounter. One would normally have to see it in person to determine which taboo boss one was dealing with. However, experts who could get close enough to the Undying Mother to determine its identity and live to tell the tale were few and far between in the greater God's domain, so there shouldn't be many players who knew about the Undying Mother's whereabouts, let alone the player population of the entire giant sanctuary. This matter has caused quite a stir in the giant sanctuary, Southlake said, nodding. Then, with a hint of fear in his eyes, he continued, "The Undying Mother devoured many demon gods after it appeared in the demon god forest, provoking one of the ancient demon gods residing in the depths of the forest to confront it. Their fight was earth-shattering, its repercussions reaching several dozen cities neighboring the demon god forest. Many expert players went into the forest to investigate out of curiosity, and what they found shocked them to the core. The level 244 ancient demon god that confronted the Undying Mother had lost half its body and over 80% of its HP. The Undying Mother was in a slightly better state, but it was still heavily injured and had less than 1/3 of its HP remaining. It was even continuously losing HP. The news of a heavily injured level 244 ancient demon god and a heavily injured taboo boss tempted many powers into action. However, all 6 pseudo-apex powers that mobilized their armies into the demon god forest suffered severe losses, including the other powers and players that tried to take advantage of the situation. Over 1 million players suffered a true death. To rub salt into the wound, the ancient demon god and the Undying Mother were fine and disappeared after killing all nearby players. Even a level 244 ancient demon god isn't a match for the Undying Mother. Shi Feng was astonished. A level 244 ancient demon god should be as strong as a level 244 ancient god. Yet, the Undying Mother still nearly killed it. This showed just how terrifying the Undying Mother was. However, Shi Feng quickly realized this was an opportunity of a lifetime. Now that an ancient demon god had heavily injured the Undying Mother, the taboo boss would need some time to make a full recovery. After all, the injuries caused by an existence of such caliber wouldn't be limited to just physical injuries but also soul injuries. Injuries to the soul required a long time to heal. This was true for both players and monsters. Without a powerful tool for soul recovery, 5 days were not enough for the Undying Mother's heavily injured soul to recover. Great Commander Southlake, thank you for the information. I owe you a favor for this, Shi Feng said. After learning of this important news, he decided to return to Zero Wing as soon as possible. If he were to miss this golden opportunity, he would have a much more difficult time defeating the Undying Mother. I'm glad it can be useful to you. I'll have my people keep an eye on the giant sanctuary's various powers. I'll update you once those powers receive news of the Undying Mother, Southlake said, happy to have Shi Feng owe him a favor. Experts of Shi Feng's caliber could greatly help any power. However, such experts were rarely willing to owe others a favor. After all, the cost of repaying these favors was often more trouble than these were worth. Not to mention, their favors were incredibly valuable and couldn't be assigned a monetary value. In reality, most of the favors Apex experts owed were from when they were weak. Getting them to owe a favor in their current states was next to impossible. After bidding goodbye to Southlake, Shi Feng promptly used a guild transfer scroll to teleport back to Zero Wing's residence in the primordial civilization city. Why are there so many people here to join the guild? Shi Feng was surprised when he looked out his office window and saw the long line of players waiting to enter the guild residence. Although quite a few players were already lining up to join Zero Wing when he left for the primordial dragon sanctuary 2 hours ago, they only amounted to several tens of thousands. But now, that number exceeded 100,000, with the players waiting in line occupying the entire street outside the residence. It's because of the advanced divine strengthening scroll, Blackie explained with a smile. After the scroll went on sale at the Abyss Chamber of Commerce, many powers and independent players started to crave level 245 to boot legendary equipment and fantasy-ranked secret treasures. This has caused the primordial civilization city's player population to explode. Those without priority slots will need to wait in line for 3 days just to get into the city. Since we hold most of the city's priority entry slots, many independent players in the city have decided to join Zero Wing. Currently, over 10,000 level 235 plus experts have already applied to join. At this rate, it'll only be a few days before we have over 1 million level 235 plus members. It's that effective, Shi Feng was surprised. Originally, he thought the advanced divine strengthening scroll would only lure more players into the primordial civilization city. Although he had expected independent players to join Zero Wing for the convenience of entering the primordial civilization city, he had anticipated it would take at least 1 or 2 weeks before that would happen. He never expected it to happen so soon. By the way, guild leader, in the short time you were away, something unbelievable happened in the guild. Blackie suddenly said, looking at Shi Feng's surprised expression. A second mortal god has appeared in our guild. Chapter 3919, Chapter 993. Second mortal god, Chapter 993, Second mortal god. Second. Who? Shi Feng asked, his voice trembling from excitement. In his previous life, the mortal god standard remained the highest achievable combat standard, even at the end of the war between the human race and the holy race. A mortal god fully equipped with divine artifacts could more or less rival fifth-floor experts equipped with divine sets. Now that he had the Flame God set, the guild would have 3 peerless combatants if Zero Wing could gain a second 6th-floor expert. That would put it on par with the weaker apex powers that had participated in the middle stages of the war in his previous life. You'll never guess who it is, Blackie said. After a pause for suspense, he continued, if I hadn't witnessed this person conquering the Tower of the Abyss's 5th floor, I would never have believed it myself. Is it Snow or Samsara? Of everyone Shi Feng could think of, only gentle Snow and fervent Samsara could reach the 6th floor standard so soon. Gentle Snow had passed the Goddess of Space's trials and achieved significant improvements. She also possessed an incredible talent for combat, so it wasn't impossible for her to reach the 6th floor standard so quickly. As for fervent Samsara, he was originally only a step away from the 6th floor standard. The foundations he had laid for himself were not much weaker than Red Frost's. Hence, he also had a good chance of achieving the 6th floor standard. Neither, Blackie said, grinning. It's Phoenix Rain. Rain, Blackie's answer stunned Shi Feng. Shi Feng remembered that Phoenix Rain had only reached the 5th floor standard not long ago. Although the 2 pseudo-tier 7 spells he gave her had significantly increased her combat power and allowed her to trade blows with 6th floor experts, there remained a qualitative difference between her and 6th floor experts in combat standards. After all, Phoenix Rain had learned barely any gold combat techniques. It'd be ludicrous to expect her to develop her own advanced gold combat technique in such a short period. You'll know once you meet her, Blackie said, snickering. You'll definitely be surprised. You might not even be the strongest player in our guild anymore. Did she improve that much? Shi Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Blackie's confidence. It's no longer that easy to surpass me now. Although he couldn't fully utilize the Flame God set, he already had the strength to fight level 246 floor experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. A mortal god without proper equipment and a sufficiently high level would not be a match for him. Subsequently, Blackie summoned Phoenix Rain, who had returned from grinding in the Flame Dragon God's nest some time ago, to Shi Feng's office. When Phoenix Rain stepped into the room wearing a dark purple robe, Shi Feng couldn't help but suspect he was hallucinating. Level 242. Before leaving for the Flame Dragon God's nest, Phoenix Rain was only level 225. Yet she was now one level higher than even South Lake, Holy Dragon Spear's great commander. Her leveling speed was simply unbelievable. When Shi Feng took a closer look at Phoenix Rain, he grew even more shocked. "Are you really Phoenix Rain?" Shi Feng asked subconsciously. What had undergone a tremendous change wasn't just Phoenix Rain's level but also her equipment. When Shi Feng saw her equipment, he truly believed he was hallucinating. After all, not only was she fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, but the divine runes engraved on them also looked uniform and interconnected. It was obvious she was wearing an equipment set. In other words, Phoenix Rain was equipped with a fragmented divine set. This was equivalent to the Flame God set he had obtained. However, he only obtained the Flame God set out of sheer luck. If he hadn't been able to get a large amount of undying souls from Dragon's Crown, he could never have redeemed the Flame God set before the various pseudo-apex powers, and he would still be stuck with using fragmented legendary equipment. "Guild leader, hasn't it only been a while? Have you forgotten about me already?" Phoenix Rain joked. "No, but haven't you improved a little too much?" Shi Feng asked. If it had only been an improvement in combat standards, he could have chalked it up to Phoenix Rain having a sudden inspiration. After all, nothing was certain when it came to a person's understanding. However, it was a different story for weapons and equipment. These were not things that could be upgraded easily. Obtaining a fragmented divine set required significant manpower, resources, and opportunities. It might seem unbelievable to outsiders, but anyone who has experienced the Flame Dragon God's special trial grounds like I did wouldn't find it surprising, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. When she spoke of the Flame Dragon God's special trial grounds, her eyes darkened with a hint of fear. The Flame Dragon God's trial. When Shi Feng heard the mention of the Flame Dragon God, he immediately understood how Phoenix Rain had achieved such an incredible improvement. The Flame Dragon God was a primordial dragon, an existence matching primordial gods. Trials prepared by such existences were both a blessing and a disaster. Should players stumble upon such a trial and fail to pass it, the consequences were dire. Conversely, if players passed such a trial, they would reap life-changing rewards. I could only pass the trial thanks to the 2 pseudo-tier 7 spells you gave me. Otherwise, it would have been impossible, Phoenix Rain said. The difficulty of the Flame Dragon God's trial was beyond her imagination. Even 6th floor experts wouldn't be able to pass the trial if their strength was limited to the Tier 6 limit standard. Fortunately, she had 2 pseudo-tier 7 spells to turn things around. Otherwise, she would have had to start over with a new account. While Phoenix Rain was describing the special trial grounds to Shi Feng, Blackie suddenly knocked on the door and entered the room with a serious expression. Guild leader, 3 players suddenly appeared outside the residence. They give off a powerful presence, and all 3 are above level 240. The man leading the group is a 6th floor expert, and I suspect that the other man and woman with him are also 6th floor experts. They say that they are from a royal power named Silver Will, and they are here to meet you, Blackie said worriedly. But it doesn't feel like they come with good intentions. Chapter 3920, Chapter 994, Last Primordial God, Chapter 994, last primordial god. Someone from Silver will wants to meet me. Shi Feng looked at the picture of the three players Blackie shared. Then he nodded and continued, "Okay, bring them to the lounge." Shi Feng wasn't surprised that Silver will had sent representatives to meet him. After all, the benefits of the primordial civilization city were too significant to ignore. With Silver will being one of the remnant primordial world's two royal powers, it was only a matter of time before the guild came to Zero Wing. Even if Silver Will hadn't come to him, he would have gone to Silver Will. After all, Silver Will held as much strength and influence in the remnant primordial world as Dragon's Crown. The Holy Race and the Crystallian Race had yet to establish a safe route into the Eternal Realm. Hence, they still couldn't exhibit their true strength. This was why the human race's apex powers could still trade blows with the Holy Race's and the Crystallian Race's powers in the Eternal Realm. However, that would all change once the two alien races had safe routes into the Eternal Realm. At that time, the human race would lose control of at least 90% of its guild and NPC cities. Even apex powers would barely be able to survive in the Eternal Realm. Although Zero Wing could protect its hold over the primordial civilization city and shattering town with the inferior legendary siege weapon Firmament, that would be all it could do. Zero Wing would be unable to compete with the Holy Races and the Crystallian Race's powers over the Eternal Realm's ruins and resources. However, if Zero Wing could partner with Dragon's Crown and Silver Will, it would be able to fight the Holy Race and Crystallian Race. At Shi Feng's answer, Blackie left to receive the three Silver Will representatives. Zero Wing's residence, top floor VIP lounge. When Shi Feng entered the lounge with Phoenix Rain, they saw three people sitting in the room, the Silver Will members Blackie previously mentioned. The leader of the group was a red-haired man in his 50s with a keen-witted and capable look. He was level 244 and equipped with a level 240 taboo legendary equipment set. The man and woman sitting next to him were much younger, looking to be in their mid-20s. Even so, they were level 243 and level 242, respectively. They were also equipped with level 240 taboo legendary equipment sets. When the two parties saw each other, surprise flashed in their eyes. 3 6th floor experts. Shi Feng was astonished by Silver Will's strength. Although Blackie had previously mentioned that all three of Silver Will's representatives were likely 6th floor experts, Shi Feng was still shocked when this speculation was validated. In Shi Feng's previous life, the human race only started to produce 6th floor experts long after the start of the war with the Holy Race. Although much had changed in this timeline, barely any human powers in the Eternal Realm had 6th floor experts. Yet Silver Will was already strong enough to casually send 3 6th floor experts to convey its message. Another mortal god. The red-haired man from Silver Will stared at Phoenix Rain in surprise. According to Silver Will's investigation, Zero Wing should only have one mortal god under its command. As for Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, he only had the strength to fight 6th floor experts. Overall, Zero Wing could only be considered middle of the pack among the Eternal Realm's powers. However, upon seeing the level 242 Phoenix Rain, the red-haired man started to revise his opinion of Zero Wing's strength. That female elf feels very strong, perhaps nearly as strong as you, Commander, Bloodsoaked Knight, the young man who was a demidragon berserker, exclaimed in the party chat. It seems Zero Wing is more than we expected. Mortal gods were few and far between, even among the remnant primordial world's royal powers. Some apex powers might have only one 6th floor expert. As for 6th floor experts who had reached the standard of Umbra Talon, the red-haired man, there were only a handful of such individuals in the remnant primordial world. Indeed, I thought there were hardly any experts in this Eternal Realm. It seems our trip here wasn't for naught. Flawless Cotton, the young woman who was a demi-dragon cleric, said calmly. With such an expert under its command, Zero Wing is qualified to become our partner. Blood-soaked Knight nodded, similarly acknowledging Zero Wing's strength. After both sides were done sizing up each other, Umbra Talon initiated the conversation. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Umbra Talon, the current commander of Silverwill's main force, Umbra Talon introduced. Then he pointed at the two people beside him and continued, Beside me are my vice-commanders, Blood-Soaked Knight and Flawless Cotton. The purpose of our visit is to determine whether Zero Wing is, as Purgatory Jade says, qualified to become our partner. Become your partner, Shi Feng looked at Umbra Talon in surprise. What do you mean? It seems Purgatory Jade hasn't informed you yet, Umbra Talon said, smiling when he saw the stunned look on Shi Feng. Then he explained, I believe you know that Purgatory Jade's team successfully conquered a level 245 taboo team dungeon not long ago. This matter sparked an uproar among the various powers, causing many to investigate her team's success. It has also kindled the various powers' interest in level 245 taboo team dungeons. I am aware, Shi Feng nodded, but these aren't the key points. Putting on a stern expression, Umbra Talon said, I'm not sure if you know this, but the remnant primordial world holds the possibility to let players reach Tier 7. It is a promotion left behind by the last primordial god to be born in our god's domain. To activate this promotion land, 100 undying god crystals and 1 drop of mutant's blood are required. As undying god crystals can be obtained from level 245 taboo team dungeons, procuring 100 is not difficult for Silver Will and Dragon's Crown. However, it's a different story for the mutant's blood. It is an item that can only be obtained from level 240+ taboo bosses. Not long ago, we received news of a taboo boss becoming heavily injured in the giant sanctuary. Many human and alien powers have also learned of this matter and have prepared many experts to raid it. This is the perfect opportunity for us to obtain mutant's blood. However, based on our experience, experts beneath the 6th floor standard would be ineffective against this level 240+ taboo boss. As Zero Wing has experience defeating a taboo boss, Purgatory Jade suggested we include Zero Wing in our alliance. Originally, Silverwill was against this idea. But after coming here in person, I believe Zero Wing is qualified to join us. So, what do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Are you interested in raiding that taboo boss with us? We don't need to be the ones to kill the taboo boss. We only need to snatch a drop of mutant's blood. If we succeed, Purgatory Jade and I can make the decision to assign Zero Wing 10 of the 100 slots to enter the promotion land. When Umbra Talon finished speaking, Blackie's and Phoenix Rain's eyes lit up. They never thought a taboo boss could be injured. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to kill it. As for Shi Feng, he hadn't expected so many powers to set their sights on the undying mother. Neither had he expected this matter to attract the holy race and the Crystallian race. However, what surprised Shi Feng even more was that the remnant primordial world housed a promotion land left behind by God's domain's last primordial god. Chapter 39-21, Chapter 995. Taboo Crusade Chapter 995. Taboo Crusade, the last primordial god to be born. From what Shi Feng had learned about the human race's greater god's domain in his previous life, the last primordial god to be born in God's domain should either be the goddess of space or the god slayer. Hence, unprecedented joy and excitement filled him when he heard Umbra Talon's words. According to the Tier 7 Promotion Land Scroll's description, the Promotion Land players used to conduct their Tier 7 promotion, significantly impacted their chances of advancing to Tier 7. The stronger the promotion land's owner, the greater the chances players could advance to Tier 7. As the Tier 7 promotion land scroll only teleported players to the nearest promotion land, the quality of the promotion land that players got was random. However, if players could determine the location of a Tier 7 promotion land beforehand, they would no longer be at the whims of the Tier 7 promotion land scroll's randomness. Originally, Shi Feng had considered using the inferior divine promotion land scroll's extra opportunity to try his luck. But now, it would seem that was unnecessary. Regardless of whether the promotion land in the remnant primordial world belonged to the goddess of space or the god slayer, both were excellent options. After all, the two had already been incredibly strong, even before they evolved into primordial gods. It went without saying they would become even stronger after they ascended to the realm of primordial gods. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their promotion lands were the best places for human players to challenge their Tier 7 promotion. Now, all he needed to do was obtain the Undying Mother's undying tentacle. Then he could use the promotion land scroll to teleport to either the goddess of space's promotion land or the god slayer's promotion land. He wouldn't even need to gain the promotion land's acknowledgement like everyone else. Guild leader Black Flame, I assure you that Zero Wing isn't being shortchanged, Umbra Talon explained when he saw the stunned look on Shi Feng. The Undying God crystal isn't a guaranteed drop. The manpower and resources needed to collect 100 are immense, so we will have to properly compensate the families and corporations that will aid us in this endeavor. Of course, if Zero Wing is the one to secure the mutant's blood, Silver can share 5 more slots with Zero Wing. I'm sure Dragon's Crown wouldn't mind doing the same. No problem. Zero Wing is willing to join this operation, Shi Feng answered after returning to his senses. Now that the powers of all 3 races had their eyes set on the Undying Mother, it was unrealistic for Zero Wing to seize the kill on the taboo boss. Not to mention, the giant sanctuary was the playground of the human race's apex powers. Zero Wing's only option now was to partner with Silver and Dragon's Crown. Otherwise, Zero Wing would be nothing before the giant sanctuary's apex powers. At Shi Feng's answer, Blood-Soaked Knight and Flawless Cotton couldn't help looking at him in disdain, thinking he was too greedy. Silver was only willing to let Zero Wing participate in this joint operation out of respect for Purgatory Jade and Phoenix Rain. If Shi Feng were all that Zero Wing had, it would never be qualified to partner with Silver and Dragon's Crown. After all, their goal was to snatch a drop of mutant's blood under the eyes of the 3 races' powers. In such a situation, even the average level 240 expert would be of little use, let alone an expert below level 240. Ultimately, it would be up to level 240 plus 6th floor experts to accomplish this task. After Shi Feng signed a God's Domain contract with Umbra Talon and agreed to meet up at the Demon God Forest in 12 hours, he promptly contacted Silent Wonder. Silent, how is the production of divine blood going? Shi Feng asked. If divine blood were to be used in a team setting, it would be best if every team member could use it to maximize its potential. Originally, he had planned to wait until Silent Melody had produced 100 bottles of divine blood before he challenged the Undying Mother. That way, they'd have a great chance of killing the taboo boss, even in a fair fight. However, now that many of the 3 races' powers had started preparing to raid the injured Undying Mother, he could no longer afford to wait for Silent Wonder to produce 100 bottles of divine blood. Any number of bottles would be good in this situation. Divine blood? At Shi Feng's question, Silent Wonder said with a haggard face, I've only produced 5 bottles so far. You've produced 5 bottles already. Shi Feng was surprised. Divine blood was a craftsman potion. If a great grandmaster alchemist tried to produce it, their production success rate would be very low. Although Blackie had supplied Silent Wonder with ample materials, the combination of a long production time and low success rate would undoubtedly hamper her production speed. Hence, Shi Feng originally estimated that he'd be lucky to get 2 or 3 bottles from Silent Wonder. However, contrary to his expectations, she had produced 5 bottles. Her talent in alchemy was much stronger than he thought. "If you aren't in a hurry, I can produce another bottle in 3 hours, Silent Wonder said confidently. "No, 5 bottles are enough," Shi Feng said, satisfied with this result. Having 1 extra bottle of divine blood wouldn't help much in defeating the undying mother. Moreover, if he delayed his departure by 3 hours, he might not make it to the meetup in time. After all, the giant sanctuary's demon god forest was a forbidden land. Even if he flew to it from the nearest NPC city, it would take him a long time to reach. Not to mention, he had to travel to the giant sanctuary from the primordial dragon sanctuary. Giant sanctuary, demon god forest. The entrance to the demon god forest was normally devoid of players. Now, nearly 10 million expert players had gathered at the foggy entrance. Most of these players were level 235 or above, and nearly 100,000 were level 240 or above. Furthermore, 20% of these level 240-plus players came from the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race. This sight shocked the players and powers that had come to spectate the upcoming crusade. Why are there so many alien players in our territory? 4 royal powers from the Holy Race and 2 from the Crystallian Race. I never expected to see such a spectacular sight after Everlasting City's competition. The 7 Luminaries Alliance is amazing. It gathered over 20,000 level 240-plus experts on such short notice. What a spectacular sight. Nearly 100,000 level 240-plus players have gathered. Isn't this already enough to defeat all 22 taboos together? The last time I saw so many experts gathered to raid the 22 taboos was over 3 centuries ago. I never thought I would get another chance to witness such a scene within my lifetime. When the players watching the live broadcast via the official forum saw the situation at the Demon God Forest entrance, they were inevitably excited. The 22 taboos of the human race's greater god's domain were regarded as invincible existences and walking disasters. No power had ever defeated them. But now, everyone felt they might witness the fall of one of the 22 taboos today. As more players gathered outside the Demon God Forest, Shi Feng finally arrived with Phoenix Rain and the others. Chapter 3922, Chapter 996, Meeting Aqua Rose Again. Chapter 996, Meeting Aqua Rose Again. So many powers and players have come. Phoenix Rain was taken aback when she saw the sea of players outside the Demon God Forest. Guild leader, is it fine for us to bring only 100 players? Every major power here had shown up with at least 1,000 experts. Some had even mobilized over 10,000 experts. In contrast, Zero Wing only came here with a 100-man team. With so few players, Zero Wing's team might even be mistaken for one of the spectating independent teams. We're here to raid a taboo boss, not to fight the demon gods in the Demon God Forest. There's no point in bringing so many players, Shi Feng said nonchalantly as he looked at the various powers teams. The 22 taboos were not your average boss. Aside from 6th-floor experts, those under level 240 would serve little purpose in a fight against one of the 22 taboos. They might not even live long enough to face the taboo boss. The 22 taboos weren't considered disasters just because of their frightening basic attributes, but also because of the unique world laws they had mastered. These unique world laws prevented players from damaging the 22 taboos unless their technique or overall strength had reached a certain standard. Not to mention, their opponent this time was the 14th ranked Undying Mother. The players Shi Feng brought were all level 240 plus experts Zero Wing had recruited from the remnant primordial world. They were equipped with the level 240 taboo fragmented legendary equipment sets that Zero Wing had obtained from trading with Dragon's Crown, and enhanced using intermediate divine strengthening scrolls. They were also equipped with the combat-ranked Behemoth Secret Treasure set. In terms of basic attributes, they could rival the various Apex and Royal powers, level 240 elite experts. However, he didn't bring these experts to have them fight the Undying Mother. They were simply here to ward off the demon gods that might get in the way. After all, as the habitat of demon gods, the demon god forest was crawling with demon gods. The fight with the Undying Mother would likely attract many demon gods. While these demon gods might prioritize attacking the Undying Mother, they definitely wouldn't mind attacking any players in their way. To avoid such a distraction, it was necessary to have some players deal with these demon gods. Although having more players on guard duty would allow them to deal with more demon gods, this would also increase the likelihood of players accidentally getting killed by the Undying Mother's attacks. Any attack from the 22 taboos could inflict soul annihilation on the average Tier 6 player. Even level 240 players would suffer a similar fate if they weren't fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts or possessed incredibly high combat standards. Unless Zero Wing could ensure all the members it mobilized at least had basic attributes rivaling those of players fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, mobilizing any more members would only worsen the guild's losses. It would be much wiser to mobilize a small number of capable experts to distract and lure the attracted demon gods away. Shortly after Shi Feng finished speaking, two 100-man teams of cloaked players approached Zero Wing's team. They were none other than Dragon's Crowns and Silver Will's teams, led by Purgatory Jade and Umbra Talon, respectively. "Since everyone is here, let's enter the forest," Umbra Talon said quietly. "If we encounter the Undying Mother inside, the few of us will be responsible for attacking it, while everyone else should improvise based on the situation. Once one of us secures the mutant's blood, everyone must cover their retreat." "No problem." Shi Feng and Purgatory Jade nodded. After Shi Feng, Purgatory Jade and Umbra Talon were done assigning tasks to their respective teams, they entered the demon god forest with the crowd in search of the Undying Mother. The demon god forest was massive. It was much larger than any empire found outside. The demon gods scattered across the forest were also level 220 or above. However, for teams that averaged level 235 or higher, the demon gods residing in the forest's outer area were not much of an obstruction. After trekking for 5 hours, Shi Feng's group arrived at the demon god forest's inner area. From this point onward, they could occasionally see level 235 player teams struggling against level 230 plus demon gods. A team is fighting up ahead. Judging by the commotion, at least 10 demon gods are involved, Kowloon Demon said, looking at the sudden glow appearing in the distance. He heard faint explosions coming from the same direction when he focused his ears. Those demon gods must have been attracted by a big fight for so many of them to be grouped up. The Undying Mother is likely engaged in battle in that direction. "There are indeed more than 10, Umbra Talon said, looking in the direction where the bright glow originated. Then, in an expectant tone, he continued, "Let's go and take a look." After saying so, Umbra Talon charged forward, with Purgatory Jade, Shi Feng, and everyone else following closely. After advancing for 5 minutes, Shi Feng and the others arrived outside a massive crater where over 101,000-man teams fought against over 5,000 level 235 plus, Tier 6 demon gods. When they arrived, the crater was already littered with the corpses of over 1,000 demon gods and tens of thousands of players. Many weapons and equipment also littered the crater, but nobody could be bothered to loot them. Hold the line. Do not let any demon gods get near the center of the battlefield. Another dozen demon gods have joined from the northeast. Teams with manpower to spare, intercept them. The Grand Elders already have their hands full fighting the Undying Mother. If any demon god disrupts the fight, all our efforts will be wasted. Every player in the crater fought desperately against the demon gods before them. Nobody had time to rest, and there were players and demon gods dying in almost every moment. The battle was intense, almost as if it was a world war. As Shi Feng scanned these teams, a small team fighting a level 236 demon god nearby caught his attention. More specifically, his attention was drawn toward a familiar figure in the team. Why is she here? Shi Feng stared at the familiar figure in surprise. The familiar figure was none other than Aqua Rose. Compared to when Shi Feng last saw her in Luminous Sky City, she was now level 237 and fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. The staff she wielded was even a bona fide divine artifact. Aqua Rose handily cast threefold Tier 6 spells one after another at the level 236 demon god. Moreover, her spell completion rates were extraordinarily high, at least exceeding the 100% threshold. Compared to Heiser, a half-step mortal god, her overall strength would come out only slightly behind. When Shi Feng spotted Aqua Rose, someone from her team also noticed his group's arrival. Damn it! Are these people here to snatch our loot? A level 239 shield warrior in Aqua Rose's team panicked when he saw Shi Feng's group emerging from the forest. The level 236 demon god had barely any HP remaining. At most, it would be another 10 minutes before the demon god's valuable loot would be theirs. It was incredibly difficult for players to encounter a level 236, Tier 6 demon god outside the demon god forest. Only now that the various powers had joined forces to invade the demon god forest did they have an opportunity to kill a level 236, Tier 6 demon god. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to enter the demon god forest's inner area. Doesn't that swordsman look familiar? He looks like the Divine Glory List's 6th-ranked Black Flame. A level 237, Tier 6 swordsman in Aqua Rose's team exclaimed. As Shi Feng didn't hide his identity, the level 237 swordsman could quickly recognize him. Black Flame. Isn't he being targeted by the Nebula Consortium? The level 237 swordsman's words stunned the level 239 shield warrior. I heard that the Nebula Consortium is very dissatisfied with him and has instructed the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Demons Gate to eliminate him when given an opportunity. Eternal and Demons Gate have mobilized many experts and old monsters to raid the Undying Mother. How dare he show up here? Chapter 3923, Chapter 997, Level 245, Primordial Godkin. Chapter 997, Level 245, Primordial Godkin. Guild Leader Black Flame. Aqua Rose paused her spellcasting at the mention of Shi Feng's name. When she looked in the direction of Shi Feng and saw that it was indeed the person who had previously taken care of her and her younger sister, her eyes widened in surprise. However, a moment later, Aqua Rose's expression turned ugly. Her current team comprised experts from various powers, some of which were closely related to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Demons Gate. If these experts were to inform Eternal and Demons Gate about their discovery, it would spell doom for Shi Feng. After all, besides experts from the holy races and the Crystallian race's royal powers, many of Eternal's and Demons' Gate's old monsters were fighting the Undying Mother at the heart of the battlefield. Aqua, we should quickly tell Guild Leader Black Flame to run, 7 Melody, who had tagged along with Aqua Rose on this expedition, said anxiously. My old man said that Nebula secretly issued a kill order against Zero Wing. Any power subordinate to Nebula must kill Guild Leader Black Flame should they encounter him. With so many of Eternal's and Demons' Gate's old monsters nearby, Guild Leader Black Flame will be doomed if they take action. I'm afraid it's too late, Aqua Rose said, glancing at a level 237 ranger in her team entering a call with someone. With those old monsters' speed, they won't need more than 5 seconds to get here. This isn't enough time for Guild Leader Black Flame to escape. We can only stop them if Teacher is willing to help. That might be difficult. When 7 Melody thought about her aunt, who was also dealing with the Undying Mother, she doubted the other party would make a special effort to help Shi Feng. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance was only a pseudo-apex power. If their opponent were only another pseudo-apex power, or even one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers, her aunt might agree to buy time for Shi Feng to escape if they pleaded for help. However, it was a different story if their opponent comprised multiple apex powers. Not to mention, the Nebula Consortium had specifically named Shi Feng as its target. In such a situation, not even the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's guild leader would dare to intervene, let alone her aunt. We should at least try, Aqua Rose said, deciding to give her teacher a call regardless of the odds. However, as Aqua Rose was opening her contact list, a loud bang suddenly came from afar. Immediately afterward, numerous spells and streaks of light flew out from the center of the battlefield and scattered across the crater, shattering the earth and bursting it like a bubble. Before anyone could react to the unexpected friendly fire, over 100 figures flew out from the center of the battlefield. Run! Everyone run! Get out of the demon god forest immediately! Damn it! This was nothing but a trap. The Undying Mother has tricked us all. We're doomed. The Undying Mother was never heavily injured. Nobody in the greater god's domain can kill it now. Some of the individuals who had fled from the center of the battlefield shouted as they retreated, their voices filled with frustration and despair. This scene stunned the players who were still fighting the intervening demon gods. However, it didn't take long for everyone to figure out what had happened when countless 1,000-meter-long, amorphous hands emerged from the shattered earth. Undying Mother, Mutant, Primordial Godkin, Divine, level 245 HP. A level 245 Primordial Godkin. 7 Melody fell into despair when she saw the statistics presented to her. She never thought the Undying Mother could have reached level 245. It also never occurred to her the Undying Mother might be a Primordial Godkin. In God's domain, monsters would grow exponentially stronger with each level beyond level 200. They'd even receive a qualitative improvement every 5 levels. The average Primordial Godkin's life rating was already greater than that of dragons. Not even ancient gods would dare say they could beat a Primordial Godkin of the same level in a direct confrontation. Against a level 245 Primordial Godkin, even level 240-plus players fully equipped with divine artifacts would be like Tier 3 players facing a Tier 4 player. They'd be fortunate if they could even block an attack from the level 245 Primordial Godkin. At this time, a level 244 Elementalist who had fled from the center of the battlefield suddenly stopped in front of Aqua Rose and 7 Melody. The Elementalist had a head of white hair but the appearance of a little girl. When she saw Aqua Rose and 7 Melody staring at the amorphous hands in a daze, she scolded them anxiously. Aqua, Melody, why aren't you running away? Teacher. Aqua Rose was dumbfounded when she looked at the black-robed elementalist and saw that the other party was missing a hand and had only 50% HP remaining. The little girl in question was Aqua Rose's teacher, Forlorn Chime. She was known by many as the Silent Witch, and she became one of the greater gods' domain's 10 great mage gods over a century ago. With the help of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, she had gained a full set of divine artifacts and mastered multiple primordial god-ranked mana techniques. She had also developed multiple gold combat techniques and one advanced gold combat technique. Although Forlorn Chime wasn't necessarily invincible in the greater god's domain, few players and monsters could threaten her. Never had she fallen into such a miserable state, even during that one encounter with a level 245 ancient god. "Well, what are you still standing there for? Run away!" Forlorn Chime shouted again when she saw that Aqua Rose and Seven Melody still weren't moving. However, before Forlorn Chime's words could get through to Aqua Rose and Seven Melody, an amorphous hand suddenly towered behind them. At this sight, Forlorn Chime drew a series of divine runes in the air with her remaining hand without hesitation, completing several dozen lines, and forming a threefold divine runic magic array in less than a second. Threefold Tier 6 divine runic spell, Void Boundary. This Tier 6 defensive spell could block an attack from a level 245 ancient god. It was also the strongest defensive spell Forlorn Chime could cast. Immediately, 3 indistinct spatial barriers formed at Forlorn Chime's palm, intercepting the amorphous hand slamming down on them. Boom! The spatial barriers shattered upon contact with the amorphous hand, and Forlorn Chime was sent flying over 1,000 yards away. Just as her HP was about to zero out, it stopped at 1, letting her barely keep her life. How is this possible? Seven Melody was dumbfounded when she saw that her aunt couldn't block even one attack from the Undying Mother. Although Seven Melody already knew the Undying Mother was unkillable after seeing it was a level 245 primordial godkin, she never thought it could overpower Forlorn Chime with just one of its amorphous hands. It should be known that there were over 1,000 amorphous hands across this land. While Seven Melody was in a daze, the amorphous hand that nearly killed Forlorn Chime swiped at Aqua Rose and Seven Melody once more. Is this the end? As Aqua Rose stared at the oncoming amorphous hand, her mind was devoid of any thought of resistance. The amorphous hand was akin to a moving planet. Although she could try to defend against the attack with all her might, she did not believe, even for a second, that any of her spells could stop it from crushing her. However, just as the amorphous hand was about to reach Aqua Rose and Seven Melody, a towering bolt of lightning suddenly struck it from the side. Then, as if a train had just struck it, the amorphous hand flew aside and slammed into the ground, creating a crater over 100 meters deep. Guild leader Black Flame. Aqua Rose's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she turned to where the lightning originated. Chapter 39-24, Chapter 998, 32nd Primordial God. Chapter 998, 32nd Primordial God. He blocked it. Seven Melody had eyes like saucers when she saw Shi Feng sending the amorphous hand flying. But how is this possible? Not even that old woman managed to block its attack. Forlorn Chime was level 244 and fully equipped with divine artifacts. She was one of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's old monsters and had risen to prominence over a century ago. Even back then, she could already fight a level 245 ancient god and survive for quite some time. If she couldn't block even one attack from one of the Undying Mother's amorphous hands without taking damage, it went without saying the Undying Mother was significantly stronger than a level 245 ancient god. Yet, Shi Feng had blocked the attack that Forlorn Chime had failed to block. Moreover, Seven Melody could see that Shi Feng was only level 232. The quality of his equipment should also be much inferior to forlorn chimes. Besides Seven Melody, the other old monsters who had fled from the center of the battlefield were also shocked by Shi Feng's accomplishment. A few even forgot to defend themselves against the amorphous hands and got killed. When did he become so strong? Kowloon Demon was surprised by Shi Feng's strength. Kowloon Demon remembered that the first time he fought Shi Feng, although Shi Feng could rival sixth-floor experts, the other party only had a 50% chance of beating him, even after he had suppressed his basic attributes to match Shi Feng's. In an actual fight, Kowloon Demon was confident he could trounce Shi Feng if he did not suppress his basic attributes. Even if Shi Feng had leveled up a lot since then, there should still be a significant gap in strength between them. Not to mention, ever since his first visit to the greater god's domain, he had upgraded much of his equipment. So, what was up with this situation? Even though Shi Feng was only level 232, the attack he had executed felt deadly to Kowloon Demon. It had even sent the amorphous hand flying, a feat Kowloon Demon doubted he could replicate. Wasn't he supposed to only rival sixth-floor experts? Flawless Cotton was similarly stunned when she saw Shi Feng blocking one of the Undying Mother's attacks. The Undying Mother's strength was self-evident. In Flawless Cotton's opinion, only Umbra Talon and Purgatory Jade could just barely block the amorphous hand's attacks without taking any damage. Hence, Shi Feng's attack, which sent an amorphous hand flying, completely shattered Flawless Cotton's understanding of God's domain. Incoming. Everyone spread out. Umbra Talon shouted when he saw over a dozen amorphous hands extending toward their group. At the same time, he reached for the two axes on his back and stood in front of everyone. Subsequently, Umbra Talon brandished his axes, stirring up a storm as he created an illusory world before him. When the amorphous hands collided with the illusory world, each collision forced Umbra Talon back a step. After over a dozen steps back, he successfully blocked the attacks of all the amorphous hands, shielding the players behind him from all damage. "This thing is really powerful," Umbra Talon said when he saw that he had lost over 50% HP. However, this was still an acceptable outcome. With Flawless Cotton healing him, he could tank the dozen or so amorphous hands by himself. However, as if to ridicule Umbra Talon for his thoughts, over 100 amorphous hands shot out from the ground ahead and bombarded him like raindrops. Umbra Talon's face sank at this turn of events. "Leave the defense to me. You guys should figure out how to deal with the boss," Purgatory Jade said before leaping forward and standing in front of Umbra Talon. At the same time, the two round shields she wielded transformed into iron walls that covered all directions. Upon completing this transformation, Purgatory Jade twisted and turned her body, making the iron walls, which were apparently composed of world laws, spin with her. When the amorphous hands came down on Purgatory Jade, not only did they fail to break the iron walls protecting her, but all their power also dispersed into the surroundings as if they had just struck a wall of air. They didn't damage Purgatory Jade in the slightest. What brilliant law manipulation! Shi Feng was amazed at this scene. Law Manipulation 1 was a special way of using world laws in God's domain to perform various complex tasks. However, as most players already had difficulty replicating the standard operation of world laws, few players could accomplish law manipulation. Even after his concentration had reached the pseudo-tier 7 standard, Shi Feng had only begun to attempt law manipulation. On the other hand, Purgatory Jade could already put law manipulation into practice. Her multitasking standard was simply unprecedented. "My law manipulation is only entry level. It's only doing well now because the Undying Mother isn't proficient at attacking. It wouldn't have been as effective against the primordial demon from before," Purgatory Jade said, glancing at Shi Feng and giving her opinion of the undying mother. Since our defense is no longer a concern, we should consider how to deal with these amorphous hands. Umbra Talon said upon seeing that Purgatory Jade had the situation under control. However, when he swept his gaze across the crater and saw how many amorphous hands there were, he winced. At Umbra Talon's words, everyone else also turned to look at the amorphous hands scattered across the crater. According to the intelligence their respective guilds had collected, the undying mother didn't have a specific form. Every amorphous object could be considered an incarnation of the undying mother, so damaging any of these amorphous objects was equivalent to damaging the undying mother. While this made it easy to damage the undying mother, the taboo boss's undying nature made it so that unless all its incarnations were destroyed simultaneously, it could rapidly reconstruct the destroyed amorphous objects and stay alive. There were over 1,000 amorphous hands in the crater. Unless they could get enough experts to survive and attack all these amorphous hands, their chances of killing the undying mother were non-existent. I'm afraid simultaneously eliminating all these amorphous hands isn't possible, Bloodsoaked Knight said, feeling helpless as he watched the players fleeing from the crater. Previously, he thought defeating the undying mother would be easy with so many powers working together. However, when it came down to the actual fight, there weren't even 100 players who could hold their ground against the undying mother. We're not out of options, Shi Feng suddenly said. I have a solution, but it'll be difficult to pull off and requires the cooperation of many players. Cooperation? How should we cooperate? Also, most players here can't survive even a hit from an amorphous hand, Kowloon Demon said. I can make it so everyone here can fight the amorphous hands for a short period. My only concern is that they can't kill all the amorphous hands fast enough, Shi Feng said, glancing at the amorphous hands that had 1 trillion HP each. Most Tier 6 players would need significant time to deal 1 trillion damage, even against a defenseless target. A short period. How short is it? Umbra Talon asked. 30 seconds, Shi Feng said as he pulled a bottle of divine blood from his bag. This divine blood can let me wield the strength of a primordial god for 30 seconds. During this period, I should be able to completely suppress all these amorphous hands. TL notes. 1 law manipulation. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. I am using this name as a placeholder for now. I might come back and change it when I have more information on this supposedly special method of using world laws in the future. Chapter 3925. Chapter 999. Unfathomable Zero Wing. Chapter 999. Unfathomable Zero Wing. It can let you wield the strength of a primordial god for 30 seconds. Umbra Talon stared at the bottle of crimson liquid in Shi Feng's hand in astonishment. As an executive of the Royal Power Silver Will, Umbra Talon knew how difficult it was to let a Tier 6 player exhibit strength that rivaled that of primordial gods. Even Silver Will only had a handful of items that could accomplish such a feat. Despite the significance of the Undying Mother raid, the guild was only willing to grant him the use of one of these items. Moreover, this item was only good for 1 attack. In contrast, Zero Wing had brought an item that could grant a player the strength of a primordial god for 30 seconds. Purgatory Jade was similarly shocked by this revelation. She never thought that Zero Wing, a guild that only fared moderately well in the Eternal Realm, would have such a trump card. But even if all of us here get to freely attack these amorphous hands for 30 seconds, there's no way we can eliminate them all in such a short time, Kowloon Demon said, pointing at the amorphous hands that were all over the crater. These amorphous hands each had 1 trillion HP and the defense of a primordial godkin. They could also exhibit the power of a gold combat technique with every attack. Not to mention 30 seconds. Even if Shi Feng were to suppress these amorphous hands with his law projection for 30 minutes, the players here still wouldn't be able to kill them. After all, the law projection would suppress only the basic attributes of the amorphous hands. Their defense and combat standards would remain the same. There are still too few powers gathered. Most are still scattered across the demon god forest, Purgatory Jade said while repulsing the amorphous hand's attacks. Then she glanced at the various powers teams that had just arrived outside the crater and continued. But now that there is such a big commotion here, it is only a matter of time before the other powers arrive. We can try raiding the Undying Mother once all the other powers are here. Indeed, we can give it a try. Umbra Talon nodded. Although many players had already fled the battlefield, it was a fact that only a few powers were present when the Undying Mother was first discovered. Over 90% of the powers in the demon god forest were still blindly searching for the Undying Mother's whereabouts. If all the powers in the demon god forest gathered, it might be possible to eliminate all the amorphous hands within 30 seconds. Not to mention, the other royal powers and apex powers must have brought their own trump cards. Even if the Undying Mother wasn't heavily injured as rumored, they still had a chance of defeating it. Guild leader, can that potion give me the strength of a primordial god if I use it? Phoenix Rain suddenly asked Shi Feng after pondering in silence. After looking at Phoenix Rain's fragmented divine set, Shi Feng answered, more or less, yes. The divine blood could increase the user's basic attributes by 400%. Although Phoenix Rain was only equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, the set effects of a fragmented divine set should let her match the basic attributes of level 240 old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. Even if the divine blood couldn't enhance her basic attributes to the standard of level 240 primordial gods, they should be close to reaching it. In that case, I have a way to heavily injure the Undying Mother, Phoenix Rain said firmly. If we include the various powers' strength, defeating it shouldn't be difficult. Are you sure? Shi Feng looked at Phoenix Rain in surprise. Although Shi Feng knew that Phoenix Rain had gained a significant harvest from the Flame Dragon God's trial, he found it hard to believe she could heavily injure the Undying Mother, even with the strength of a primordial god. After all, the Undying Mother was only half a step from reaching the realm of primordial gods. Not to mention, it was level 245. So long as it hasn't reached Tier 7, I am 90% confident I can pull it off, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. At Phoenix Rain's confident response, Purgatory Jade and Umbra Talon couldn't help but reevaluate their opinions of her. They never thought that Zero Wing's second 6th floor expert would have such strength. Okay, I'll leave dealing with the Undying Mother to you, Shi Feng said, taking out another bottle of divine blood and handing it to Phoenix Rain. You have another one. Umbra Talon was shocked once more when he saw Shi Feng taking out a second bottle of divine blood. Yes, although divine blood is precious, Zero Wing still has some, Shi Feng said, pulling out a third bottle of divine blood at Umbra Talon's question. Upon seeing the third bottle of divine blood, even Purgatory Jade, who thought she understood Zero Wing, was dumbfounded. Divine blood, its ability to grant its user the strength of a primordial god alone already made it a priceless treasure. On top of that, it even had a 30-second duration. This was an unprecedented berserk potion. If Zero Wing only had one bottle of this terrifying potion, Purgatory could still chalk it up to luck. After all, if one was lucky, it was possible to find such items in primordial ruins. However, if Zero Wing had multiple bottles of divine blood, it could no longer be considered a lucky find. No wonder Dragon's Crown has kept its partnership with Zero Wing. This also explains why Purgatory Jade recommended Zero Wing so strongly. I'll have to talk to the guild leader about reevaluating our relationship with Zero Wing. When Umbra Talon saw Shi Feng taking out 3 bottles of divine blood, he further elevated his evaluation of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's primordial civilization city had already become the center of the remnant primordial world and the eternal realm. It was no longer an existence Silver could ignore. However, Silver never placed much importance on the small guild known as Zero Wing. All its attention was focused on Dragon's Crown. But now, Umbra Talon felt that Silver's approach might be wrong. Even when dealing with a taboo boss, Silver was only willing to commit one item that could let players momentarily rival primordial gods. Yet, Zero Wing had committed 3 such items to the Undying Mother raid. This was enough to show that Zero Wing wasn't as weak as the rumors made it out to be. While Shi Feng, Umbra Talon, and Purgatory Jade were discussing their strategy for the upcoming raid, a powerful pulling force suddenly acted on the several amorphous hands in the distance, dragging them out from the ground and exposing their full length, which measured several thousand meters. Furthermore, the ground burst apart as a monster with a giant mouth was dragged out from the ground with the amorphous hands. Is that the Undying Mother's true appearance? Crap! Who is that person? How much strength does he have to pull the Undying Mother out of the ground? When everyone saw the abomination that was nearly 10,000 meters long and the many amorphous hands that grew from its body, their first reaction was to stare at it in surprise, as this was the first time anyone had seen the legendary Undying Mother's true appearance. Then, they simultaneously stared in amazement at the giant player responsible for dragging the Undying Mother out from the ground. The giant player in question was an 8-meter-tall man wearing a suit of dark gray armor decorated with tusks. He wielded a war axe over 10 meters long in one hand while holding an amorphous hand with the other. The amorphous hand was like a baby snake in the giant man's hand, completely powerless to resist. So this is the legendary Undying Mother. Its strength is nothing special, the giant man scoffed as he casually threw the amorphous hand aside. As the giant man spoke, surprise appeared on the faces of many of the human players present. Juggernaut, he's Juggernaut. Heavens, the 7 Luminaries Alliance sent its 3rd seat here. Everyone stared at the giant man in surprise, and many Berserker players cast gazes of admiration upon him. Juggernaut, the 3rd seat of the 7 Luminaries Alliance. He was a living legend in the human race's greater god's domain. He was already regarded as invincible in the greater god's domain over a century ago, and he was considered the strongest Berserker god to have appeared in the 7 Luminaries Alliance since its inception. Rumor had it that he had gone to the depths of the Void Sea to pursue the method to go beyond Tier 6. While the crowd marveled at Juggernaut, a powerful storm suddenly swept across dozens of amorphous hands, inflicting hundreds of cuts upon them. Standing in the middle of this storm was a scythe-wielding elven man with a youthful appearance. Unlike other elves, this elven man had 2 curved horns growing from his head. A thick layer of crimson mist also shrouded him, making him look like a demon from hell. Everyone who saw the elven man felt their souls shudder. How could it be? When 7 Melody saw the demonic elven man, her pupils contracted in fear. Why is Demon's Gate's Imperial Wraith here? Chapter 3926, Chapter 1000, Divine Set Experts. Chapter 1000, Divine Set Experts. Imperial Wraith. Aqua Rose couldn't help but stare at the demonic elven man at 7 Melody's exclamation. Is he that Imperial Wraith? Imperial Wraith, the expert most feared by the various powers out of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. He was known for his many acts of carnage. As the only red apex power in the human race's greater god's domain, Demon's Gate had no lack of members who frequently committed mass murder. However, Even among these players, Imperial Wraith was a unique existence. This was because on top of killing his prey, Imperial Wraith would also devour their souls. He would even devour the souls of hundreds of players daily, behaving no differently from a mutant. It was also because of Imperial Wraith's habit of devouring player souls that the various Apex powers eventually got fed up with his antics and decided to hunt him in full force. In the end, however, the various Apex powers not only failed in their endeavor, but also suffered significant losses. As the various Apex powers didn't wish to worsen their losses, they ultimately chose to let him be. Nowadays, wherever Imperial Wraith went would quickly become a hell for players. Apart from the members of Apex Powers and Demon's Gate, nobody was safe from him. In recent years, however, his existence had gradually faded from the public sight. According to rumors, he was busy exploring the Void Sea's ancient ruins in search of a way to go beyond Tier 6. Regardless, it didn't bode well for the players present for Imperial Wraith to show up here. "You don't have to be too concerned with Imperial Wraith," Forlorn Chime said, her complexion looking much better after drinking a regeneration potion. Then she glanced at Imperial Wraith and continued quietly, "Many powers have come to raid the Undying Mother this time, some of which are Apex and Royal powers. Even Imperial Wraith wouldn't dare to mess around and ruin the plans of all those Apex and Royal powers." "That's great." "I nearly had a panic attack," Seven Melody said, patting her chest and breathing a sigh of relief. "Imperial Wraith is even more terrifying than the rumors make him out to be. It's crazy how he can injure several dozen amorphous hands simultaneously. If he were to use that attack against us, we'd probably be dead in the blink of an eye." "Teacher, what if it's a must-kill target set by Demon's Gate?" Aqua Rose asked, looking at Forlorn Chime tentatively. "A must-kill target set by Demon's Gate." Forlorn Chime glanced at Aqua Rose before turning to look at Shi Feng, who was standing in the distance. "Are you referring to the kill order the Nebula Consortium placed on Zero Wing?" Aqua Rose nodded. "Don't even think about it. Just give up," Forlorn Chime said, shaking her head. "You younglings might not be aware of this, but Imperial Wraith's second identity is that of one of the Nebula Consortium's protectors. The protectors are a group of experts Nebula nurtured internally. Every member of this group is a famous expert in the greater God's domain, and they exist solely to carry out Nebula's dirty work. Back when the various Apex powers tried to hunt down Imperial Wraith, they didn't fail because they couldn't kill him. It'd be more appropriate to say that they gave up out of fear of the Nebula Consortium. Now that the Nebula Consortium has voiced its intent to persecute Zero Wing, there's no way Imperial Wraith will spare Zero Wing. He's one of the Nebula Consortium's protectors." Aqua Rose was shocked to learn about Imperial Wraith's alternate identity. Amidst Aqua Rose's surprise, Imperial Wraith finally noticed Shi Feng's presence after sending the surrounding amorphous hands flying. Taking a step forward, Imperial Wraith disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared in everyone's sight, he was already standing within 300 yards of Shi Feng. "Are you Zero Wing's Black Flame?" Imperial Wraith asked, staring at Shi Feng as if looking at an ant. "I heard you are pretty strong and that even the Nebula Consortium is unworthy of your attention." "You flatter me," Shi Feng said, smiling calmly as he looked at Imperial Wraith. "But you are correct that the Nebula Consortium is unworthy of Zero Wing's attention. Demon's Gate's 9 great experts had caused Zero Wing much trouble in Shi Feng's previous life. Although Zero Wing fiercely retaliated against Demon's Gate, causing the Apex power to lose millions of Tier 6 members and hundreds of millions below Tier 5, it still lost over 100 guild cities. This was partly due to Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, which naturally included Imperial Wraith. Shi Feng had many encounters with Imperial Wraith in his previous life. However, due to his inadequate equipment standard, he could barely hold his ground against Imperial Wraith with the help of his 2 personal guards who rivaled ancient gods. Now that he had obtained the Flame God set, even if he couldn't fully utilize it, he was confident of being on even footing with Imperial Wraith. After all, the complete Flame God set was much stronger than Imperial Wraith's Extreme Evil set. Even if the current Imperial Wraith was level 246, which was higher than the Imperial Wraith of his previous life, Shi Feng did not fear the other party. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. The atmosphere around Imperial Wraith turned cold at Shi Feng's words. Even players thousands of yards away felt an indescribable chill enveloping their body. However, just as Imperial Wraith was about to reach for the scythe on his back, a wild and powerful voice suddenly echoed across the crater, making him freeze in place. "Wraith, I won't mind playing with you if you insist on starting an internal conflict right now." At these words, an 8-meter-tall figure appeared between Shi Feng and Imperial Wraith, like a wall separating the two. "Juggernaut, are you going to interfere with the Nebula Consortium's affairs?" Imperial Wraith barked as he glared at the giant figure warily. Juggernaut. Although Juggernaut was only level 245, Imperial Wraith knew that the rumors of Juggernaut being the strongest berserker god to have appeared in the 7 Luminaries Alliance since its inception were not without basis. Juggernaut had only become known as such because of his many achievements. Moreover, Juggernaut had come equipped with the Weeping Earth set, a divine set known for granting its user exceptional strength. Although the Weeping Earth set was not one of the 6 great divine sets, its compatibility with Juggernaut's Primal Warrior class, a hidden class, allowed him to exhibit strength comparable to that of the 6 great divine sets, users. "I will not get involved with the Nebula Consortium's affairs, but I won't sit by and watch as you cause internal strife here either," Juggernaut said, showing no intention of backing away, even at the mention of the Nebula Consortium. "Fine. I will play by your rules this time, but you'd best not obstruct me again once the raid is over," Imperial Wraith said, and gave Shi Feng one last glance before leaving. When Aqua Rose saw Imperial Wraith turning away, she finally released her bated breath. As for Juggernaut, after making sure that Imperial Wraith had given up on targeting Shi Feng immediately, he turned to Shi Feng and said, "Boy from Zero Wing, I helped you this time because of Verdant Rainbow, but this will be the only time I help you, so watch yourself." After saying so, Juggernaut flew to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's army, which was confronting the various powers from the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race. He showed no interest in getting acquainted with Shi Feng.